For the second round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, we are here at Silverstone. The home of British motor racing makes its annual welcome to Europe's best GT championship as we have a 60-plus grid ready to do battle. 61 cars will start, 62 even got into qualifying. We've lost one Ferrari with damage, but we are set for what's going to be an intriguing race. Overcast skies, and it's going to be a race perhaps affected by rain. Monza for round one was under sunny skies. Let's look back.
Monza for the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series had a huge grid released under sunny skies, and everybody took a deep breath as the monster grid descended on the first chicane, and they just about got through safely. They weren't quite so fortunate though at turn 2. Cars in the gravel, cars in the barrier, and an early safety car period. On track, it was a very Italian fight for the lead. Norbert Siedler in the Ferrari losing out to Fabio Mabini in the Lamborghini. And the teams watching the pictures. They had some good viewing, 3 wide lower down the order as the 11 different brands slugged it out around Monza. Stephen Parrott, Pierre Caffer Ferrari was going strongly. Others not so fortunate. Alvaro Perez McLaren had a spin. Another car that was going nicely was Alex Bunker in the Pro Class Nissan, an all-new combination of drivers in the Pro Cup for the first time. Cedric Trezioli in the Ferrari had a puncture, who went out to Mercedes, got tagged into a spin. And almost being forced up the escape road was the Pro Cup Nissans, trying to find a way past the HTP Bentley. Pit stops as crucial as ever, especially in such a busy pit lane. On track, Matt Griffin, Duncan Cameron Ferrari was carving its way into contention, with Matt Griffin at the wheel, having only arrived at the circuit that morning, having been racing at Silverstone the day before. He sorted out the Team WRT Audi as the Attempto Racing McLaren came to grief at the Parabolica, in contact with the Russian racing BMW. Worse was to come for the sister car, a monster accident that wiped out it and the HTP Bentley and brought out the safety car late in the race. Drivers were okay, and when the pack was released, it was the 19 Lamborghini up front, chased by the green Ferrari. Still, Matt Griffin was battling hard, now alongside Laurens Vanthoor. Pro-Am Ferrari versus Pro Cup Audi. The Audi eventually wriggled its way back ahead. It was all looking good up front for the Lamborghini, but Pro-Am was becoming ever more interesting. 2 Ferraris running nose to tail. The green one in the hands of Norbert Siedler and Renat Salikov versus the Castle Racing car behind Michael Bronizeski, Alessandro Bonaccini and Michael Lyons. And just when it looked like that car could strike for a class lead, it had a mechanical issue and dropped back, losing places before the end of the race. Past went Matt Griffin, and there was consternation in the pit box. Late race and more heroics as cars collided at the chicane. Thankfully, no harm done. Maxime Soulet's Bentley skipped back on track as Fabio Mabini and Andrew Palmer watched Jeroen Mull bring home the leading Lamborghini in the sister car, levelling up for a photo finish as they crossed the line. There was jubilation in the Grasser Racing Team garage, but it would be short-lived. Hours after the race finished, the car was excluded for a fuel rig infringement, giving an outright win to a Pro-Am class car for the very first time. Norbert Siedler and Renat Salikov taking the victory.
For this weekend, Norbert Siedler and Renat Salikov are joined by Marco Seefried, and they move up to the Pro Cup. So it was a huge surprise there that a Pro-Am car did so well overall and even inherited an outright win. It's even more unlikely to happen here. What might happen is that we might get rain. The track is dry now. We have had some rain this morning, and the sun has been trying to break through, but it's been suppressed all day by really heavy cloud, very overcast once more. And although you've looked at the wing there, we are in the heritage pits this weekend, so the traditional old woodcut start and finish area is where this massive grid is going to be forming up in anticipation of 3 hours of racing. Pole position is going to go to Nissan. Great effort done in qualifying by Alex Bunker, but there's an awful lot to talk about after Monza, the only real guide we have to a 3-hour Blancpain GT race from this year. There were some good stories, some hard luck stories as well from that opening Monza event. So let's have a look back at some of the stories, the top stories indeed, of the weekend.
Round 2 of the Blancpain Endurance Series is here at Silverstone. It's our second 3-hour race of the year. It's another huge grid, over 60 cars set to do battle at the home of British motor racing. The full Grand Prix circuit in use with a fabulous mix of corners. And after the pre-qualifying and free practice sessions yesterday, there's still no clear indication as to which car and which team and which driver combination is going to come out on top. Nissan is certainly going to be in contention for good honours this weekend. And as ever, there is a car in the Pro Cup, and behind the wheel is local hero Alex Buncombe, aiming to improve on results at Monza.
Monza was really good. We had a P4 in the class, which was great. I think we were P8 overall. The race generally went pretty smoothly. We had one little issue in a yellow flag zone. Traction control as well went, so it was a real shame. We've historically done extremely well at Silverstone, so yeah, we got a bit of pressure on us, but the car's quick, really up for the race, and yeah, I'm keen for a podium.
The Black Falcon team is here with its fleet of Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3s, and Pro-Am class driver Oliver Morley is another driver keen for better success.
It's my home circuit, and I'm obviously English, and I've done quite a lot around here, so you know, I'd obviously like to think that I'd perform better. The car definitely suits Silverstone much better. Now it's an even race this weekend. Monza was just very distorted. Team's second to none, and I got some real quick teammates, so I need to do myself justice today.
Last year, Bentley won at Silverstone, the car's first victory, and the British team is aiming for back-to-back victories this weekend. Andy Merrick on the driving force and hoping for better results than Monza.
Monza was okay. It was a good solid start to the season. Obviously we got a podium, which at a track that probably isn't our strongest. We had a trouble-free run. We're in a top-level team, in a top-level car. There's pressure every weekend, and if there's not pressure from the outside, there's pressure from ourselves. To be driving a Bentley at the home of British motorsport, it's a huge honour. Obviously we won here last year. You couldn't have asked for anything better last year. I think we've got a win in us, yes, but I think there's probably also about 15 other cars on the grid that have got a win in them as well. That's just testament to how successful this championship is.
This was the car we thought had won at Monza. The Lamborghini Huracan headed home of the pack, but was then later excluded for a fuel ring infringement. The team has regrouped and is looking to exercise those demons here this weekend with Andrew Palmer, one of the drivers.
You know, we went out, we drove basically a flawless race. It was quite emotional to come out with the first ever factory supported effort and get cross the line first, and then post-race technical scrutineering. There were, you know, some protests and so forth. We're still currently pursuing an appeal. We don't want people just to assume we're doing things outside of the rule book. That's not who we are. We always compete to the highest standards, and we want to get another win or a podium here to show everyone this car's the real deal, the team's the real deal, and the drivers are the real deal.
One of the Aston Martins in Pro-Am hands is the car of Stuart Leonard's team, and Stuart himself is one of the drivers, stepping up to Blancpain and revelling in every moment of the championship.
Racing most circuits, particularly on the Blancpain calendar, they're all fantastic. But yes, of course, you know, there's something, you know, quite nice about being here, but just like any other circuit. I'm always concentrating on what I need to do, and I think that's the way you've got to, well, that's the way I've always taken it, and that's the way that's worked for me. Well, I'm hoping for a good result. I really am. I mean, the car's been feeling pretty good. We've got a lot of guests coming tomorrow, so I hope I don't let them down.
Another man to watch this weekend is the Kiwi sensation, Shane van Gisbergen. He's never raced at Silverstone before, but he's here as part of the McLaren factory programme. And racing at Silverstone is awesome enough, but he's also now been to the McLaren factory and is massively impressed.
Bruce McLaren was from New Zealand, not far from where I grew up, so yeah, really cool to be driving in a McLaren here, and yeah, it's awesome. I went through the factory the other day and really impressive, and just pretty awestruck just to be there. It's just pretty exciting for me. You know, I've done V8s for 8 years or something now, and to come and try something different is pretty exciting. You know, we're definitely going to be better than Monza. Where we end up, we're not sure. The car's certainly competitive, but from a personal point of view, just got to enjoy myself and then drive the best I can.
Duncan Cameron is a prolific GT racer. At Monza, he took a good class result the day after having been racing here in a different sports car championship. He just turned up and drove, and he's looking for another good result on home soil.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a great weekend, considering we were here on the Saturday for European Le Mans Series. We didn't do any practice. We rocked up 8:30 Sunday morning, qualified, and then got in the car and raced later on in the afternoon. But when it was over, yeah, it was unbelievable. It was one of the best races I've done for a long time. It was really good. But in practice, we were looking pretty quick. But you know, we've got a few things up our sleeve. We could have another result.
The Ecurie Ecosse name has a great pedigree in sports car racing, and the Scottish team is back in the Blancpain Endurance Series this year. Oliver Bryant, one of the drivers, and the team looking for a good result on British soil.
Last year we scored points in every round and narrowly missed out on the championship, so we've got a lot of work to do this weekend, but we're fully focused and ready for a fight. With Ecurie Ecosse we won the Silverstone 500 in British GT in 2013, and I started that from pole position, so that was a great weekend. I enjoy the Z4 here, and it's one of my favourite circuits in the UK for sure. Yeah, I mean we need a podium, so you know, third place would be great, but you know, if we can move further up the podium, then fantastic.
Marcus Winkelhock is the gun in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS Ultra. It's a new car for this year, the second generation, and it's very quick.
The new car, you know, we've got a little bit more aero, we've got better top speed. The car is just more stable. It's not so much rolling, so much movement in the car. It just feels great, and I think in the next years we will have for sure a lot of success with that car.
Looking down onto the grid at Silverstone then, the cars having made their way through, if they wish, a number of installation laps round onto their starting ranks. It's going to be, of course, a rolling start with pole position on the inside for a rolling start, and therefore the inside line going into Copse Corner. And unlike Monza, it's not a chicane at the first turn. It is a very fast right-hander with lots of nice runoff as well, which may well be used by some. And see how far round Woodcote Corner the grid stretches. Still, there are cars to form up. Now, the championship is part, of course, of the overall Blancpain GT Series. There's the Endurance Series and the Sprint. If you take the Endurance Series in isolation, Robin Frins, Laurens Vanthoor and Jean-Carl Vernet lead the Pro Cup, having inherited that Monza class win ahead of Stephen Kane and the American Guy Smith. The absent Nico Müller is next with Stefan Ortelli. And have a look at some of the star names in the championship struggling for points. The Pro Cup was a real strange deal at Monza. So many good cars, so many good teams, so many good drivers, but the fleetest cars around there were the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris, and there are more Ferraris in Pro-Am than anywhere else. So it was a slightly odd result in many ways. Expect the likes of Shane van Gisbergen or Kevin Est and Rob Bell, who was quickest in the first part of qualifying, to be far more competitive here. The McLaren's, the new 650S, was a car that struggled rather at Monza. As I say, lots of cars seem to struggle at Monza. It was very kind on the BOP, the balanced performance to Ferrari and Lamborghini, but expect things here to be a little bit more, as you might anticipate, and a lot more competitive. It was in qualifying with lots of different brands all up at the top. Pro-Am, Renat Salikov and Norbert Siedler, the class winners from Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin at Monza. Third, Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Broniewski and Michael Lyons. Third, Salikov and Siedler move up this weekend with assistance from Marco Seefried into the Pro Cup. So their Pro-Am lead is going to be vulnerable, and whether they slip back to Pro-Am rather depends on the availability of Marco Seefried, who, like Norbert Siedler, is a very busy driver with lots of different programmes across the year. Looking lower down in the championship, Marco Asma, Alexei Vasiliev, both here this weekend. Bernd Schneider, whose name you saw there, is not here, so there's been some shuffling around in the Mercedes ranks for the purposes of round 2 of the Blancpain Endurance Series. There's also the AM Cup, and again things are going to change here because Steve Earle crashed their championship leading car at the very start of qualifying this morning, and it's too badly damaged to race, and that therefore leaves the door open for the class opposition to try and make some hay, as the American, along with the Australian Liam Talbot, and the third driver, the Italian Marco Zannottini, have to sit out this second round of the championship. Huge disappointment for them and for Kessel Racing, who, having assessed the damage, just said it's too big, we can't do this in time. So the championship leading AM car not starting the race. You can see the way that cars have got to thread their way through onto the grid. Stefan Rattel is here, entering into the true British spirit of things. Down on what is a very busy grid indeed, and we'll be hearing from some of the drivers as well, because we have on pole position Alex Buncombe. We've got Robin Frins also starting near the front of the grid, and down there to have a word with the gun drivers is John Watson.
Alex Buncombe, congratulations, great pole position, but have you sacrificed a set of new tyres to do it?
Yeah, we certainly have. Yeah, I decided to have a go on some new tyres there with about 6 minutes to go in Q3, and yeah, it felt a lot better obviously with the new tyre, and I got one clear lap in, and yeah, it was enough for the pole. So we decided to go down that route just because, you know, it might rain here this afternoon, so the wets might be going on, so we thought why not use, you know, one more set of slicks. So.
Well, standing here right now, I would bet before long it is going to rain, and looks like a very clever choice.
At the moment, yeah, I mean, obviously when the lights go green and everyone goes into the first corner on it, it's going to be a bit of a different story. You know, we obviously want to try and get around the first few corners without any contact or anything. So it's going to be a long, hard race, and if we get a bit of rain, the Nismo GT3 is really good in the rain as well. So we don't mind either, but from a safety point of view and chances of crashing and stuff, we would rather it dry. But I think we might get a little shower like we did at the end of Q1. So anything can happen.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Robin coming off a win at Brands Hatch with Laurent Van Thor, third on the grid directly behind the pole position Nissan. What do you think is going to happen into turn one?
Not much, I think. The race is long, it's 3 hours. As he already sits, rain is coming, hopefully. But, well, we will see. As I said, it's 3 hours long, so nothing will happen in the first corner, I reckon.
Now, the overall pace of the Audi we know is outstanding. Did you use a new set of tyres in that final qualifying segment or not?
No, we used one set, so we have one set left.
You're looking pretty good then, really.
Well, we will see. Maybe, if the car keeps it in one piece, we will look good. But as again, it will rain, and he used a set of tyres in the qualifier, so it doesn't really matter at the end.
Okay, thanks. Have a good one.
So the drivers head away to their cars. Alex Buncombe shares his Nissan with Katsumasa, Chio, Wolfgang Reip and Alex, the third driver, and the car being pushed into position to pole position. Wolfgang Reip will go first. It's going to be Jean-Carl Vernet who will start in the number 1 Audi, the car that Robin Frins will drive. Now let's carry on with our Nissan theme. Darren Cox, the motorsport boss, is down on the grid. John is with him.
Darren Cox, you're up on the balls of your feet here this afternoon. Is there a reason for that?
Well, I thought I'd come up to the front of the grid and see what was happening, and seemed to see some Nissan signage, so I thought I'd just hang around here for a little bit.
Now, we know that Nissan's always had the pace, but pole position at Silverstone, is that special, or is that just what you expected?
Well, I think, was it 3 years ago, we were on the outside of the front row, outside of Darren Turner. Lucas Ordonez was driving at that point, so we've always gone round here well. Obviously, it's RJN's local race, but also for the GT Academy kids, it's their home town, really. They live here during the winter and to train, and obviously we actually found them here. This is where they do their race camp, so it's home from them, whether they're from Mexico, as we've got Ricardo in the car, whether we've got Gaetan, Silverstone is their home from home. So I guess it's no surprise that we're this far up, and it's great to see the second car in 7th place as well.
Wolfgang Reip is going to start. Alex Buncombe will do the final stint at the end of the day. There's a lot of pressure on Wolfgang, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, he's not been racing for that long, but he's done a lot. He's done a lot of racing. The first year he did both the endurance and the sprint series. He's raced in Japan, raced in Australia, and obviously won the Bathurst 12 hours as well. So he's not been racing long, but he's done a lot of mileage. So we wouldn't put him out there if we didn't think that he was good enough to do it.
I'm going to come looking for you, see if that happy face is still there after 3 more hours.
I hope it will be.
Thank you.
So Darren Cox overseeing what's going on around the globe for Nissan these days in terms of motorsport. The grid still being assembled. As you see, it's so busy. That gives you an idea of the relative width of the pit straight at Silverstone. It isn't as wide as other places, and so it's a bit of a squeeze as the Audi is pushed down to position. Marcus Winkelhock will be one of the men to watch in the first few laps of the race, and of course with different drivers at differing speeds, inevitably things are going to shuffle around once we get through the first round of pit stops. The regulations are 2 mandatory stops. Silverstone not as critical a circuit on fuel as Monza was, so they should be able to go easily to the hour mark. In terms of a pit window, what the teams will be looking at is to be bringing a car in round about 40 minutes, depending on how they want to stagger the drivers and the driver time. So 40 minutes or 20 laps is round about the earliest that they would be looking at bringing a car in. Now we've got car number 58 also on a good spot on the grid, the McLaren. Let's go back down to John.
Kevin Estre, it looked like you were wringing the neck of the McLaren to get the second grid position.
Yeah, it was a good lap. We improved the car a lot between Monza and here, and the track suits us a lot better, and I felt good. Could have been a little bit better, but the pole was a bit too tough for us. But I think we have a strong lineup, and we will have a strong car in the race, so we have good chances here.
You certainly have got a strong lineup. You've got this man here, Shane van Ginnsberg, all the way from
New Zealand.
Whereabouts is that? I mean, is that a cricket team or is that a racing team?
Yeah, a long way from home, but pretty excited to be here for sure.
So is this your first time racing in a GT race at Silverstone?
Yeah, first laps on the track yesterday was really cool, and good spot on the grid, and the weather's going to hold out. It's going to be a good race.
How do you find the high-speed turns here?
Pretty awesome. The car has so much downforce, which is our advantage, so we'll try and make the most of it for the race.
Careful, don't say things like that. You might get an extra BOP penalty.
It's all fun. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Shane van Gisbergen, the Giz, a real star in the wet, but he's becoming a star in any conditions these days, and perhaps now in any type of car as well. He came to the Spa 24 Hours last year, but never got a run in the race because the car retired early. But Von Ryan Racing have run him this year. He's part now of the McLaren factory programme, and it's great to have him here. Shane van Gisbergen, who has built his reputation in Australia, but he's a Kiwi, and hopefully he will not just be seen in Blancpain Endurance Series events, but a lot more GT racing and sports cars in the future as well. So, as the grid shuffles itself into place, a local team here is 888. There's another Australian connection there, but this is very much the UK arm. Their car is on row 3.
Ryan Radcliffe, top Pro-Am car, third row of the grid. Good effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good. I don't think any of us were expecting that. Our strategy worked in the end, but when it started raining in qualifying, we honestly thought we weren't going to get a good qualifying result, but Joe did a great job, put the car where we needed it to be, so we've got to stay safe now, and our aim's top 10 overall and podium in class. Well, obviously we want to win it, but it's a long race.
Joe, as your professional driver, at the sharp end of the grid makes it an awful lot easier to get clear of the bulk of the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, that's why we decided to put Joe in the car to start, so he can kind of keep with the front runners, hopefully get past a few of them and build out a bit of a gap from the rest of the field. I'm getting in second to try and maintain that gap, and then we're putting Lee Mole in last, and hopefully Lee can do a good job and get us a class podium.
Well, you enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. That's the end.
So the British national anthem is played, the British flags fly, and the grid is still taking shape. We have got, I think, one gap somewhere, possibly because one or two cars are out of sequence, but it might be that there's somebody trapped in the pit lane as well. 3 hours of racing all weekend. John Watson and I have been saying that it's going to be so busy on track. It's going to be just as busy in the pit lane, of course, and it's very easy to win or lose a race in the pit lane because of the amount of traffic, and if you get stuck and you just can't wriggle your way in and out of your pit box in time, then it can be all very difficult indeed. So we will see whether or not the pit stops are seamless for the teams. That's all a little bit dependent on safety cars as well, because if there is a safety car period and lots of people all pit at the same time, then life can become very complicated indeed. And although this is a pit lane designed for Formula One, of course, there aren't as many as there are on a Blancpain Endurance grid in that. So 61 cars set to take the start. At the very back of the grid is the Pierre-Éric Alexander Matchel Mercedes. Looking further forward, I think the bulk of the grid is roughly where it ought to be, but there is one gap a few rows up from the end, and you can have a look and see how many people have been down there. The team's now making their way back into the pit lane with the tyre trolleys, with their grid markers, and hopefully once everybody is off the grid, we'll be able to segue our way through it and have a look at all the different cars and the different teams represented. Now, of course, Lamborghini looked like at Monza it had taken overall honours. It was not to be in the end because of a fuel rig infringement. But let's see whether or not those cars are going to be able to exorcise the demons, as it were, and score a victory here. Gottfried Grasser is the man that runs GRT. He's down on the grid. Let's hear from him.
Gottfried, the last race in Monza, it was the best and the worst of times.
Yes, you're completely right. You said everything in one sentence. And yeah, anyway, Monza is for us the past. It was a quite good performance in our general, and so we are happy to standing here on the grid, and we do our best to do it again.
It's a good qualifying position. How confident are you can repeat the win in Monza?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
It's a good qualifying position. How confident are you can repeat that win?
Oh, let's see. You know, it's a different track. It's a little bit harder for us also in case of BOP. So we have a smaller restrictor now again. So we do our best, and I think think when we do everything right, the podium should be the goal. It's realistic.
There must be a sense of injustice in the team. How motivated are you to really put a good performance in, though?
Yeah, sure, you push full. You know, the sentence, we are only coming here to win this race, you know, that's for sure, you know, but race is long, 3 hours, so let's see.
Thank you very much, Godfrey.
Thank you very much.
The two Lamborghinis didn't look quite so flashy in free practice on old tyres, but with some new sets of rubber on today, they have looked more competitive, and we'll see whether or not the cars are going to be able to make progress up through the order. Look at this grid, stretching right the way back, all the way around Woodcote Corner. You can see there are 1 or 2 cars still needing to be sort of put into just about the right place, but I think the officials are pretty content that what they've got is what we're going to have ready for the start of the second round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. Next stop, Paul Ricard, and then of course we get set for the Total 24 Hours of Spa. So we'll look through the grid. It's Nissan and Ferrari on the front, with Alex Buncombe in the Nissan. Well, Alex Buncombe's car, Wolfgang Reip to start, Marco Seefried alongside. Then it's Jean-Carl Vernet and Rob Bell in the orange McLaren on the third row of the grid. Joe Osborne starts the BMW, and the green Lamborghini there is of Mirko Bortolotti. That was the race director just walking past you. Alan Adams set to go and run the race now. Fourth row of the grid, the black Nissan is Gaetan Palatu to start, and Frank Stippler lines up alongside. Then the Bentley, all the British hopes are on this car. Guy Smith will go first, as he did last year when they won the race, and alongside, look, is the Audi of Frederic Verviche. And then breathe in as we have to squeeze through everybody on the grid. It is still very, very, very busy down there. Past the SRO officials on the right, and more cars on the grid, which will include there the Schubert BMW, number 120 of Dominic Baumann, and Marcus Winkelhock lining up alongside. Henry Hassid will go first in the BM, then Anders Ford back in 74 Audi. Go back another row, you've got Danny Hunkadea in the Mercedes 98, 71 is going to be Karim Al-Azari. Next row of the grid, Maxime Soulet's Bentley, and Dan Lloyd, and then we'll go a bit quicker to show you Nico Bastian, and then Vincent Abril in the white Bentley alongside Sean Johnston, Craig Dolby on the next row of the grid, Mark Basseng white and blue Audi alongside Michael Meadows in the Aston Martin next. Then it is Bronizeski and Sergio Jimenez in the Ferrari. Keep going back, you get the Pro-Am class cars, the Acuriacos BMW there to the left as you look, and the 19 Monza on the road winning Lamborghini. The Team Russia BMW, the Emil Frey Jaguar, the blue car there on the right, has got through qualifying without any dramas, which is good, and it's going to be on the grid, and fingers crossed for a good result for that car. Further back, have a look at the green and white Audi. That's going to be competitive in the AM Cup. Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood at the wheel. That's just ahead on the grid of 54, the Vadim Gitlin, Antti Ollie Webb McLaren, which had a punctured tyre yesterday. The white and red Ferrari right there, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin. That is going to be one to watch, working its way up the order. The Porsche, the Vittemto, the Hering Konstantinu Schmickler car that brought attention to itself at Monza, starting near the back of the grid. And right at the very back, the last car you come to is the Mercedes, started by Pierre Eret. That is 61 cars. This is round 2 of the Blancpain Endurance Series. This is the formation lap. We are about to go racing. This has the makings of being not only a great race, but also a very, very busy one. Traffic is going to be a constant problem for the drivers, because either they're going to be working their way up from a lowly grid position and will be in traffic, or within about 10 laps they're going to be up with back markers, and that's going to be a real issue as well. Let's have another look through the grid with the cars not necessarily showing the starting driver, but this is how they will line up, with Nissan and Ferrari at the front of the grid. Then it's Audi and McLaren on the second row. Third row, BMW alongside Lamborghini, and that's going to be interesting. 63 struggled at Monza but qualified well here. Then you go back to Nissan and Audi on the fourth row of the grid. Row 5 is where you find Guy Smith's Bentley, definitely one to watch, as is going to be Frederic Verviche in the Audi alongside him. Marcus Winkelhock starting on the 6th row, and Dominic Baumann in the BMW number 120, who starred at Baku, for example, last year. Henry Hassid is next alongside Anders Fjordbach. Then you get to Danny Junkadea, the Mercedes DTM racer, alongside Karim Al-Azari with his Mercedes. Maxime Soulet comes next. Dan Lloyd starts 44, the Oman Racing Team Aston. Nico Bastian was good in practice this morning. Vincent Abril racing here for the first time. Sean Johnston had a spin on Friday. And then it's going to be Craig Dolby, the Super League star, starting in the 73 Nissan. Mark Basseng will be worth watching in number 35. Keep an eye to 11 Ferrari as well, the Bronizeski Bonaccini Lions car. That was good at Monza until mechanical problems in the last half an hour. But almost every car has a story and is worth watching in itself. There's going to be a huge amount to look for in this race. As there in the Bentley garage, Andy Soucek with the headset on watches the pictures and sees the cars work their way now up past the wing. Another car lower down, Nicolas Lapierre, had a couple of dramas yesterday, but his car should be worth watching. Alvaro Perrin had a spin in it this morning in qualifying, strangely. Jelmer Berman, when he gets on board 21 Mercedes, should be as dramatic as ever. And with 61 cars set to take the start, track position is going to be all important. And of course certain cars are going to have an advantage on certain parts of the circuit, and it's going to be fascinating to see how the different cars shape up against each other. Jan Mardenborough there in the Nissan garage getting ready for the start of the race. The cars now get themselves in this Noah's Ark 2x2 side-by-side formation as they work their way down towards Brooklands. 3 hours of racing is about to get underway. OJ Borg is going to patrol the pits for us. John Watson and David Addison trackside, looking forward, Watty, to what's going to be a very busy 3 hours.
There you're looking at £18 million worth of the best GT cars and the best GT grid in the world.
And the best GT drivers as well, and this is going to be all action. So the cars, as we scroll to the end of the grid, it's going to be perfectly timed. This is the last couple of rows on the screen just as we get them through Luffield. The pace car peels into the pit lane, and so Wolfgang Reip and Marco Seefried, the two drivers at the front of the grid, are going to slug it out on the run down towards Copse Corner. They've got Jean-Carl Vernet and local hero British driver Rob Bell then on the outside of the second row in the orange McLaren as we are about to go racing. Then the cars come up towards the red lights. The lights will go out to get the race underway. Now away they go. Who makes the best start? Jean-Carl Vernet is on his toes. A good start also by the second of the Nissans from lower down in the hands of Gator Palatu. But it's going to be in the lead, the Nissan of Wolfgang Reip as they round Copse Corner for the first time. And just look at this. A long line of cars pouring through. The leaders head up towards Beckett's for the first time. Rob Bell going for second place at Maggotts. He's done it.
Well, brave move round the outside into the contact already, and that's up at Beckett. So we see one car, two cars. In fact, we're looking to see it in on the inside of Beckett's and bouncing over the infield as they make their way back onto the track. So are we going to see already on the opening lap a safety car? As the cars came up to the lights went out, there were still cars coming through Brooklands, almost the best part of half a mile behind the start lead.
It was Broniszewski in the 11 Ferrari that's been tagged and gone off the road. Of course, that should have been a quick car, but they all escaped cops. There's also problems for 77. The BMW look has got strife as well. Damage on the front left corner for Attila Albroy, who is bringing it back to the pit lane. So straight away, a couple of cars in trouble. Inevitable, though, I suppose, with so many all going for the same piece of real estate. At the end of Vale, one of the Mercedes there getting squeezed out wide as they work their way now up towards the wing, accelerating now round the right-hander. You're with the 59 McLaren. This is the number 7 Bentley.
Yes, coming through Abbey. Oh, there's the problem again. We saw contact in the Beckett seconds. The Ferrari went off to the left. Something went off to the right. That was the BMW. But the Bentley making progress already. Oh, another place coming into the loop.
So at the end of the lap, it is going to be Wolfgang Reip up front. You can see the Bentleys battling lower down the order as the cars work their way down towards Brooklands for the first time. Some great battles raging on here all the way through the field, but early doors trying to make it move on the inside there. 888, the BMW gains ground. A good move that by Joe Osborne, who's very much the quicker of the three drivers in that car. It's a Pro-Am class car, remember, but it's going strongly.
Yes, indeed, and also the benefit they had, we mentioned to Ryan Radcliffe that having the professional driver do the grid position, fall through the grid, gets them away from the bulk of the rest of the Pro-Am field, so they can be sucked along. Joe Osborne doing the job behind the wheel in the opening stint, and therefore when he hands over to Ryan Radcliffe and Joe Miller, it'll be a much easier task they've got to deal with.
So the race leader at the end of the opening lap, Wolfgang Reip, Rob Bell in second place, 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Marco Seefried in the Ferrari third. And as the race leaders pour their way through Copse, there are still cars coming up towards Luffield, and of course at Beckett, yellow flags after that incident on the first lap of the race.
Everything beginning to settle down the opening lap. I mean, just 61 cars actually. By the time we finished the lap, probably it was about 60. Because the Ferrari went off to the left. I don't know whether it was able to regain the track. The BMW did get back on track. Much damage to the front of the car. And look at the traffic. I mean, this is an unbelievable sight coming down Hanger Straight. Drivers looking, jockeying for position. Some will be on very fresh tyres. Some will actually be on a new tyre. Big advantage in the opening stint in the race to have that new tyre to make the break from those around you. That's what Wolfgang Reip has done. Rob Bell behind just under half a second as they came across the line. Marco Seefried a further 0.8 of a second behind the second place McLaren. So 1.3 seconds covering the first three at the end of 2 laps.
And drivers now, with the balanced performance, finding they get behind another car. Theirs works well on certain parts of the circuit. The opposition's car might work well somewhere else, so overtaking not that easy. Daniel Lloyd in the 44 Aston Martin there was trying to gain ground. A move possibly to be pulled here, coming up towards the loop. Number 8 Bentley, that is. Maxime Soulet at the wheel. And there's a white flag being shown at the marshal's post, meaning there's a very slow-moving car just around the corner. Let's see, into the pit lane has come 0 BMW, so both the Brazilian BMs in strife on the first lap.
Clearly what happened coming up into Beckett's, everybody very close together, no one prepared to concede, which is ridiculous because there's the other car making its way back. So both the Brazilian BMWs been in contact, and I mean, that's something a team manager will not be very happy about. They should have done a little bit more consideration. It's a long race, 3 hours, don't try and win it in the second corner.
And so now the mechanics are going to be split across both cars, trying to get them both back into the race. In the meantime here, 35 is under huge pressure. Look, as they work their way down through Woodcote. You're looking at the back of Marc Basseng's Audi as they head down towards Copse Corner. They're about to dive into the right-hander. Is there a chance up there on the inside? Not quite, but if the Audi goes a little bit wide, is that going to help Nicolas Lapierre? You're on board with Lapierre in the McLaren. He's got the run. Has he got the room? Here comes the move. No, it doesn't. Basseng just able to defend.
No, it's clearly it was going to be an easy defended position. And they're looking further ahead. Wave yellow flag still up at Beckett's, indicating there's still some issues that have to be cleared away. And directly ahead of the two Audis, you've got Craig Dolby in the Sean Walkinshaw shared Nissan GTR. There is the Ferrari making its way back, finally having been off track for the back. Best part of it is left front wheel, you can see hanging at a very weird angle. So that's going to be in the pits for repair, maybe gets back out on track.
But of course they're going to lose laps as a consequence, aren't they? So we also know that number 11 Ferrari, the Michael Broniszewski car that went off, has rejoined as well. So up front, Wright leads Bell, leads Seafried, leads Verne. That's the top 4. And in 5th place, this could be significant, Mirko Bortolotti in the better of the 2 Lamborghini Huracans. And then the top 6 rounded out by Guy Smith in the Bentley. Much more variety up there than we had at Monza, but we always said this was going to be a different sort of race.
Yeah, I mean, Monza was very much dictated by the pace of the Ferraris in particular. The layout of Monza, very long straights, high speed, slowish corners, one decent corner. Silverstone is the antithesis, still got 2 fast sections, but it's the high speed corners, and that changes the whole dynamic of where the strength of individual cars. But what was impressive was Norbert Siedler's front row grid position, albeit in difficult conditions, but he got the time in, he put that car on the front row of the grid, currently running in 3rd place. There we see it, just coming through Luffield.
And so there is a battle developing now behind with Jean-Carl Verne, number 1 Audi, ahead of the green Lamborghini. But Wolfgang Wright, you were asking before the race started, was it extra pressure on Wolfgang? If it was, he's dealt with it really well, hasn't he? Because there he is with a lead of over a second.
Yeah, it's so easy to be intimidated or create your own internal pressure. When the lights go out, the run into turn 1, Copse, he was on the inside for the corner, so he had the prime piece of real estate, but you never know. The Ferrari had got the opportunity to try and swing around the outside, being brave, and certainly we know that previous drivers of that particular car, the 333 Ferrari, have been very brave.
Absolutely, yes.
But not these ones, not the current incumbents.
This is brave and controlled and quick and successful. 77 you saw being pushed away into the garage. Doesn't bode well then for the amount of damage that needs to be sorted out as you're on board then now with Nicolas Lapierre swinging his way through the Beckett's S's. It's a very, very busy road, and ahead of him is Karim Al-Azari looking 71, the red, white and blue Mercedes. Nicolas Lapierre is right on the back of the Mercedes now. Which way does he go? Down hanger straight. Nicolas Lapierre, good in a single-seater, good in a GT car, good in a sports prototype. He's on the outside line, flashing his lights at the Audi, and Al-Azari up the inside of the Mercedes. Lapierre tries to go round the outside. 2 hours and 52 minutes to go, but you wouldn't think it the way they're getting stuck in, and Lapierre has gone ahead of the Mercedes, I think, there.
Yes, I mean, that was a bit of sensible driving. Lapierre was on a mission, he was on the outside of the corner, so the Mercedes had to be careful not to allow itself to run too wide to come into contact. He concedes 1 position with 2 hours, 52 minutes to go. That's clever.
Indeed so. Already, you won't be surprised to learn people being warned about track limits, but I think if we get any penalties, I'll tell you. Otherwise, just assume that if people run really wide, they'll have the finger wagged at them, because that's what's happening at the moment. As you look at the battle for 4th place, Audi versus Lamborghini. They're both out of the VAG stable, of course, but different types of car. The same platform they run on, but after that, they're very different. And as they come down towards Brooklands, Mirko Bortolotti thinks about making a move on the inside there against Jean-Carl Verne. Tried to force a mistake out of him as well, couldn't do it, and look what looms over them in 6th place. The mighty Bentley in the hands of Guy Smith, still in contention as well as the leaders work their way over the line. Wolfgang Wright up front, their 6th is number 7.
Mark Ilbenson told me just before I went on the grid, the qualifying, they've got a qualifying pace. They can't do an awful lot about it, but they've got a great race pace, and that's what he was anticipating, seeing this car move forward. Starting on the 5th row of the grid, Guy Smith, now currently into 6th place. So he's also charging. He's got the Lamborghini within his sights. Jean-Carl Vernet probably holding up to some degree the Lamborghini, and that's allowing Guy Smith to draw closer to both those cars.
The news we have from the pits is that the BMW Sports Trophy Team Brazil is going to try and get both cars back out. Of course, there's lots of race left, so they might as well try and get back out and see if they can salvage class points if possible. So the team hard at work. Also hard at work is Jean-Carl Vernet, of course, because he's got the Huracan, the Lamborghini there, right up behind as they come down through Vale. The Huracan new to GT racing this year, GT3 being a very good category for it. And look at this, Nicolas Lapierre is trying to get past anything that gets within his sight round the outside at Stoke. Great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Nicolas Lapierre has got pace. Both these Valryan Racing McLarens are quick cars. Davy Ryan again saying, we have come here this weekend expecting a victory, particularly in the car, the 658 car, Rob Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen and Kevin Estre. That's the car currently lying in 2nd place. But the backup car, the 2nd car, Nicolas Lapierre, Alvaro Perret, clearly capable of matching the pace of the 2nd place.
One or two of the Ferraris there running wide. Look, coming out of Club Corner. Battle on between Vincent Abril in number 84 Bentley. He's got one of the Audis tucked up behind as they work their way up through Abbey and then Farm. Here are the leaders coming down to Brooklands. Rob Bell, Orange McLaren 2nd. And this is 4th place. Now you're looking at Vernet ahead then of Bortolotti. Then it's Smith. Joe Osborne 7th, leading Pro-Am. Excellent effort that. In 8th place is 75, which is Frederic Verviche. In 9th place is Frank Stippler in the Audi. And in 10th is, at the moment, number 22, which is Gaetan Palatu. Let's have a look at the start of the race once more as the cars charge their way down towards Copse Corner. Bentley being squeezed out on the outside there.
Yeah, but there's an illustration of V6 turbo power, particularly the low end, the gruntle that Nissan just gave it that little initial advantage. It's a brief run from the start line down into turn 1, into Copse Corner, and he was able to take track position, control it. There we see Kevin Estre getting very racy, not Kevin Estre, getting very racy, coming down Rob Bell in the McLaren, going the long way around the outside and then putting himself in a position to get up alongside the Ferrari. Just see the momentum the McLaren carried off Copse, and again he was well ahead by the time he got in to the first of the right hand part of Beckett's.
And this is where it all kicked off. The Ferrari arrived sideways and backwards, and then the BMW spun, I think, collected each other.
Yeah, they did. One spun as a consequence of contact, and the following BMW sort of ran over whatever was in the track, and that's what led to that car also having to make a pit stop.
But the beauty is, when you start with 61, you've always got a lot left.
So this is a replay of what we saw a couple of laps ago. And it's really all about Nicolas Lapierre, the 2nd of the 2 McLarens, making ground on the Mercedes, then looking to find a way past the Audi ahead. Here we go. This is the Audi, and the Lamborghini is the sort of version, the G2 version of the Gallardo, where the Audi is still running in the G1. The G2 did win at Nürburgring last weekend, and that will be a car we'll be seeing more and more and more of. So a lot of pace in the G2 yet to be discovered.
There's the McLaren 650S, another new car for this year, moving on from the MP4 12C and going far better here than we saw first time out in Blancpain at Monza. The gap starting this 6th lap was 1.5 seconds between Wolfgang Reip and then Rob Bell. 3rd is Marco Seifri, Jean-Carl Vernet 4th, and the Bentley just creeping a little bit closer, isn't it, there in 6th place. Guy Smith inching up onto the back now of Mirko Bortolotti.
Yeah, the problem will be, as we keep pointing out, when you get groups of cars, as we see just further through the field, 4 cars all relatively close, the pace is ultimately dictated by the lead of those 4 cars. So what you don't want to do is actually get stalled out with that group of cars. You want to try and maintain your momentum. What Guy Smith might be doing is just balancing his lap time potential against where he thinks he may have an advantage and try and use that when it comes to it.
Number 12 BMW in Pro-Am there. Henri Acide at the wheel of the car, fending off Vincent Abril in the big Bentley. HTP running that car. It's not one of the N Sport cars, and Vincent Abril has never raced here before. He was out at the bronze test yesterday morning for the novice drivers or the bronze graded drivers, and he turns through Copse Corner now, fending off a whole load of traffic. 19 Lamborghini goes through quite a long way down compared to the sister car, but Andrew Palmer is at the wheel, 24th overall, and he's not raced here either.
No, but again, compared to where they started at Monza, they had the advantage of getting that clear air, being able to run at the front and dictate the pace. When you're not at the front, your pace is being dictated to by those that are ahead of you or around you.
Now here's a fascinating look at the BMW versus the Bentley. Henri Hassid versus Vincent Abril as they come down Hanger Straight. Is there going to be an opportunity? Yes, for the Bentley to have a look. Has it got the grunt in a straight line? Yes, and Vincent Abril forces the issue and he goes through into the top 20 now.
Yeah, I mean, the BMW is probably the least quick car on the straight of this group, so a little bit of slipstream from the Bentley, and again the Audi's going to go the long way around and it's done it. Yeah, good pass.
Mark Bassang, that is, at the wheel of the blue and white Audi. Good move, and have a look at the black and yellow Aston Martin. Michael Meadows at the wheel, and he's gone through as well. So you kind of get put off your stride a little bit, don't you, and then lose a whole load of places.
Yes, but also that's a lot of pressure, and suddenly you lose your sort of sense of equilibrium, you lose your momentum, and you think, please go, please pass. I don't want any more of this pressure. I'll sort of group and then have a go later on.
Henri Hassid is certainly not a slow driver. Remember, he was a class winner in the Nürburgring 1000 last year. He's not in the first flush of youth, but still very competitive. Good fight here, look. Andrew Palmer coming under attack from Morgan Moulin Trafort in the red Ferrari. And you've also got Peter Schotthorst in there in the number 4 Gulf-backed WRT Run Audi. So this is what it should be. 3 different brands running nose to tail.
Yeah, and the Lamborghini is going to be swallowed up coming down. Well, straight down into Brooklands on the inside. He's got control of the corner, Andrew Palmer. He can hang out there on the outside, but he's not far enough forward. But the Ferrari twitches. The old Audi comes back on the outside, trying to make the switch back. So Andrew Palmer may have lost the position on the straight line, but he's not prepared to give it up quite yet.
For a Silverstone rookie, he's doing pretty well here. Behind is Peter Schotthorst, and he's not done many laps around this circuit either, as a good little fight develops up the road here, because turning their way through Cops Corner is 74. That's the Anders Fjordbach Audi. And Karim Al-Azari is in the mix as well, and so too is Vincent Abril, who's going to be ahead of the pair of them as they get up towards Beckett's.
Look how nimble the Bentley is. It really, for a large car, what would ostensibly be in its stock showroom form, overweight, but very light, very nimble, great suspension, great chassis.
It's also interesting to see how more confident drivers get as they progress through a stint. Here's Vincent Abril making good progress now. The incident at the start between Broniszewski's Ferrari and the Sergio Jimenez 0-numbered BMW is under investigation. Rather hard to investigate easily, I would have thought, given all the traffic around, but the stewards are going to have a look at it and see whether anything needs to be done about the incident on the first lap. But to be fair, the BMWs penalised themselves, really, by driving into each other subsequent to the Ferrari being speared off. And number 11 is down in 58th place, and it's 2 laps behind, so it has rather ruined the race for Broniszewski, Bonaccini and Lyons. And that, remember, is the other Kessel car. They lost one in qualifying, and the other one's already effectively out of the race because it's lost 2 laps.
And the damage to the car that was lost this morning in qualifying is very substantial indeed. We thought maybe the car might be repairable, but when I had to look at it in the Parc Fermé, forget it. It's mostly biffer I would think. Basic chassis is okay, but all the bits hanging off the front definitely are not going to be ever seen on a racetrack again.
50 Ferrari here, coming under attack. A lap down, we've got the traffic being lapped already. That's the car of Gary Kondakov, the business development officer at Kaspersky. Over the line goes Gaetan Palatu, one of the PlayStation Academy graduates. And have a look at this. Michael Meadows sticks his nose up the inside of Mark Bassang and he goes by. Great move coming into Brooklands. So that is for 21st place. Only 21st, but out of 60 plus cars, it's not bad going. Michael Meadows then up into 21st in the Aston.
I mean, a guy who knows Silverstone, part of the British GT Championship, Porsche GB Championship, knows these circuits inside out, backwards to front. The problem was by not getting to start in the top 10. You've got so much additional hard work, put so much extra stress, strain, particularly on the tyres, to some degree in the brakes, whereas the drivers, the cars, the front 3, for example, clear air, and all they have to do is just worry about when they come to lap traffic to make sure they get through it cleanly.
So Meadows now is right onto the tail of Karim Al-Azari in the number 71 Mercedes. That's the red, white and blue Pro-Am car run by the GT Russian team. So the Emirati for a Russian team in a German car under attack from the Aston Martin. And at the same time as being under attack, he's trying to find a way past Anders Fjordbach in the ISR Run Audi. So there's a whole line of cars here. This battle pack just grows because every time you look up there's another one that's tagged onto the back of it. Meadows is under attack again.
Yes, he's got to be very careful. He's focused very much in the rear of the Mercedes, but the Audi under the rear wing. So, I mean, right now the Audi's got to be in a very strong position to try and take that position away. Try to do it going into Abbey, a very difficult position. He's not close enough to do so, but he's putting the Aston under pressure, so he's having to keep what is happening behind him in a sort of peripheral vision. Oh, and round we go, and that's a big. And that was that contact, or was that just simply self-induced?
It's Kondakov's Ferrari that was in the gravel yesterday that had 2 or 3 offs at Monza. I'm afraid this is this year's Ferrari that draws attention to itself.
I wonder, maybe he just went so far off to the right to let people through. Did he catch the grass verge? Maybe there was contact. We couldn't quite see what caused the spin, but certainly the car is off on the outside now of Village Corner.
Indeed, so hopefully it can get back into the race. No yellow flags that we're being told about, so the leaders go by. We've done 9 laps. Wolfgang Wright leads, Rob Bell leads, Marco Seefried third, Jean-Carl Vernet is 4th, Mirko Bortolotti is in 5th spot, and 6th is Guy Smith, Joe Osborne is 7th, 8th is Stippler, 9th it is Frederic Vervisch, and in 10th is Maxime Soulet. Now, Antonio Herman is the boss of the Brazilian BMW team, and he can tell us all about their woes early in the race.
Antonio, as a team boss, that's not the ideal first corner, is it?
No, not really not. You know, starting in the middle of the grid is very difficult. Too much traffic, and shit's happen.
Things happen. We see a lot of action around the car behind us. Is this car fixable, ready to go back out?
It's fixable. We are trying to fix the car, at least to make some laps. The other car is going very well so far, 1 lap behind, but in a good pace. Let's see what happens in the end.
So is that the point, when you've had a situation like that, you know the race is beyond you, is it just try and get as much out of the car as you can, make the most of the weekend?
Yeah, but you know, it's a good practice to Spa, 24 hours. So we have to fix the car and keep the moral high, and this is the race.
Are you angry at your drivers?
No. I drove. I know it's not their fault. Happens.
Thank you very much, Antonio.
And apologies for his rather colourful language. You can understand the frustration, but interesting the way that he said, treat this a bit like Spa, you know, where it's a long race and you are going to have setbacks and you do need to work and keep morale high and get back onto the track. Interesting looking at it that way.
I have to say, it would be lovely to have ever had such a forgiving and considerate team manager, team principal. Didn't have any of those around when I was behind the wheel. Any mistake, well, you know, we race as a team, we lose as a team, but that was your mistake.
It's a good job you never made any.
Tried hard. Go Dolby, go Craig Dolby, number 70. The Dolby, was that the Dolby Babes?
Or the Dolby Dolls.
The Dolby Dolls.
It's Craig Dolby ahead. You are Nicolas Lapierre for a moment, and Craig Dolby is up the road. It's great to have Craig back in European racing, still much underrated with the MRS GT Nissan, and Nicolas Lapierre comes out of Copse Corner then. These two are 16th and 17th. Up towards Beckett's they go, swooping their way now through the right, left, right sequence of corners, and now we're going to see on the Hanger Straight whether the Nissan or the McLaren is the car to have. Going to be interesting to see now. Lapierre, very, very fast driver anyway, is in hot pursuit.
Yes, catching the Nissan is one thing, overtaking the Nissan is going to be another thing, because we know how strong the Nissan is. Big engine, big heart, big turbos, lots of straight line speed. The McLaren may be the more nimble of the cars. It clearly does under braking. You can see catches up onto the rear. But it's catching is one thing and overtaking is something else. And Craig Dolby's got his own little battle going on. He's focusing very much on trying to find a way past the Aston. McLaren all over the back of the Nissan in the lower speed corners. This is where the traction, certainly of the McLaren, is going to be at its advantage. But there, straight line, accelerating a little bit earlier than the McLaren. You can see why there will be frustration coming from the cockpit of the McLaren very shortly.
Yeah. Lapierre, who was part of the Toyota World Endurance Championship program until he was first of all put to one side and then quietly ignored and then sort of dropped really without anyone getting to the bottom of the story. So Nicola himself is trying to regroup and kickstart his career. He's a real asset to any team, I would have thought, particularly in the Blancpain Endurance Series. So we hope we see more of him, particularly at Spa, for example, where he should excel. His kind of circuit, that. Comes out of Aintree. The Nissan here still has the advantage. We're on lap number 12 for the race leader, Wolfgang Wright. And everywhere you look, really, there's pretty much a long, long gaggle of cars.
Well, the MRS GT Racing Nissan, Craig Dolby behind the wheel, have been working very hard. They've struggled a little bit with pit stops, certainly at Monza and at Brands Hatch in this sprint round a couple of weeks ago. They have now got pit stops down into the low 20 seconds, which they reckon is a big, big improvement. Not as good as the best. Oh, and a big lock-up coming down into Vale. Could that have been Julian?
perish the thought. I think they put Ian Loggie as the owner in first, yes. So Ian Loggie in the Audi and Jean-Luc Blancpain in the blue and white BMW. This is in the AM class, don't forget. And these two quite a long way down the order. For now, they are 52nd and 53rd, but it's still a mighty battle.
It's a big battle. The AM class is very tough indeed.
And Julian Westwood, the point is, will take over the Audi, number 24, and he's going to be very quick. Ian Loggie, the car's owner, and the Audi that we're talking about, the second of these two cars, run by a British team, Team Parker Racing. Stuart Parker, the Leicestershire man, who runs Caterham programmes and Porsche programmes and touring car programmes. And now, can Ian Loggie make a move?
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen down into Brooklands. He comes up, gets into position. Can he be late in the brakes? The BMW slightly better position, but he gives it up, really, just sort of backed onto it and said, your corner, Ian, after you. And that's, I suppose, what you get in the AM class.
Well, I was going to say, very gentlemanly. It used to be the gentleman trophy, that class. This is less gentlemanly because there's Andrew Palmer trying to get up the inside of Peter Schotthorst in the Audi. But the R8 fends off the Huracan, and then you've got the vastly experienced Hubert Haupt looking the green Mercedes, who goes one side and then goes the other, and he can't find a way through. And behind Haupt is Hassid, and it's all going to come to tears if they're not careful.
It's just getting out of position and not really thinking it through as clearly as you could have done. The Mercedes makes the pass, gets through the Lamborghini. Now it's going to get a run on the Audi coming up into Abbey. And look at behind, four abreast as they come down. What is the start-finish straight in the Formula One pits, the wing version of the circuit.
Fantastic sight. The Ecurie Cost BMW is in the mix there, heading up towards Village. Devon Modell at the wheel, 3 wide in the background with the Emil Frey Jaguar being hung out to dry. Hubert Haupt has got himself up past Andrew Palmer. So you've got Schotthorst, Haupt, Palmer, then Hassid, then the anti-Burry driven McLaren, also 25 looking quick. Rino Mastronardi in the Ferrari ahead of Devon Modell in the blue BMW. And as soon as I tell you all that, the paces change again, so down they come towards Brooklands.
Yeah, for every move you make, there'll be a counter move either behind you or ahead of you. So it's actually very difficult to make any real progress when you're in such a big group of cars, because you're always going to find yourself at one part of the track out of position, maybe back in position at another part. But to get up through these cars with the sort of the equivalency, the balance of performance, producing such equal overall performances, it's hard work.
Absolutely right. Over the timing line they come. The Emil Frey Jaguar was in that mix as well, going strongly. 35 there is Mark Basseng, 23rd in his Audi. Up front, the lead gap still Wolfgang Reip over Rob Bell is 3.3 seconds.
Wolfgang Reip has done a good opening stint. He's not made a mistake. He's used the strengths of the Nissan. He's got that small advantage, only just 3.3 seconds. 3.3 seconds. Not a lot of time, but it just allows him not have to deal with the pressure of what's behind. He's got to be able to think about, how do I get through the lap traffic, which I'm now going to be getting into.
Just came back to an earlier incident. Remember, we saw the Kondakov Ferrari spin off the road. Well, that incident, which involved Vincent Abril, is under investigation. More news when it breaks. Nicolas Lapierre turns through. He's still stuck there behind Craig Dolby, and actually he's not quite close enough to think about making a move.
No, and that's what's going to happen for Nicolas Lapierre. He is the tail of a group of cars, and the car directly ahead of him has got the performance where it's necessary. You can be quick in a corner, but if you can't use the speed in the straight, which is where overtaking is going to take place, you're not going to get close enough. For example, coming down Wellington Straight, and there's an opportunity to make a pass coming into Brooklands. You can do it down the inside. You really launch it down the inside, or take a chance the long, long way around the outside. Carry more speed, and sometimes you can get away with it.
Now, Gaetan Palatu in the black Nissan heading this next train of cars, 13th and back. So you've got Gaetan Palatu just up ahead of Nico Bastian, then there's Dan Lloyd, then Craig Dolby, and then Nicolas Lapierre, your chauffeur, as they come through Woodcote. The Pro Cup standings on screen to have a look at. 10th in class at the moment, Marcus Winkelhock. I thought he would have gone better than that, but at the moment the Audi is down in 11th spot overall. There, back on track, is one of the two BMWs turning its way through Copse Corner, and also back on track is Gary Kondakov's Ferrari. Jimenez is at the wheel of that BMW you saw down in 56th, and reports of light rain around track, it now says on the timing screen. Got to be honest, at the moment where we are at Woodcote, we're bone dry.
Well,
there's no rain here.
I'm not surprised. As I made my way back up to the commentary position, it was black all over the club Stowe corners on the racetrack. It didn't appear to rain. It moved through, but we've had this kind of very light showers coming through all the way through the morning. Even on the grid I could feel rain falling, but it was so light it was just not making any effect. Certainly not on the windscreens of the cars or on the racetrack itself, but it's in the air, and it may well just decide to unload at any time.
There's the race leader, lest we forget, Wolfgang Reip, doing a very good job indeed. He came via the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy. He's been taught well and accelerates down Wellington Straight. Orange in the background is second, green is third. In other words, the orange McLaren there, Rob Bell. And have a look back, Marco Seefried in the Ferrari running in third spot.
And when you watch the lead car, how little use of the racetrack he needs. He's not exceeding it, he's not sliding the car around. That's the benefit of that pole position. Smart thinking by the Bob Neville team to put Alex Buncombe out on a second brand new set of tyres to enable. There we're looking skyward. There is rain in the air. It's probably not significant, but it's there, and that's always going to be a little worry for teams. They're all on slick tyres. If it really rains heavily, obviously you come in for wet. But if it was like it was this morning, it's a tough call. Yeah. You could make the call to come in and go on to wet, and within 3 laps the track could be dry again.
That was Jeroen Muller you saw a moment ago, having a look to the skies to try and work out whether it was proper rain, much more rain on the way. What do they do? Because we have had half an hour. Now, in theory, you would not pit for another 30 minutes and go to the hour mark. But you could, if you were with a 3-driver car and you wanted to be really clever on strategy, start to think about making stops after 40 minutes. But of course, that could well be influenced by what the weather is doing and what you need to do about tyres.
Very much so. And of course, if we do get a weather front coming in, then you've got the potential of cars going off track, and then a safety car intervention,
indeed.
Yellow flags. You know, they're so as we speak, and that's on a dry track, I think.
Well, that's Gary Kondakov's second off of the race, I'm afraid. That's up coming out of the loop, isn't it, towards Aintree?
Yes, it is, and he may well have just simply too much throttle and just spun or looped the car around, for want of a different phrase.
Yes, it's not called the loop because that's what people do. It did have the name in advance of it being created, that corner. But Gary Kondakov's second spin of the race, as I say, he was in strife a bit at Monza as well, so it's clearly a big learning curve for him. But hopefully he'll be back on track shortly, as the cars then have to go through that yellow flag zone. How are we doing for Bentleys at the moment? Guy Smith is still running in 6th place, and Maxim Soulé here is running in 9th. Number 8 Bentley's got Joe Osborne ahead, so you've got the stubby little BMW Z4, and then the enormous, in comparison, Bentley towering over it.
Yes, it is. It's right over your shoulder. It's almost sort of engulfing you. It's a bit like that, well, the sequence of a Bond movie where the front of the ship opens up and just swallows you up. I mean, the lights are flashing and the Bentley trying to put pressure on Joe Osborne. I mean, he's probably just going to turn his mirror down and say, forget it, I'm not going to concede. The BMW was a quick car around the twisty bits. The Bentley is equally quick around the twisty bits. Slight advantage to the Bentley in straight line speed, but is it enough just to put Soulé into a position to make a move and make it stick?
Not yet, seemingly, is the answer, but let's keep an eye to how this battle pans out as the leaders work their way through Copse. There is Joe Osborne, still leading Pro-Am, don't forget, and 17 is now facing the wrong way. Dennis Anderson, that's at the end of Vale, heading into Club. And he needs to get that out of the way, doesn't he? And he's going to, but against the flow of traffic, and then he's got to spin, turn it round.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do it there, because if you go to the left, the way he was facing against the flow of traffic, you're going to go onto the grass, and of course it's not always the best place to be. A little bit of a wobble from Craig Dolby coming out of Copse as they climb up the hill. Blue flag, and still having the attention to Nicolas Lapierre, a little bit closer this time, but that's because Craig Dolby's closed up, and we've got the Ferrari back on track, and that's sort of falling over itself to keep out of the way of this group. This is the best opportunity for Nicolas Lapierre to make a position on the Nissan ahead, because everybody's now being dictated to by the second of the two Bob Neville Racing Nissans.
But there, look, Craig Dolby makes a move for 15th and goes ahead of Dan Lloyd going into Stowe Corner. So we've been talking about, is Dolby going to be attacked by Lapierre? Now it changes, and so as they go down through Stowe, upper spot goes Dolby, and now Lapierre goes round the outside of the Aston at the end of Vale. He's absolutely on the edge of the road. He's all over the curb as well, but he's done it.
Yep, he had to make it quickly, because once the Aston had been passed by the Nissan, there was going to be an opportunity. He saw that. He got a good run off Stowe, got down on the inside, put the car into contention, and went side by side, and he was in the right position to take the place away. So Nicolas Lapierre, that's motor racing. That's what this is all about. It's not about just driving around and enjoying your 1 hour stint. So Craig Dolby thought he had a moment's relief because the McLaren disappeared with the Aston between them. There we look and see what Lapierre did. In fact, he came down the outside, went round the long way, given room. Good work by both drivers to give themselves space. Craig Dolby kicked up a little bit of dust on the exit of the first part of Club Corner. But Nicolas Lapierre didn't need a second invitation. We go back to the lead car. Wolfgang Reipers, Alex Buncombe, he's not in the car until the final hour of this race. He's got another hour and a half to go, really, before he thinks about getting his race head on, and a problem.
It's one of the AM Cup BMWs, isn't it? That's the Jean-Luc Blanchemin car. Is that a problem, or just very slow and keeping out of the way?
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we've seen Dolby and Lapierre both mug Dan Lloyd in the Aston Martin. More flashing of the lights here. Look, coming through the Beckett's S's. That's Marcus Winkelhock. Vastly experienced driver is Marcus. He's now up into 10th place, and he's trying to work his way through traffic here, because just ahead is Georges Cabin, who's eventually sort of pulling to one side. Winkelhock will go past him on the inside line, heading down towards Stowe.
Yeah, the pro drivers and the Audis are sometimes having a moan about the AMs and the Audis, because if they don't get the momentum off a corner, they can't really get past them on the straight, because all the Audis got equal sort of straight line speed.
Down to the end of Vale, and there, 75, also putting a lap on Georges Cabin, is the ISR car of Frédéric Verviche. There are Audis everywhere at the moment. Look at this long train. With at the back of it, the AM car of Bruno Mastronardi. Hubert Haupt in the green Mercedes, the next one to look for here. 25th is the green car, down towards Stowe Corner. Just up ahead is Anders Fjordback, then it's Haupt as they work their way through Stowe.
Haupt's Mercedes showing good straight line speed to make that pass, because an Audi is not slow on the straight, and he was able to get enough of a pass done before they got into the brake to make it stick. So there's the Generation 2 Audi now within the sights of Hubert Haupt.
Robin Friends looks on, Laurens Vanthoor looks on. The Bentley guys also studying the screen, studying the data. And there's the Jaguar trying to make progress as well. The car started by former FIA GT champion Gabriele Gardel. That's going pretty strongly at the moment, and Hubert Haupt is on his toes. Is he going to gain another place here? Up the inside of the Marc Basseng Audi. Basseng fights back, going into the corner, so he stays ahead of Haupt. But Basseng fading a little bit here, because more and more getting up with him and working a way by.
Yeah, it's a slightly more difficult task to get past Marc Basseng. He's a professional driver, very capable in lots of GTs.
Now we have our first penalty of the race. It is for Morgan Moulin-Traffor's Ferrari. Morgan Moulin-Traffort, who is down with the Pro-Am teams for this weekend, and he has copped a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. So we've had lots of people being warned, but now action is starting to be taken. So it's a 5-second penalty to be added to the race time. Not a stop-go, as we are told, but the car that's running 20th on the road, and there's Gary Kondakov off the road again.
Well, this time he just got out of the way, but of course in doing so, he got himself onto the dirtier part of the exit of the corner, and sort of got dragged, and he's now, again, just being mugged by about a dozen GT cars making their way into Beckett, trying his best to keep out of the way, some having to take to the grass. They're all diving every which way possible. And Gary, I don't know, how can he enjoy racing when he's in this kind of situation?
You've taken the thought out of my brain for me, because I was about to suggest it can't be much fun when you're having to keep dodging out of the way of cars lap after lap and getting yourself into a situation that you're going to struggle to get out of. Gardel there, just ahead of James Nash. Look as they go into Stoke Corner. Gardel is 29th, Nash 30th. Devon Modell at the back of that group in the black and blue Ecurie Ecos BMW. Oh, Craig Dolby has a go up the inside there to get himself up past Nico Bastian, and he has done it, and that gave him 14th place. Good move.
That was a real scratcher's overtake. Typical single-seater dive down the inside. You shut your eyes and wait for the bump, and it didn't come, and he got the position.
Go, Dolby, go. He's going. He
needs to. That's a strong car. Sister car to this, not from the same team, but from the same manufacturer, leading this race comfortably. Well, I say comfortably, it's now, the gap has dropped from over 3 seconds down to 1.2 seconds. I suspect primarily because of the traffic that, of course, the lead cars are now having to make their way through.
Now, this is the interesting part, isn't it? Because Wolfgang Reip has done quite a lot of racing in a short space of time. There's no denying his ability. But Rob Bell has been racing for a lot longer. He's done a lot more endurance racing. And when it comes to working through traffic, that's totally different from having just natural speed. And Rob Bell's either bravery or savvy, depending on what the situation is, will stand him in good stead.
Well, it's a good racing head, fundamentally. And of course, in British GT Championship racing is exceptionally competitive on some circuits that are not anywhere near to the scale or level of Silverstone. So you have to work very hard to get what you get. And consequently, that's what you're seeing from Rob Bell.
And he's done, of course, lots of good things. Class winner at Le Mans. He's raced in most GT championships going around the globe, so hugely experienced driver. As down through Vale comes Danny John Cadea. You're back on board with Nicolas Lapierre. Now, if Craig Dolby can get past Nico Bastian, he thinks, so can I. And at the moment, Bastian is 15th and Lapierre 16th. Here they come.
It's, again, the same problem that we saw being behind the Nissan. He's now behind the SLS Mercedes. The big V8 engine, 6.3 litres, pulls away a lot of torque again. McLaren twin turbo V8, and that is a right rear. Is that a problem, right rear?
It's damaged, isn't it? Right rear, you're right. So 16 it is, that's off the road.
That's up at Beckett's.
That's the Fabien Barthez car.
Well, he hasn't scored then, has he?
No, it's a Brooklands, in fact, just at the end of Wellington Straight. So there's been contact with something, and yes, it's an own goal, I fear, for Fabien Barthez. He's out of the race. So
gap still reducing between lead and second. There it is. It's down to 3/4 of a second. So whether the pace, I don't know why the pace has dropped off. I suspect, I keep repeating it, due to traffic. But the last lap, the McLaren by Rob Bell was over half a second a lap quicker. Clear track ahead, only that one car for the race leader now to make his way through. But that's the sort of opportunity that Rob Bell will be looking for to get back into contention. And you can see concerned faces from Buncombe family as they were looking at timing and scoring and realising that the comfortable gap that they had is suddenly becoming an uncomfortable gap.
But Ripe is equal to this because he knows he's got to push, and he's now flashing his lights at the traffic to say, come on, out of the way. In 20 minutes' time, they can think about a pit window. It might be that they bring the car in a little bit early just to get away from any traffic situation. But Ripe goes through and cleverly puts a back marker between him and Rob Bell.
Yes, that was just... It was partly... Oh, no!
Kondakov again!
I mean, that was unbelievable. Cars split the Ferrari one side and the other. I think you can see, look at the look on the Nissan pit. That wasn't a problem for... There was a problem for Rob Bell because he was completely unsighted by the Ferrari, again, facing the wrong direction.
So Kondakov, I've lost track now, I think that's 4 offs that we've seen so far in the race. So he's got 19 minutes before his pit stop. But yeah, I mean, if you're having that kind of race where there are all these dramas for you, you must think, I want my stint to finish.
I would say so. I think probably the team might be saying the same as well.
Indeed so. So we had one particular Ferrari driver last year who was in strife quite a bit. Double wave yellows look coming down towards Brooklands. So we've got, this is because of the Fabien Barthez car that's off the road in the gravel, and it needs to be retrieved. In fact, it's just on the edge of the gravel, really. So, yeah.
I don't know, there's nobody attending to the car, whether they intend to leave it there. I would be surprised if they did. It's in a vulnerable position.
What they might be able to do is just push it out of the way and hide it behind the barriers, because there is that facility in that section of the circuit. But the marshals are on their way. I can see them now moving as you look at Nicolas Lapierre trying to get on the back of this man, Nico Bastian, 15th place. The Rover Racing Mercedes goes through. Steph Dusseldorf, one of his co-drivers, looking a bit nervy about it. Steph's yet to do his stint, of course, and he's a very quick driver as well. So every car has real heroes in it. Nico Bastian doing a good job here.
Yeah, but this is really working to the advantage of Craig Dolby, because he's able to make clear air between the Mercedes and himself, and really his focus is now coming up to the sister car of the lead car. So it's Nissan's first, and what's it, 13th and 14th?
That's right, yeah, because the black car is Gaten Palatu in the second of the Bob Neville team cars, and there is 73 Craig Dolby.
I tell you, I know there will be some people in the pit lane who will be smiling at the opportunity to see the MRS GT racing car getting ahead of the Nissan GT Academy car. That's the rivalry you get within independent make.
Absolutely. Another yellow flag was being waved there at the Beckett's S's. Try and piece that together in a minute.
This is Craig Dolby's place to take.
And we have a full course yellow, that's right. Full course yellow. So it's not a safety car period, it's a full course yellow. Everybody has to slow right down, but you don't have to scramble a safety car. It's easy to instigate, and it's easy to end as well. You don't have to have everybody bunching up. The gaps will remain the same. So we have a full course yellow, and it's because of the Barthez Ferrari.
So are we seeing some drivers getting ready? Helmets being put on, and there is the second place McLaren. To some degree, I was going to say, has that helped them or not? I don't know. Craig Dolby was all set to make a manoeuvre on the the second of the GT Academy of Nissans, and the yellow flag precluded that.
We are having pit stops because down the pit lane has just come 33, which is Miguel Toril, and we've got another couple of cars coming in as well. So this is about 4 minutes early to really help a team strategy, irritatingly.
Well, I'm slightly surprised in that McLaren is one of those cars coming in. Nicolas Lapierre is into the pits, so they believe they've done the right thing.
I think that's 55, the white McLaren that we saw come in, which is Attempto Racing.
Okay.
So I think Lapierre has stayed out.
Okay.
So yeah.
So we're going to see.
Now there are the Nissans, absolutely nose to tail, ready to carry on their battle. But of course, this full course yellow doesn't allow people to bunch up. You have to stay at the speed, and therefore nobody can close up. This was close anyway, so that's okay, that's all fine. But if you stay at the requisite speed, then the gap will remain as it should do to the car ahead, and that means that 1.140 seconds is what is between Nissan and McLaren there.
And it's nice that that little gap was able to be opened up just before this yellow flag came out.
Now let's find out a little bit more about what's going on in Nissan land. OJ's with Bob Neville.
Bob, Wolfie's done a great first stint.
Yeah, he has done a very good stint, and lost a bit of it now because McLaren's just closed up on him, but he's done a good job.
It was real high in the mouth stuff for a second as I went past that car facing the wrong way.
That was scary, wasn't it? That car came the wrong way from nowhere, for as we're concerned. But yeah, cool.
So what's the plan now? Then obviously you've got a chance now maybe to change drivers. Do you go early?
We weren't planning to. We might now just change the plans. In fact, I ought to perhaps get back because the window's open and yeah.
Can you give us a little heads up? Are you going to change?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Rob Bell down the pit lane, out of second place. So, interesting tactic.
Yeah, it is. It's a rather surprising tactic, hearing that the lead Nissan wasn't planning to come in. They're going to stick to their schedule. As a McLaren has stopped in the actual pit lane itself as opposed to finding its box. And now it's got moving again. Did he get lost? Or did something happen on the car? He was making his way back out to the track. Seems strange. But the key, I think, that we've just witnessed is Rob Bell coming in very, very early indeed. And that car will be handed over to Shane van Ginsberg. And I'm not quite sure of the pull. I mean, that's a really throw the dice kind of maneuver. That's how you win races sometimes, though.
Can be how you lose them as well. We won't know quite how it's panned out for a little while yet. And as the cars work their way over the timing line, Nicolas Lapierre is going to come in as well. You're looking at what's happening on the Hangar Straight, but we can see who comes into the pit lane, and the second of the Von Ryan cars has just come down the pit road. So Nicolas Lapierre has arrived in pit lane as well from 16th place. So they're effectively losing less time by making the pit stops now under these controlled conditions rather than doing it under green flag conditions. And they're not the only teams doing this either, Von Ryan, because you've also got coming in the HTP Bentley and one of the, I know it's a long way down, but one of the Brazilian BMWs. So more and more teams are getting ready to try to take advantage of the slower race pace. You lose less time doing a pit stop while it's like this than proper green flag conditions.
Of course, the teams aren't aware as to how long. I mean, the Ferrari, the Fabien Barthez car, has been loaded onto the back of a truck. So I would anticipate the yellow flag being withdrawn, certainly within not more than one more lap.
Yeah.
And that would give us another 13, 14 minutes of racing. But the gamble is, as we've seen with Von Ryan Racing, McLaren to bring in Rob Bell in second place earlier than the schedule, with the view to getting him back up to speed, and then maybe finding clear air when the bulk of the field will all be planning to make their pit stops.
Fascinated to see what the other Pro Cup teams do now, because we've got one of the Lamborghini Huracans coming in, and look there, Bartez's car is out of harm's way, so that green flag could replace the yellow any second. There's going to be less than 10 seconds, I'm told, to the green flag being shown, and so one or two drivers have just elected to pit. But we go green, we're back racing, and it's as quick as that. Don't worry about a safety car peeling off, you just replace yellow with green and you're racing. Come on, Wolfgang, foot to the floor.
That was slow, that was lazy. He didn't realise just the green flag had been thrown and lost momentum. So not asleep at the wheel, but certainly not as alert as he should have been. That should have been a command from the pit wall instantly that the flag has gone green, get on it. And Wolfgang Reim a little bit slow in reacting to the change of conditions.
And so chasing after him now, the green Ferrari of Marco Seefried. Remember, the orange McLaren has pitted. Shane van Gisbergen has taken it over. We'll see where he feeds in at the end of the next lap, but Wolfgang Reip is the leader there. Andrew Palmer has been replaced in number 19, and we've got one team manager being summoned to race control, but it's out of the AM Cup. We'll worry about that in a moment or two as the race leaders head up towards the timing line. So green flag conditions then after a full course yellow. And the leader in 23 is Wolfgang Reip. Second is Marco Seefried now. And third, Jean-Carl Vernet for the Team WRT Belgian Audi Club. Interestingly, the car stayed out there. Up into fourth place now is Mirko Bortolotti. Up into fifth is Guy Smith in the Bentley. Up into sixth is Frank Stippler.
So the lead gap between Seefried in second place and Wolfgang Reip leading is 1.5 seconds. So it's sort of familiar territory to that we saw with the Rob Bell before the yellow flag came out. So Wolfgang Reip and Bentley in trouble.
It is. It's the HTP car, and that's just pitted, hasn't it? So this is an outlap.
Right front looks like it's either flatted or is missing altogether. And he's making the loop. This is the historic loop that you use when you're racing in the Grand Prix circuit down in Club.
Trying to work out whether it was a loose wheel or a punctured tyre. But something's gone wrong on its outlap, so it had only just pitted. 58, Shane van Gisbergen, 13th after his pit stop.
I think that's pretty good position.
I think that's all right.
I think by the time everybody else makes their stop,
exactly,
with the busy pit lane we're going to see and the delays of, you know, maybe having cars around you when you want to make your stop. So I think that was a clever move by Van Raan Racing to get Rob Bell in and Shane van Gisbergen out into the car.
He's 34 seconds back, Shane van Gisbergen, so he'll make up most of that on the pit stop, but everybody else has to cycle through. I hesitate because the Bentley was off the road again, but I think that was just keeping out of trouble, wasn't it?
Keeping out of the way, letting the quicker cars, the lead cars, get through, and that's good manners on the racetrack. So the gap between the Ferrari and the Nissan was 1.5 seconds, getting slightly caught behind the Audi coming through that sequence of corners at Village and the loop. So lights flashing, in fact, under pressure.
But this is still the leading car, Wolfgang Reip, and he's got traffic then just protecting him from Marco Seefried. The Audi a lap down here, they come up towards the line. And look how much closer as well. Jean-Carl Vernet is getting in third place and he's taking Mirko Bortolotti with him. So it's Nissan, Ferrari, Audi, Lamborghini. This is the second place car.
Gap down to just over half a second, but a car between the lead Nissan and the second place Ferrari. All of which accounts for some of that loss of time. Now the Ferrari is going to lose a little bit of momentum coming through Beckett's. It's just going to have to wait. The speed of the Audi is sufficient that he can't really make a maneuver. We'll try get a good exit out of the final part of Beckett's. Maggots down on Chapel Curve and down the Hangar Straight. Used to be the quickest part of the Silverstone circuit, now pretty much matched by the distance and speed of Wellington Straight. Siegfried looks done, can't get it done.
And of course that's Lappery, so you expect that a quick car would easily sail past a slower one to put a lap on it, but it doesn't work like that in GT3 racing all the time because of the balance of performance. Now this is the fight for third still. Jean-Carl Vernet ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. Down they come through at the end of Vale into Club Corner. And Jean-Carl Vernet can't shake off Bortolotti, can he? The former Formula 2 champion. Very, very good driver is Bortolotti, and it's good to have him on a good stage like this where he can remind people just how quick he is.
Yes, indeed. And again, just watching the traffic pattern as it builds up. So we come through Abbey, then Farm, then Village, and then under brakes. Trying to get through the traffic cleanly. The Audi sticking right to the tail of the Nissan. The Mercedes stays over to the right, left. That's the...
Oh, the leader tags the Ferrari, gets a tap in the tail. Seefried goes round the outside. He's going to get the race lead. He's done it. Marco Seefried leads, but the back markers did. Wolfgang Reip no good at all there.
And all over the place, blocking them. Well, this is something that's going to be very much... And now all of a sudden, what was a lead has disappeared. Bits of rubber coming off, and Nissan, there's damage to the Nissan at the front, whether that's bodywork or tyre shredding. Something certainly clearly is coming from the front of the Nissan, and that car may well need to make a very rapid entry into the pit lane to consolidate the damage that has been done. And he's staying out. I think that should have been immediately into the pits.
You can see
look
everything.
at the right front damage.
Yep, flapping around. So the new order is Marco Seefried leads from in second place, Jean-Carl Vernet. Third is Mirko Bortolotti, and Wolfgang Reip in the traffic, caught out with cars all around him. There was contact, he tagged the Ferrari, then he got hit from behind. A little bit of inexperience, and Ketsu Masachio ready to take over. He's not amused.
I mean, if I'd been the driver in the Nissan, if I was Wolfgang Reip, I would have taken the initiative and immediately entered into the pit lane and got it repaired onto the car. You can see the right front heavily damaged, the headlight cover is gone, and bits of, I suppose you might call it, gaffer tape flapping, and that attaches to the bodywork to make sure all the shut lines are as clean as possible.
So Wolfgang Wright possibly a bit distracted by having the back marker trying to unlap itself and race against him, and he just clipped the back of the Ferrari head, turned it round, and then was hit from behind, and others did quite well not to get embroiled in it, in fairness. And Wolfgang Wright, okay, he's lost places, he's down in 4th, but he's doing his best to stay with them. How much damage has that car suffered? We'll have to send OJ back down to Bob Neville's garage. In has come 99. Look, Nico Bastian to hand over. Out he gets. This is the car that he shares with Klaus Graf and Steph Dusseldorp.
Surely now they must bring the Nissan in. There's no point in staying out. He's only going to lose ground certainly to the second place Lamborghini, and but principally to now the lead Ferrari, which is able to pull clear now that it's got clear air, is in the advantage.
So the driver change and fueling done. For the pit lane. Tommaso Gio gets on board the car here, and it's still a race being led by the 333 Ferrari, and Wright's incident with the number 10 Ferrari, the Ricci Bade car, is under investigation.
Yes, I mean, he'd driven a wheel perfect race up to that point, just a small error in that contact, damage to the right front, and that's still got to be attended to. And all of a sudden what looked like going to be a pretty happy afternoon for the 23 Nissan has turned slightly sour. Still a long way to go, just over 2 hours remaining in this 3-hour endurance race at Silverstone.
So they've done the driver change and the fueling. The second part of the pit stop is the tyres. Only 2 mechanics can do that, and now a few repairs as well. So try and get the gaffer tape on. This has to be done as quickly as possible, and of course to the satisfaction of the race officials, the scrutineers. So the sticky tape is on. That should hold it to get no more bits of sticky tape needed, and all of this is wasting time.
Yes, indeed, and of course the front wings, carbon fibre wings in these cars, there are attachments and a problem. What's the...
Now he stalled it when it goes wrong. Oh, because he's going to try and wriggle out of a very narrow gap.
Yes.
It's going wrong, it's going wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, and the steering lock is so limited on these cars, so they're going to have to find a way to pull the car back. Are they allowed to push it back, or is he going to find reverse gear to do it himself? Oh, dear me. The soul turning into a pantomime.
So Chia's got to try and start the engine.
Well, he's probably got it in gear, and he has to get it out of gear before he can start the engine. In the meantime, works continue in the Ferrari ahead. Sounds like the engine's been fired up now.
If they need the Ferrari out of the way, then the Nissan can go. And how much has that wasted?
Well,
20 seconds more?
The race.
Well, yes.
It's gone.
So massive frustration, and of course, although it was that time lost at the end that was really bad, had it not had the incident, it would have been a different kind of pit stop.
That's what you've got to be aware of. You've just got to make sure you don't have what you might call an avoidable incident, an avoidable accident. And there you can see the disillusionment with the team, that all their happiness that was based on that first 50 minutes of the race just evaporated.
But give a safety car, they'll be back in the game. So you never know what might happen yet. And we are a couple of minutes away from the end of the first hour. A drive-through penalty is being given to car number 51, which is Duncan Cameron, for causing a collision. We haven't seen it.
Well, was that the collision that occurred with Wolfgang Wright then? Or was that a different car?
I thought that was a different Ferrari, but we'll have a look at a replay maybe and piece it all together again. But a drive-through penalty for car 51. I hadn't heard about anything of that being investigated either, no. Anyway, that's what the screen tells us. So, Just a recap, race order, 3-3-3, Marco Seefried leads. Number 1, second is Jean-Carl Vernet, 3.4 seconds between them. The green Lamborghini you're looking at is third, Mirko Bortolotti. Guy Smith in the Bentley, fourth. Fifth is Frank Stippler, Maxim Soulet is sixth in his Bentley. Behind the Audi, seventh now Marcus Winkelhock's Audi, eighth is Frederic Verviche Audi, ninth is Danny Juncadella Mercedes, and in 10th place, this is the good news for Bob Neville, is his other car, Gaetan Palatu.
Another Craig Dolby being caught by Shane van Gisbergen, so that's Dolby made it. No, they have still Craig Dolby behind the wheel.
Yeah.
So this car, which was a very early stopper, probably the first car of all to stop, is now making progress, got the benefit of much fresher rubber and able to carry much more speed. Craig Dolby being on those tires for just under 1 hour and under pressure.
And Van Gisbergen on his toes up at the loop there to try and find a way through. Bortolotti goes across the timing line. But Marco Seefried, as he comes to the end of his fuel load, has just done the absolute best in the last sector. His advantage is 4.4 seconds over Vernet now. Now 3-3-3 is going to have Renat Salikov in it for a stint, who is not as quick. He's quick, but he's not as quick as Seefried or Seidler. They need to minimise his time, don't they?
Yeah, he did a good job in Monza, in fairness.
Oh, absolutely right.
But that's a different circuit again. This is a much more of a flowing, high-speed corner circuit.
Now let's find out what happened to Wolfgang Reip, or let's hear his opinion at least on, first of all, what happened on track and then what happened in the pit lane. Wolfgang is out of the car, as we've seen, and OJ Borg has caught up with him in the pit lane.
Wolfie, explain what happened out there on track.
Well, I was catching the back markers, and the pro Mercedes let me pass nice and gently. And then in the veil, the left hairpin, I saw the Ferrari open wide the door, a gentleman. I thought, okay, he's very friendly, let me pass. And then he just turned into me. I couldn't do anything. It's incredible. I'm really disappointed.
You seem really frustrated as well because you were going so well at that point.
Well, everything was going as planned. The car felt very good. It's terrible, really. I couldn't do anything. It's incredible.
At that moment, I saw you go straight out back to talk to Alex Bunkum, of course, put the car on pole. What do you say to Alex at a moment like that?
Well, nothing to say except that I'm really disappointed and that it's a shame, really.
Are you still in the race as a team?
Well, when we pit, we didn't lose too much time, but then the Ferrari in front of me blocked us, so we lost 40 seconds because we couldn't move.
Well, Wolfie, thanks for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
40 seconds, so we guessed about half a minute, even worse.
It's pretty obvious. Let's look again and see. So there's the door being opened, then it suddenly gets closed, and of course he gets hit, not just in the front, but he gets hit by the Audi, which then uses that opportunity to slip ahead of the Nissan, but it's Siegfried in the Ferrari who's in the best position, best speed off the loop, carries that forward through Aintree, and just how sweet was that? Except for poor Wolfgang Reip.
And this is looking back, and then suddenly, of course, as they come up towards the loop, he's got that pesky Audi that's a lap down trying to race him as well, and then here's the bump, and there's the other one, and Seefried just able to turn out of it. Jean-Carl Vernet works out which is the best way to go in the background. He picks up a spot as well, and of course Reip delayed in all of that. So this is the race leader. We've had over an hour of the race now, and so those that are going further on a tank of fuel, proving they've got good economy, but in the case of Seefried and Seidler, they need long stints with a relatively short one in the middle for Renat Salikov. I'm not saying he's slowed, he's just not as quick as those guys, and stepping up to the Pro Cup this weekend, it's a big ask for him.
So number 3 Audi is in, but I think ultimately the speed that I'm going to keep an eye on will be Shane van Gisbergen. He is the car that was the first of the pit stoppers, currently now in 10th place. He's got ahead of Craig Dolby. He was behind him a lap or two ago. He's now made that pass. He's making progress, lapping the 205s, slightly quicker ahead of him, some of the cars in the 204, so that was time lost getting ahead of the Craig Dolby Nissan, but nonetheless it's track position that's more important.
'23, incidentally, is now down in 32nd place, Ketsu Masachia. That is how much time they lost after the delay in the pits. So, as the cars work their way under the vehicle bridge over which the Lamborghini teams go, it is a Lamborghini moving closer here to number 1 Audi, Jean-Carl Vernet, coming under a bit more pressure from Mirko Bortolotti. Neither of these cars have yet stopped, and there's another drive-through penalty coming. car in the pit. It's got to be Salikov they put in now, surely. So Seefried has got the car up the order into the lead, and that has taken it to the end of lap 29. So in comes 333, and the lead now goes, as I say, to the number 1 Audi. So they've done the driver change, they've done the fuel, now the tyres. Hard work this for the mechanics, isn't it? Because one bloke's got to lug 2 wheels all around the car.
Yeah, I mean, and the teams practice this all the time, because time 1 on the pit lane is a lot easier than time 1 on the racetrack. So if you can make up a couple of seconds in the pit over your competition, then you're going to be in a much stronger position to take advantage of the front.
80's in as well. He just saw the Bentley as away now goes 333. The Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. This, therefore, is the lead battle now. So it is Verne versus Bortolotti, and they've got to be ready for a pit stop, I would have thought, these 2 cars now. But they've run together pretty much for the entirety of the race. Down they come into Brooklands. Mirko Bortolotti. This is the car that at Monza had lots of mechanical issues and lots of pit stop penalties, drive-throughs, for example, for speeding or overtaking under yellows, whereas here it's going much stronger than the sister car.
Yeah, and this is the former race leader, or certainly from the last 10 minutes or so of the race before the pit stop, so back out, but the battle for the lead still between, well, in fact, Verne has come in, there he is, we just see the tail of the Audi making its way down the pit lane.
But the Lamborghini stayed out, so Mirko Bortolotti will go through into the lead of the race. So down the pit lane comes number 1, lap 30, and WRT is ready.
Bertolotti's last lap time was actually a very strong 2:03, so he's got clear air for the next few minutes. He will try to use that to his best to get, when he makes his pit stop, to leapfrog the number 1 Audi that will be taken over, presumably they'll be taken over by Robin Friends.
I would suggest so, because they'll keep Van Toren for the very end, won't they? So here comes Gisbergen, Shane van Gisbergen, working his way up the order now.
Up to 7th place.
Yeah, and it's going to be better than that, isn't it? Because he's going to be ahead of the Audi, so he will keep track position. In other words, over the Audi, he will be the best place of those that have made a pit stop. And there is number 333 Ferrari, Renat Salikov, working his way now in traffic as well. Out of 8 trees, the BMW's almost come to grief. So he's quite a long way ahead of the Ferrari, isn't he? Because he's already up at Beckett's. There's, what, half a lap, a third of a lap behind is the Ferrari.
Well, I think that was pretty astute strategy by Von Ryan Racing to get the Ferrari, the McLaren Rob Bell in at that very early contact, and that was inevitable. There was always going to be something going on. Now he's managed to get the momentum back up again out of the gravel, but he's sprayed the track with gravel into the field.
Leo Machitsky in the BMW, that was getting it wrong. He just got himself into the top 20, but not for much longer, I'm afraid, as Mirko Bortolotti stays out for another lap, still leading the way.
Again, another 2:03, not quite as fast as this previous lap, but this is all good work from the Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti.
He's also going a long way on a tank of fuel as well. Now, Renat Salikov still pressing on in the 333 Ferrari. Number 1 has got back out again with Prince at the wheel, and the leader is now in. So into the pit lane has just come Mirko Bortolotti, having done a personal best in the first sector as his last hurrah. Down the pit lane at the end of lap 31.
The key is going to be how much advantage will the McLaren of Shane van Gisbergen have? How many seconds ahead of the Lamborghini will he be when the Lamborghini rejoins the track?
Indeed so, as of course they did that pit stop under slower race conditions and lost less time. It was a good move. One or two other teams may well be kicking themselves for not doing that now, but we'll see how it all pans out. There is Salikov. Of course, he's got to make up time, but he's not as quick as the man that has just been in the car.
No, he's Bentley in as well. Salikov probably just about will sneak second place ahead of the Lamborghini when it makes its way back out. And there we see the car. Adrian Zag, is he going into it, or is it Venturi?
Up it goes, ready for the new tyres to go on. Everyone runs on Pirellis. And there's another driver being given a time penalty for track limits. It's one of the AM trophy cars, the Gosselin Rostand Lanier Audi, so it doesn't affect things overall. There's number 7 Bentley ready to go. The pit lane is getting busier and busier and busier, and all of this is playing into the hands of 58, which should now be the race leading car. 58 being Shane van Gisbergen. So lots of teams are going to think, why didn't we do this?
A bit late.
Absolutely.
But it was a good call. It was a high-risk call to take. Didn't know there was going to be a safety car intervention, but it's worked to their advantage, and they used that advantage, and now Shane than Ginsbergen, lapping slightly slower, in fact, than some of the cars that were ahead of him. Nevertheless, in a strong position to take control of this race.
Also, don't forget 59, the sister car. Lapierre brought in early, didn't he? And gave that to Adrian Quaive-Hobbs. That's up to 14th. It will be even better once the next lap has gone through and we get the proper order with all the pit stops having cycled through. But I reckon 59, there it is going to be very well placed as well. 63, there it is, the Lamborghini back on track. Giovanni Venturini took it over. And so with an hour and 51 minutes to go, an intriguing shuffle to the order. And this is further proof of how endurance races can be won and lost with the right calls or the wrong calls from the pit lane. But 59 now, Adrian Quaive-Hobbs ahead of 63. There goes 7.
I suppose the Andy-Merrick one too?
Yes, and then Stephen came for the end, yes. It seemed that was the order they used to win here last year. They've never changed it. They think it must be lucky. So
Shane Van Gisbergen, this is crucial for him, not to get embroiled in this battle and getting trapped momentarily. Again, this whole thing of momentum. 2 cars ahead of him, and he wanted to get up the inside of the Mercedes-Benz. He's lost that opportunity. He's now going to do the work, the thought process, and none of these 3 cars ahead are going to be easy passes.
So through he goes, new race leader then at the end of lap 32, Shane Van Gisbergen. But the intriguing thing now is going to be to see partly who is second and partly what the gap is. It's going to be a huge gap because these cars you're looking at are lapped. So we still haven't had a second place car as yet. It's the end of lap 32. Car 58 is leading and still nobody has come through to be in second place. All of these are back markers. Through they come, through they come. The Acura-Cos BMW is a lap down. You can see how much time that car has gained.
Is there anybody in second place?
And coming now out of Woodcote Corner, the next wave of cars, Jean-Carl Vernet's car. Now Robin Frins at the wheel is second, Ryan Ratcliffe is third in 888. It is a 42.5 second advantage.
Well done, Davy Ryan. Great bit of on the hoof strategy to do that pit stop. But was just about 41, 42 minutes of the race.
Yeah.
Very, very early indeed. Of course, they then got to make sure they can get to the end of the race, which they may have to make an additional quick dash and splash in case they are marginal on fuel.
Yeah, fuel is less critical here than Monza, but what they also have to factor in is that they don't go through on the maximum driver time for any one driver. They've got to be careful with that. There's a drive-through being given for car 71, Karim Al-Azari, for speeding. One assumes in the pit lane, but not confirmed, but it must be for that. So Van Gisbergen leads Frins, Ryan Ratcliffe is third, Adrian Quaive-Hobbs fourth. That was the other car I was talking about, the second Von Ryan McLaren up into 4th place. So double well done, Davy Ryan.
Yep, but certainly in the case of the number 58 car, that was a sweet, sweet decision to take.
5th place now is Giovanni Venturini in the 63 Lamborghini, and 6th is Stefan Richelmy in the number 3 Audi. So it's a very different look. And where is number 23 Nissan after all of this? 19th now is Katsumasachio.
Yeah, but he's a massive, massive amount.
Oh, yes. Now that full course yellow, of course, works differently from a safety car period because the gaps don't close up. Another full course yellow doesn't necessarily help you catch anybody, but a safety car does. There is the leader, and Shane Van Gisbergen, making his Silverstone debut, is set to rock the place.
Yeah, but he's losing time all the time. The last lap was a 2:07, stuck behind the Mercedes. Now he's going to make wow, he tried to look down the inside, but it was not given. So he's still struggling. Lap pace falling away, dictated by the pace of the car ahead of him. As we see the group of 3 further cars that have actually pulled away. So Shane Van Gisbergen is really struggling, lights flashing, coming down the straight. He's going to have a look down the inside into Stu. He's going to get up alongside, gets the job done. That was hard work. Didn't make that as easy maybe as he could have done.
It's still a relatively unfamiliar car to him. It's a relatively unfamiliar circuit, even though he's been here this weekend and done quite a few laps. He doesn't know it as well as others, so it's a big learning curve this for Shane Van Gisbergen. And a McLaren win on home soil is just what the team wants.
Yeah, very much. But I think, in fairness to Van Gisbergen, if you're not sure and you don't know which driver might be in the car, you know that the team will tell you the driver lineup, but you don't know which of the 3 it might be. Then you have to be maybe a little bit cautious, particularly as you are the new boy to this genre of motor racing.
Yeah. But he's acquitting himself very well indeed. What are his lap times like? His last one was a 2:07. He is being caught by Robin Frins.
Absolutely, and that's the problem he's got. The gap is down to 39 seconds. Okay, from 42, it's not a big deal.
Now there is number 8 Bentley, which has now got Maximilian Buch at the wheel. That's in 9th place. Number 7 has also lost out hugely, hasn't it, on that first round of pit stops, because Andy Merrick's down in 24th place.
Didn't see any reason why.
So the Bentley's big change of fortune, but we might need to investigate number 7 if OJ fancies a walk down the pit lane. Why is number 7 so far back now? We know why others have moved up, because it's when they stopped, but Rinat Salikov, 333 down in 7th place, still in the hunt. But I think something else has happened to number 7 that we weren't able to see. Now, number 6 Audi, Sean Fong at the wheel of it, down in 10th place. There is 888 in 3rd place now. Tremendous effort, this.
I mean, outstanding effort by Joe Osborne to get the car into track position. And Ryan Radcliffe behind the wheel, consolidating it. And again, the whole benefit of these Pro-Am Cup cars, get your pro driver to get the car up to the front of the grid. And once you're in that position, you can stay there. You don't have to be doing anything outstandingly good. You just don't have to make a mistake and make sure that you can just run your own race.
And then the car's owner, Lee Mole, or co-team owner Lee Mole, will bring it home at the end of the race. Kenzo Masachio, by the way, has just done the absolute best in the first sector, so he's pushing on.
Probably needed to do that.
Yeah. We've got a lot of places to find yet, so Pro-Am classification, you can see Ratcliffe at the moment is ahead of the Ricardo Sanchez Nissan, and then 3rd in Pro-Am is Paul Wilson, who's taken over from Michael Meadows. The rest of the class then headed by number 22, which is, sorry, by number 20 I should say, which is the Philippe Guillaume Audi. Right, there is the Curiacos BMW. Robin Frins behind. Now, how's he doing in sectors? 2/10 quicker in sector 1. So he's brought the gap down to 37 seconds from 42.5.
Van Ginsbergen's times have been dropping off. We thought that was traffic, but the last lap was the best part of 2 seconds slower than Robin Frins is doing. In the second place, charging Audi the gap down to 37 seconds. It's not panic or anything near that, but may well be that the Van Ginsbergen, by that early stop, tyre wear, tyre performance beginning to fade. And those that stop that much later have got the benefit of the fresher rubber.
In fairness to the Gears, he does a limited number of miles in a McLaren, whereas Robin Frins is driving the car in 2 different championships, so he's becoming perhaps better acquainted with his mount than the Gears is with his. Matt Griffin's tagged onto the back of this, look in the red and white Ferrari, and he's hustling on to try and get a good Pro-Am Cup result for the Ferrari. At the moment, that car is down in 38th place. Pro Cup, McLaren, Audi, McLaren, Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari. That's the way the top 6 looks.
Robin Frins just makes very good use of the traffic. Typical of what you might describe as single-seater driver, waits, then just flashes out from behind the car and dives down into the apex and makes it all look so easy.
WRT personnel studying the data, studying the timing screens as the leader goes through. The gap's down again, 35.3 seconds, so it's coming down at about 2 seconds a lap at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't know how long it's going to be before we're going to see the lead McLaren coming in. It's still got an hour 43 to go. So it came in at an hour, about 41, 42 minutes. So we've still got another 15, 20 minutes before we'd expect to see that car in the pits.
Yes, it was about the 40-minute mark, wasn't it, that it came in. So, as I say, they could perhaps stretch it to the end of this next hour, but then you've got to be careful that you've not gone over your allotted driver allowance, never mind the fuel.
Again, Frins, you can see, just using that single-seater style of driving, sits right on the gearbox of the Ferrari until they get into the braking zone, knowing that he's going to go deeper, then dives down the inside into Stowe. Lovely to see.
Now on board here with Andy Merrick. He's into 21st place, up the inside of Fabio Babini. He's into 20th place.
Yeah, Babini gave it up a bit easily, I would have said. He didn't really offer any resistance whatsoever. And Andy Merrick, you know, there's no straight line advantage to the Bentley. That was simply just being a bit more committed on the brakes and looking determined in the mirrors of the Lamborghini.
So the next target for Merrick is Katsuo Masachio, whose last lap was a 2 minutes 3.9, but Andy Merrick half a second slower, but you could argue that was down to running behind the Lamborghini. So the Gears has crossed the line, the leading McLaren has gone through, 36 laps in the book, an hour and 41 minutes remain. Robin Frins, we need to see whether he's brought the gap down to what it should be, about 33 seconds if the pattern continues. So bear with us, he's on his way. There is Mirko Bortolotti, who is running in 5th overall at the moment. and heads down towards Brooklands, waiting for the number 1 WRT Audi to flash across the timing line, as there is the second of the Von Ryan McLarens. Adrian Quaife-Hobbs running 4th, but he's being caught by Venturini. Up they go round Laffield. Giovanni Venturini pushing on. The gap has come. Sorry, the gap has gone up between the leaders.
It's been hovering.
So it's up to 36 seconds rather than it coming down as it had been doing. The pattern is broken. So on that lap, Frins falls away a little bit. Number 3 Audi, you're looking at Stefan Rochelmi. He's running in 6th place now.
Yep. I mean, these gaps, the ebbing and flowing, are just principally due to catching the traffic, and you just got to wait your turn. You can't be a complete bully and drive over the top of everybody. So therefore, Shane van Gisbergen has seemingly been the one that's had to deal with traffic and maybe lost out the most, where Robin Frins, again on much fresher rubber, hasn't had maybe some of the issues that Van Gisbergen is having to deal with.
Max Buch there behind Philip Salaquada going through. Another change has happened for 11th place. Steph Dusseldorf up 1 spot. So this is for 8th and 9th places. Now you're looking at Salaquada just ahead of Buch.
Wiper came on, and maybe he just flicked the wiper switch with his hand. But maybe you wouldn't normally use your wipers on a dry racetrack, but there's a lot of other detritus around. Bentley right on the rear wing now, and not very much opportunity because the Bentley is having to go the long way around if it wants to do it. Now makes a move to the inside, but being covered.
But Salaquada's going to drift wide, isn't he? And here comes Buch up the inside. Can he get level at the end of Vale and stand his ground on the outside for the first element, and then the inside for Club Corner? Here he comes, wrong outside line, has to cede the place, tries the outside, tries the inside. Salaquada's going to leave the door open. Can Max Buch get up the inside? He's going to try, but again the Audi just cuts across and chops off the nose of the Bentley.
Wasn't quite far enough forward to make that position stick, but indicative of the pace of Maximilian Buch and the Bentley. It's capable of doing a little bit more than Felipe Salaquada is doing in the Audi and the Brazil BMW, which is really way out of the picture altogether, but just tagging along and enjoying watching the action. So Maximilian Buch a little bit closer in loop. The Audi runs wide on the exit. The Bentley's got good traction, looks better on the exit. Whether it's got any benefit from the visuals, I don't know. It doesn't appear to have done very much to favour it.
You just see at the top of the screen drive-through penalties for 3 different cars for pit lane infringements. They are the Brozniewski Bonaccini Lions Ferrari, the Anderson Jensen Ferrari from Pro-Am, and also from the Pro Cup, the Zefart Toriel Haya Mercedes. So they don't affect what we've been looking at in terms of overall situations. Of course, the number 11 Ferrari having a pretty horrible race, turfed off the road at the first corner, and then further dramas and penalties ever since. But just to put on record that those 3 cars will get drive-through penalties. Now, number 8 Bentley, Max Buch, still on the back of Philip Salaquada, ex-Formula 3 racer. Salaquada doing a good job of defending here.
Yes, and he's just always putting his car on the part of the racetrack that the Bentley wants to use. Coming down the inside into Stowe Corner. Can't quite identify who that is. Okay.
We've had a change for 3rd place. Adrian Quaife-Hobbs up ahead of Ryan Ratcliffe. They're in different classes, so it's the Pro-Am car dropping behind Pro, but it's 3rd place overall that's changed. And of course, what you now have is the 2 Von Ryan McLarens in the top 3, first and 3rd.
And there's only a 10-second gap as they came across the line the last time. 2nd place, of course, being held by Robin Friends and the WRT Audi. That's not going to be an easy catch, but under threat.
Now let's hear from Andrew Kirkcaldy of McLaren, because he must be well chuffed with what Von Ryan have turned in. Andrew Kirkcaldy's with OJ Borg in the pits.
Andrew, your cars are 1st and 3rd currently. That's a great position to be in.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we have taken a little bit of a risk, to be fair. We pitted very, very early with that safety car, and it was about 1 lap earlier than we believed we could do it. So yeah, we're not particularly fast right now, but we've got to save fuel. So it's certainly not a done deal yet.
Do you think the fact that this is a home race for you, that means you would take more risks to win it?
No, not really. I mean, I think you just take risks, you know, when you feel that it's going to pay off for you. I mean, we've got some great drivers here, and you know, you really need those guys to be able to cooperate, save fuel, and get to the end. So it's going to be tight.
So when you've got 2 drivers on 2 steps of the podium already, does that change how you approach the rest of the race?
No, not really. I mean, we're here to try and win. You know, that's the bottom line.
Andrew, thank you.
Thanks.
Interesting, though, they're having to save fuel in this middle stint, so that's partly accounting for why the lap times are going up. But in fairness to Van Gisbergen, his last one was a 2 minutes 4, and Friends was a 2 minutes 5.
Yes, I mean, the Robin Friends time, we don't know that may well. I mean, it's been a normal situation now. You get into traffic, so you lose the amount of time. But Shane Van Gisbergen, if he's been having to sort of turn the engine down a little bit to ensure that they have fuel, that they don't need to make that splash and dash at the very end, well, that's the team thinking again on its feet, and that's the strength you get from experienced people working in a team and working towards victory, not just thinking about how many seconds advantage do we need or have we got over our second place competitors.
This is Quaife Hobbs working his way through Club Corner, running at the moment in 3rd place.
He's some 46, 47 seconds currently behind the sister team car. But it is 12 seconds behind Robin Friends. Lost a couple of seconds in that last couple of laps, again, principally because of track position.
One of the quicker cars lower down the order, lapping faster than anything ahead of it, is the car that's in 11th place. Steph Dusseldorf, he's doing 2 minutes 3. He's quicker than anybody else ahead for the moment. Again, traffic I know will have a part to play in this, but don't rule out 99 for gaining ground before the end. He's catching Sean Thong hand over fist. In fact, there's only 8 tenths between them. You could say that Thong has a brief advantage. But anyway, they go through Stowe, and 23, which is Katsumasa Chio, is in 18th spot, and he's about to be 17th. Paul Wilson's Aston is just ahead of him.
They're sort of looking to go one way and the other, coming down into Vale. Aston hogs the inside, coming into the first part of Vale, then into Club. And that's Sucida not able to, very gentle on the throttle coming there, trying not to break traction.
Yeah. Paul Wilson, former Caterham champion, doing a good job here. He's very much a quick am in 17th place in the Aston Martin. But he runs wide, having said he does a good job, and Chio-san says, thank you very much, I'll have that place. There it is, absolutely gift wrap for him. 17th goes the Nissan.
Well, that was an own goal if you've ever seen one. I don't know the reasons why. Maybe a little bit of distraction from behind with the Nissan closing down, maybe just the pressure, and consequently he made the mistake.
How about this little fight going on, because 16th place has just changed, I think, has it not? You've got here the Nissan, no, it's staying ahead. So the Nissan is Ricardo Sanchez, keeping Indy Doncia at bay, but Ricardo Sanchez goes deep into Brooklands, and Doncia comes up the inside, and he's gone through. The Mercedes up to 15th.
Well, that was an easy pass, and a mistake from the 22 Nissan.
Being caught straight away by the 23, isn't it?
Yes, the 23 is running much quicker.
Yeah.
And it will undoubtedly make its way past its sister car, and will be on the tail of the Mercedes as soon as possible. Adrian Quaife Hobbs just ahead of this group of cars. Yeah, we are on board with Matsushita. Katsumatsu, what am I? Katsumatsu. Choi. Chio.
Now, a few laps ago, number 19 Lamborghini, the one that nearly won at Monza, was given a 5-second penalty for track limits. It's now been given a 10-second penalty for track limits. So the number 19 Lamborghini, 21st on the road, is becoming less of a factor lap by lap, or perhaps penalty by penalty. So it's going from bad to worse as the two Bob Neville Nissans run together. How in all of this is the 73 Nissan doing? It's actually ahead of the two Bob Neville cars.
Yes, and we've got Sean Walkinshaw behind the wheel. So Craig Dolby had a great opening stint. Sean Walkinshaw running middle 2:04, so it's a strong run from Sean Walkinshaw in 13th place. He is, well, just under 10 seconds behind 12th place, so that's a bit of work for him. And obviously the pit stop practice has paid dividends.
Now 23, Katsumasa Chio hunting down the Pro-Am Cup car. Wonder if there'll be a call over the radio to let one go by the other, because this is the car with a better overall chance, really. Well, we know it's quick, it's got 3 quick drivers behind the wheel, whereas inevitably the Pro-Am car is slightly compromised by the inexperience of the newcomers. Jan Mardenborough will do the last stint in the black car ahead. The car that did the Nordschleife Nürburgring 24 hours last week. 23 will have Alex Bunker at the wheel. And now down Wellington Straight.
Well, no favour being given at this stage. The chance will come down the inside into Brooklands, but again, nothing being offered up. And again, this is where the team needs to get onto the radio and say, let the quicker car 23 go by.
The Nissan booms past the pits, doesn't it? Up through the gears.
Looks to make a move down the inside into Copse corner and does a good up the inside manoeuvre and doesn't lose any momentum on the exit of the corner. A little flash in the indicator saying something like, well, thank you for being helpful to me.
So Chio goes up one spot. That now puts in 15th. Dust settling over at Aintree, ahead of the second place car as well. So somebody's had a little run wide, but no real dramas as Robin Frins tries to work his way through the traffic here. Lots of flashing of headlights from the BMWs at the end of Waddington Straight. Frins pulls to the inside. Matt Griffin is there in the background, 30 seconds. Whoops, off the road goes the Blanc Malagol Bachelier Ferrari. So busy trying to keep out of the way. I think he sort of tripped himself up there.
Maybe jet lag.
Could be it. Could be it.
Anyway, he's let all those cars get through, and he took a bit of a green trip around the outside. Nevertheless, no damage done as Robin Frins continues his charge and waiting to see what the gap between the lead car and the second place car is. 41 seconds.
It's going up, isn't it?
It is going up
a lot.
And if Shane Van Gisbergen, well, in fact, Robin Frins' last lap was a 2 minutes 10 seconds, so maybe he has had a moment somewhere we haven't been able to catch up with. You wouldn't lose in the best part of 6 seconds compared to his previous lap. That's a lot of lost time.
Or a lot of traffic, but either way, as you say, it is a lot of lost time, and so the gap now is virtually back where it started, which puts Van Gisbergen in an even stronger position, because if he's able to extend the gap and save fuel at the same time, very commendable indeed.
I think a lot of the gap opening up is more to do with the time lost by Frins rather than anything to do with pace. I mean, we're seeing Van Gisbergen running consistently in the middle 2 minutes and 5 seconds. He's been in that zone pretty much for the last 10 or 15 laps. It's been the pace of those chasing him down that have been in the middle 2 minutes 4.
Well, the gap extending, which is good news for the team, and if he's in fuel save mode to bring the car back in for its next stop with a big lead and having looked after the fuel, it's another tick, isn't it? And Van Gisbergen, who's no stranger to endurance racing, because of course there is the Bathurst 1000, there's the other longer two-driver races. Phillip Island used to be one, for example, the Surfers Paradise two-driver race as well, but they're a little bit different from this because you're against so many different types of car. Up the inside in traffic there goes 63. Giovanni Venturini finds a way past the 36 AM class Audi. Now Stefan Rochelmi has to go through as well. These two, Lamborghini and Audi, fighting for 4th and 5th places as you look at the Pro Cup standings at the moment, with McLaren, Audi, McLaren, Lamborghini, Audi being the top 5.
Yes, we get accustomed to hearing Audi.
Yeah.
But it is actually great to see other brands coming through and once again not having a domination from one manufacturer over the race series.
So there is 63, which is Giovanni Venturini hanging on to that 4th place. So 28 minutes away from the end of the hour. That's the target on fuel for everybody.
So how early will Van Gisbergen have to, when he came in, let's say 10 minutes short of the hour, so they're going to try and nick back, I would say, 5 of those minutes. So he should be coming in maybe in what?
Well, he was 20 minutes early, wasn't he? Because it was at about the 40-minute mark that they came in for that full course
so
yellow.
He's be coming in the next 10, 12 minutes.
Should be
15 at most,
depending on how much fuel they can eke out of that car.
Well, I think they may have saved about 5 minutes worth, which is about as much as you could hope to do running at the pace and maintaining your position.
Adrian Zhao gets ready for his stint in number 63. The Grasser team give him a quick instruction. Gottfried Grasser is there with the headset on. There is his car through traffic, trying to find a way past the AF Corsa Ferrari of Howard Blank, the American. A true gentleman racer, but a true gentleman as well. A nice guy is Howard Blank.
What I would call a genuine gentleman driver.
Yeah, absolutely right, in every sense.
They come and race in the Blancpain Endurance Series because they love racing, and they're not here to win overall. They're here to try and do the best they can in their own category.
And enjoy racing in a good championship at great tracks and a great car. So he's let there Venturini and Rochelmi go by. Adrian Zhao gets ready. If he's getting ready now to take over, that's again, I know it's not going to be in this lap necessarily, but it is relatively early, 27 minutes to go, unless they are fearful that Venturini's pace isn't good.
Well, ordinarily, if you're a co-driver in a car, I would like to be ready 10 minutes before what I would say was the allotted pit stop time, just to make sure, in case the driver does opt to make a very quick late dive, you don't want to be standing there trying to get your balaclava, your helmet, your gloves and anything else on, and add to the panic in the pit lane.
True enough. So they're getting ready. Up front, Van Gisbergen has been through He has done 43 laps. We've had now 1 hour and 32 minutes completed by the race leader. This is Adrian Quaife-Hobbs, who's still third. And he's still hustling on to try to get himself closer to Robin Frins and see whether a McLaren 1-2 might be possible before the end.
On the brake light coming on, was that just dabbing the brakes to make sure there is a brake pedal? I said, oh, and runs wide. And that's a lovely, easy move for Adrian Quaife-Hobbs just to get up the inside. Interestingly, that brake light came on momentarily, and then he waited another second before he got on the brakes. That's a sign of a driver being not confident that the brake pedal will be there when he needs it.
Andrea Roda, that was, a former single-seater racer, running out wide, making a mistake. So Quaife-Hobbs goes through. Got another of the Mercedes to sort out next, which is going to be the Denis Vashchek car, heading down towards Stoke Corner. There it is, just up ahead, the one that Karim Al-Azari started. And an hour and 25 minutes of the race remain as into Stowe, the Mercedes twitches as it tries to find the apex of the corner. Adrian Quaife-Hobbs here wanting to get through the traffic as quickly as possible, but not wanting to take risks when the back markers are doing odd things like that.
Yeah, really wasn't in a position to try and make a manoeuvre down the inside. He's going to have to wait a little bit further around the racetrack. And the Mercedes, the back end of the car, looking a little bit unstable. But on the exit out of club, looks as if it's regained some of the grip. And Quaife-Hobbs just sort of all he can do is follow on the wheel tracks of the Mercedes. An opportunity will come now into this first of these tight two corners into Village. So no opportunities, nothing coming up in the loop. So the work will be beginning now. He's going to try. This will be a potential manoeuvre into Brooklands. If he can get the speed off the straight, looks like he's carrying more speed onto the straight than the Mercedes. So Quaife-Hobbs closing. Get the nose of the car. There we go. Masterclass, and how you doing?
Remember a few laps ago I mentioned that the number 19 Lamborghini had a 5-second penalty for track limits. Then it went up to a 10-second penalty. Well, the team manager of that car is now being summoned to the race director immediately. So I'm not entirely convinced Fabio Babini has behaved himself any better when it comes to track limits, and things might get ever more draconian.
It's slippery. The track is slippery.
I know Fabio likes racing at Silverstone. He's told us that here in the past, but he's exploring rather too much of it for Alain Adams' desire at the moment. There's a drive-through penalty for 33 Seyfarth, Torren and Haya, and also for 37 Gosselin, Rosta and Lanier for speeding in the pit lane. As meantime, Shane van Gisbergen leads by 41.8 seconds over Robin Frins.
And more importantly, the gap between second and third is down to just 10.5 seconds.
Although a couple of laps ago it was 8, so in traffic Frins has pulled back a little bit of time, or Quaife-Hobbs has lost a little bit of time, but we know that is always possible in these situations. Another car with a 5-second penalty, the number 41 Ferrari for Gilles Vanelay, Enzo Guibert and Arnaud Santamato. So there's a lot happening all the way up and down the order, as Stefan Rochelmi is virtually on the back of Venturini now. There is going to be a battle on for 4th place at any moment, though they are going out of club corner, and 63 is imminent for the pit. So let's hear from Adrian Zaug before he takes over number 63.
Adrian, you've got your helmet on. Are you ready to change soon?
Yes, definitely the last thing.
Your teammate seems to be coming under a lot of pressure at the moment.
Yeah, looks like it, but I think we should be fine to the end of the race.
Very calm and collected. Do you think this still could be a win again in some ways for Lamborghini?
I think win looks quite far away at this point, but I'm going to try everything to try and get out of the podium. Let's go.
Adrian, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, podium is very much a possibility, I would suggest. A win, no, not given the gap that the McLaren has up front. It's the kind of gap that the number 19 Lamborghini had at Monza, but there through the traffic comes Venturini and therefore shakes off Rochelmi for a couple of corners, because now Stefan Rochelmi has got to get himself up past the back marker Mercedes that's just up the road. Venturini stays out for another lap then, so Adrian Zaug is ready, but he's not going to be taking over just yet.
So Stefan Rochelmi is going to have a little thought about where am I going to get past yet another Mercedes. It seems that every time you make a bit of a manoeuvre, you get past a car, and then all of a sudden you've got this Mercedes again. Good straight line speed, slightly more nimble, the Audi through these bits of the racetrack up at Beckett's. Again, how much quicker the Audi looks. He's going to try and go the long way round. No, he's not. He's decided to try and get back in and then use the exit speed coming onto Hangar Straight. He's going to be right under the rear wing of the Mercedes, and he will wait, and then dive down the inside. There he goes. In fact, he's making his maneuver a little bit earlier than he maybe anticipated, but that was the consequence of coming out of Beckett that little bit quicker.
Down through Vale then, Rochelmi released from the traffic, but look at the time he's lost against the Lamborghini here. A lap ago they were virtually nose to tail, and now Stefan Rochelmi has got a lot of work to do.
What is Frank looking so happy about?
Yes. Well, it's his car, isn't it? There's up into 5th place. So
day's work done.
He can smell a good result here. I was about to tell you that it's got sunnier and warmer at Silverstone, but Frank has his almost omnipresent woolly hat on. Frank Stippler then, having done the first stint, watching what's going on. So we're on lap 47 at the moment for the race leader, and nobody else has tripped onto that lap because they are all so far adrift at the moment, but it is still Robin Frins in 2nd place, as once more Brooklands is a hugely crowded part of the circuit. A flash of the lights from the Rover Racing Mercedes going up towards Abbey.
Well, I didn't think she was called Abbey.
I think I'm right in saying it's Eve, isn't it? Frank Stippler's partner, Eve Scheer, who's a TV presenter in Germany. Now there, making a move to the inside, you can see the Ferrari, Renat Salikov at the wheel, 33.33 I should say, 10th place that car now, and he's not that far behind Dusseldorf. So Renat Salikov, like at Monza, is doing a very good job here.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is a car that led the race in the early, so after the initial contact with the Nissan and the back of the Ferrari. Nevertheless, from 1st down to 10th, there's going to be a long haul back for the 333 Ferrari once we get back to final stints.
So it's an hour and 19 minutes, so we're not far now off thinking about pit stops. If a driver is the slower of the 3, they might be a team starting to think about a driver change now, maximise the time available. For example, the number 1 Audi will want Laurens Vanthoor in for as long as is possible under the regulations. And can he make up 40 seconds in that car against Kevin Est? Doubt it.
I'll tell you what, if he does,
he can walk on water.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now it's going to take something again which is out of the control of the driver's hand, which either be an incident on track where we get a full course yellow or a safety car deployment, or weather. But the weather looks like it's actually gone through and we're getting blue sky. High cloud, but breaking up, and
sorry, that was Steph Dusseldorf being brave. He squeezes past 75 Audi. That's 8th place that Dusseldorf has just taken off Philippe Salaquada. That was a big intake of breath, and he just found a Mercedes-shaped hole.
Yeah, and he made a good pass. I mean, any pass is good as long as there's no contact, and sometimes you've got to launch it down the inside, and happiness in the Mercedes pit.
Klaus Graf and Nico Bastien at the front there. Nico has done, Klaus has yet to go, and so Steph Dusseldorf tonking on, former McLaren racer, up into 8th place, and he's going to be 7th before long because Ryan Ratcliffe is still leading Pro-Am. In fairness, a great effort this by 888. Lee Mole and Ian Harrison's team, but it won't be long before the Mercedes gets up onto the tail. He's done it now, look at the BMW, there it is. Ryan Ratcliffe, the young Welshman, turning his way through Aintree. There's Philippe Salaquada in 75, the ISR. The Czech team run Audi. Under the vehicle bridge, down to Brooklands they go.
Dusseldorf looking to move down the inside, gets a clean pass. Ryan Ratcliffe saw it coming. He knew he didn't have to compete against this car. He's not in his championship, not in his category. Currently, Ryan Ratcliffe running in 7th place. The next Pro-Am driver is down in 17th. So he's got lots of flexibility. He's not on the race for the lead. They're not going to win the race. They will win their Pro-Am class.
Second in Pro-Am is a long way back, and it's the 32 Paul Wilson Aston, and then it is the Ricardo Sanchez Nissan 3rd, but as I say, a long way back now. So look down the pit lane, the team's getting ready for a stop.
In a pass just down and Sean Walcott up into 12th place, just got ahead of the number 6. That was the Winkelhock Audi, now being driven by Winkelhock.
Sean Fong.
Oh, Fong, yes, Fong.
Yes. Fong for Europe. So Sean Fong in what was 13th, he's dropped back. In fact, there it is, that car. Sean Fong races in the Audi TT Cup, and the mentor for the drivers in that, they're all young drivers in the beginning of their career, is Marcus Winkelhock. So it's one of his protégés, if you like, from that championship that he's got driving with him. Now there is 73, Sean Walkinshaw at the wheel. and he's now on the tail of number 35 Audi, which is currently being driven by Edward Sandstrom, 24-hour winner a week ago, as they come down to the end of Vale. Sean Walkinshaw giving a good account of himself here.
Yeah, in fact, Craig Dolby did a good job in the opening stint, and Sean Walkinshaw consolidating that, getting the car up, currently in 12th, looking at an opportunity to get past Edward Sandstrom into 11th, and they could get this Nissan up into the top 10. That would be a good result.
And actually, Sean Fong is doing a good job here because he's hanging on in there in 13th place. Marchie Lee will be the third driver of this car that Ans Moser's Phoenix team will run. But I was kind of anticipating these two to fall away quite a lot, but they've not. And Sean Fong is looking pretty toey here, working his way through traffic and doing his best to stay up there as best he can with Sean Walkinshaw. So Sean Fong is being quite impressive at the moment. Right, we're 16 minutes away from the hour mark as people now start to consider their pit stops. But has Von Rahn Racing got everybody beat?
Well, the final pit stop is going to give us the indication. Currently, what is it, a 42-second advantage over second place Robin Friend. And for somebody who's on a fuel-saving mission, somebody must have said, well, we're in good shape, you can go at your own natural pace. And it's now the Audi in second place, Robin Friend, number one, who's dropped into the 1 minute, or the 2 minute 05. And that's the reason why the gap has been hovering around the 42 seconds for the last number of laps.
But Adrian Quaife Hobbs has been caught by Giovanni Venturini because that gap is only down to a second and a half now, so it's game on for third place. And remember that Venturini, when we were last looking, had number 3 Audi tucked up behind as well, so it's getting very, very close indeed now for third, fourth and fifth as you look at the car that's currently 12th, Sean Walkinshaw. There's Renat Salikov moving to the inside, so he's about to get past Ryan Ratcliffe up into 9th then. Salikov goes through, takes the place away. The leader, Shane van Gisbergen, has just gone over the timing line, incidentally. 49 laps in the book. And here, Edward Sandstrom still keeping at bay Sean Walkinshaw as they drop down to the end of Vale.
You get the feeling that the Nissan's got that little bit more pace. It's just going to be a question of where he can make use of it, and I suspect in the next couple of laps it'll be another place.
Lawrence Vantor will take over number 1. How's he feeling? Let's find out.
Lawrence, you've got a stint coming up, still very relaxed.
Yeah, still have some 10-15 minutes to go, so try to save some energy.
And it looks like your car at the moment is closing down on the McLaren. Do you think you can make up those 40 seconds?
Well, it's very difficult at the moment because we're on a good pace, we're on a strategy. The McLaren, they pitted on the full course yellow, so we're wondering if they can go until the end without doing a special dash. And actually, because Kevin Esther will be next in as well, and he's my teammate in Le Mans 2 weeks, I sent him a WhatsApp to ask him, can you go until the end? But obviously he didn't answer, so we'll see. We only can do our best, and if they don't have to do a special dash, it will be hard, I think, but if not, we'll be there.
You've been very quiet this weekend. No one's really talked about you that much, and yet here you are, closing in on a win.
I think if we practiced 2, we were P1. Qualifying was okay. We're P3. We're always there in front. But it's endurance racing, so it's obviously 3-hour sprint racing almost, but it's a long round that counts, and good pit stops and good strategy, and that's what we try to do.
Lawrence, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
I love the concept of modern racing drivers getting in touch with each other on WhatsApp in order to ask about strategy. Nothing like walking down the pit lane and asking, is it? You've got to do it on your phone these days.
Yeah, well, you can't imagine Kevin Estro's going to turn around and say, well, we're going to do a splash and dash with 3 laps to go. There you go, mate. Lower mates and teammates and all the sort of, this is a race and it's a victory that's going to be won by the team that think the smartest on their feet in the pit lane. And you have to go a long way to be smarter than WRT Audi. That is one thing's for sure.
Well, the man that runs the number 1 Audi is British engineer Adam Hardy, and he takes great pride in strategy and being able to second guess what everybody else is up to. So he reckons he's got it right, and he'll be very aware of what the McLarens are doing as well. So we'll find out whether it all works in their favour come the end of the race. There's the tank tape special, making a move to the inside. 14th it goes. Katsumasu Chiyo's Nissan goes through, bags the place away from the Mercedes of Indy Dongsha. Another good pass that going into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, and good pace from Katsumatsu Choi. Can't pronounce it.
Chiyo. Or the Nissan, if you prefer.
Call it the Chiyo.
Katsumasu Chiyo.
Yeah.
Or Chiyo-san. Anyway.
Andy Merrick, number 7.
He's gone through in 16th spot, Andy Merrick, and it won't be long before he is on the back now of Indy Dodger. He's not been too shabby this year. Indy moving up from the German F3 Cup, which wasn't exactly blessed with huge numbers last year, but moving to the Mercedes GT program, which looked quite impressive. Through the loop.
Big black clouds gathering over the far end of the circuit. We've managed to avoid rain pretty much all the way through this, what, just under 2 hours of a 3-hour event. And that just threw a real little spanner into the strategy works of pretty much everybody.
Steady on the throttle, now accelerate away.
Look at that little baby coming across the track.
That's coming from behind where we are at Woodcote Corner. So there is perhaps some more rain on the way. The windscreen covered in dead bugs. Might get some water on it before long as well. So through Cops Corner goes Kenzo Masachio. His next target now is going to be the Sean Thong Audi further up the road. Quite a long way up the road in fairness now. Last lap by Van Gisbergen in 2 minutes 5, so still looking okay.
The Bentley just slipped through. Andy Merrick used the momentum to try and make up another little place and another car lap certainly. So on board with the Bentley coming down. Just see whether there's any gain in top speed on the Bentley. They've been struggling a little bit, they reckoned, with straight line speed at Silverstone. And we saw them here last year. They could drive all over the racetrack and they were just everybody beaten hands down. It's a slightly different situation for them 1 year on.
So there is the Bentley, tucked up on the tail of Dodger. Merrick, I seem to recall at the start of this stint, was 24th. He's up to 16th, so Andy has done a good job of recovery, but we haven't really got to the bottom yet. This is OJ's next task, to find out why they lost the time.
Yes.
And plummeted down the order like that. Dodger through traffic, Merrick up the inside, breathe in. Gets past as well.
Yeah, and he also got a slight advantage because he carried more speed, so he'll be looking to get ahead of the Mercedes directly ahead of him. So that was you have to think when you're driving, not always push it to the limit, maybe back off and then get the momentum to gain the advantage, and that's what I think Andy Merrick did there.
On board with the Bentley now, heading down Wellington Straight, and there into the pit lane has come the Attempto Racing Porsche, started by Dimitris Constantinou. Jürgen Hering brings it in, so Frank Schmickler, former DTM racer.
So is this the first of the second stoppers?
Yes, yes. So Schmickler for 68 minutes, yeah, that's about right. Keep your gun in for the most time. And more people now are heading for the pit lane, so the final round of routine stops are starting. Number 7 stays out for another lap. The race leader is about to go across the timing line, incidentally, Shane Van Gisbergen, so he's staying out for as close to the hour mark as he can. So if they can do the best part of an hour and 20 minutes on fuel, that's mighty.
That's unbelievable. I mean, they're an hour and 12 minutes into this particular stint. Still 8 minutes to go before the second hour clocks by. So Van Gisbergen has done such a good job on saving fuel. That is a mighty impressive effort from the New Zealander.
Absolutely right. Silverstone debut and still relatively new to GT racing as Merrick has a go against Dodger for 15th place. Can't do it. Turning their way now round Stoke Corner. The two of them absolutely together. There is number 2 in. James Nash started it. Philip Gaillard and David Hallyday, the other 2 drivers there to sort out the driver change now. The Jaguar is in, and therefore the Jaguar is still going, which is great news.
I mean, we're delighted because we've never seen the car running so consistently and running at all at this distance in a race.
It's 23rd. That's a really good effort. Fair play to the Emile Frey Racing team for that. If we're sounding facetious, we don't mean to be. Genuinely, it is a surprise, but it's also a very pleasant surprise. The car is still going. It's great news. Andy Merrick, you're on board with him now. 16th. He's getting a bit bored, I think, with looking at the back of this Mercedes.
Yes, and he's going to be looking again down the inside in Brooklands. The 2 cars ahead are going to be the focus of the Mercedes, so Andy Merrick will be using, hopefully, that prospect. He's a bit too far behind as we come down. Is that those little raindrops on the screen, or is that just general rubbish?
I think it's just dead insects, isn't it?
I think it probably is dead insects indeed.
49, Howard Blank there trying to keep out of the way. Andy Merrick, though, has to turn in sooner or later, doesn't he? So how just impedes involuntarily the Bentley, which comes in. So Stephen Kane is going to be given a nice long stint to see what he can do at the end.
Again, I think that's a good move by Bentley to get, you know, there was traffic ahead, he wasn't making any further progress, so come in and let's put our, I wouldn't like to say the top driver of this particular car pairing, but certainly Stephen Kane is capable of dragging out a time, and he's got to drag out an hour and 6 minutes worth of fuel in the car as well as carry that speed. So they want to be back into the top 10, and that would be a fair result, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, but this car has looked good race long, and an inspired decision to pit under that full course yellow. As long as it works out on the fuel, then it's looking good. Remember, it came in at about 40 minutes, which was when we had the full course yellow, and so admittedly 1 or 2 laps of that were to reduce pace, but in essence it's aiming to do the best part of an hour and 20 minutes on a tank of fuel.
I mean, that's about as far as I've ever seen a Group 3 car go. In fact, probably further than I've ever seen one go. So the fuel saving that Shane van Gisbergen had to deal with meant that his natural pace was being inhibited, but it was all for the greater cause of making sure they consolidate their lead position, and he will be in, I would imagine. If it's not going to be this lap, it's going to be one more, because he comes past the wing and he's got the best part of a third of a lap remaining. I have an awful suspicion that it's going to be in this lap.
We've had the change for third place, incidentally, because now something has happened to Alfa. Oh, it's had a pit stop, that's why. Yes, 59 has been in earlier. So up into third has gone Rochelby. Fourth now is Max Book. But 59, which was Adrian Quave-Hobbs, which came in after this car, has pitted, and they've put Alvaro Parent in it. So 59 has pitted. They've got the data from that, but they are running 58 right to the bottom of the tank, aren't they?
Yes, and I mean, I don't know how much longer it can go. I mean, if he comes in this lap, it's not really an educated guess on my part. It's just simply how much fuel can the car carry and how far can it go with the fuel it's got left. And I think we will see the car coming in. Shane van Gisbergen's losing speed, and he's coming in.
So that takes you to lap 54. He comes in.
That is a mega stint by Shane van Gisbergen. Getting caught behind Howard Blank in the Ferrari, coming rather slowly up to the speed limit line, making sure he doesn't come across the line above the speed limit. That's frustration for Shane van Gisbergen. Even though it might have maybe, he thinks, lost him a second, it feels like a minute.
So down the pit lane he goes. The Von Ryan team will service that car through. But does now anybody else have a chance in this race? That's the next question. The Audi #1 of Robin Frins second. It will inherit the lead. Third is #3, the Rochelby driven car. But they need some sort of lifeline to get back into the mix. Robin Frins is about to come across the line, so #1 will Pro Tem take over the lead. There is 59, Alvaro Parent. Remember, he's now good to go to the end and gets squeezed up with the Ferrari. Survives it. That was a bit touch and go.
It was very touch and go, going across the inside of the corner like that with a car bearing down on you. Alvaro Parent didn't anticipate that, and again, he needed to get past the Ferrari as quickly as possible. I suspect the Ferrari didn't have a clue where Alvaro Parent was, and it was only by the time he realised that he had to make the adjustment to let the McLaren get through without contact.
While you look at 58, which is about to become Kevin Est, the team manager of the #23 Nissan has just been summoned to the race control building to go and see the race director. Not quite sure what Chio-san has done wrong, but anyway, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. As out into the race goes Kevin Est. Here's Alvaro Parent. Of course, he loses places having pitted, but he's going to gain them back now, because in has come Max Book, in has come Steph Dusseldorp, in has just come Edward Sandstrom, so there are more places to be gained back.
And the hope for McLaren, or for the Davy Ryan, Von Ryan racing team, is that this pit stop getting Alvaro Parent in, the man who's been responsible for so much of the development of the racing versions of these 650Ss and the MP412Cs, use that skill, that knowledge. And #1.
That's Frins.
It is.
That's Robin Frins, who's had a driver at club.
Slowly, you've got a problem. Is that has he got a mechanical problem?
I think he's getting going again, as though he's had a spin or something, or couldn't find a gear. He's picking up pace now.
Just trying to look at that right, that left rear tyre. Is there doesn't appear to be, but suddenly he lost all forward momentum for no apparent reason. We just got the moment where he was actually getting back onto track, Well, there's a real spanner in the work. Kevin Estre now back behind the wheel of the McLaren.
Yeah, but that's ruined any chance of a win for Robin Friend's car, hasn't it? Because he was struggling to make up the time anyway. He's just given away another, what, 10 seconds potentially there. For whatever reason, we'll try and find out why. But car 1 slow on track and rejoined, the information on the timing screen says, but there's more to it than that. As you look at 99, Klaus Graf into the race. That car's solidly worked his way up the order. Look at that black cloud all the way down the pit straight.
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, it's just over the commentary booth. It's still looking out, blue skies, big billowing white clouds, but coming from Copse all the way down pit lane is a massive black cloud. If that does unleash on the circuit, it will be a major problem.
Number 1 is in, so Robin Friend's down the pit lane, speeding as far as he can to the white line, stands on the brakes, but this is a car, I fear, that has lost any chance of a win because of whatever happened to it over at Club.
I wonder, was that a fuel problem? Could they have been running at such a fine limit that maybe the fuel levels are so low it's surged? Don't know.
It could be. It could be.
It's an explanation that's plausible.
I'd be surprised if they took it quite that close to the wire, and also the fact that he was able to pick up and, you know, have that pace again right at the very end. But we'll see. OJ, head in that direction for us, please. Let's go and find out from Robin Friends what happened, because it's certainly germane to the outcome of the race. Laurens van Thor has got even more work to do now.
Well, I suppose you have to think WRT are having to do something pretty drastic, because they know the only way they're going to beat the McLaren is by not just being consistent. They've got to push. But I've had a car run out of fuel, and it has a similar reaction as we've just seen from Robin Friends, where you sort of lose all forward momentum. Then once the fuel gets back into the catch tank, off you go. But maybe it was something, maybe it was a driver error, maybe it was something we have to wait and find out from the driver himself.
All weekend I've been told by WRT, as you see the Martin Jensen, Dennis Anderson Ferrari having a spin, been told by the team that Silverstone's not a fuel critical circuit. And there, look, the McLaren of Alvaro Perrin has to take to the grass to avoid the Ferrari that just rejoined right ahead of it. That's another type of activity from the slower cars you can do without, and they have a drama and then get in your way. Perrin then goes through up into 11th place, just got ahead of Andy Soucek, and then has this scare. So we're into the 3rd hour of the race now, and we are being told that number 6, which is Sean Fong, has gone into the gravel and has spun at Cops Corner.
Well, luckily the gravel is so far away from the corner itself that there's no bearing really on very much else. So Laurens van Thor into the wheel of the Audi, nothing wrong with the car. So, oh dear me, Alvaro Perrin, what has happened?
There's been contact with another car. He's been battling with Andy Soucek, and I reckon they've come to grief.
Oh,
look at the damage. Soucek and Perrin were together, and there is contact between the two, I'm being told. So we'll see if we've got a replay of it in the system. But at the Beckett's S's, a fast part of the circuit, and big whack.
Yeah, and that's a part of the racetrack. The Bentley is particularly quick. So whether we just saw Andy Soucek being overtaken by the McLaren, and there is the offending Bentley. No indication that it's had a contact with another car, and the Soucek behind the wheel, but certainly that was a substantial knock into the rear of the McLaren, and that will be a pit stop for the damage to the wheel tyre, if not to suspension. Oh,
that's the Audi I told you about at Copse. But that's going to be the end of the race, surely, for Perrin. I mean, the damage sustained there is too great. 23's just come in. So there you are. It'll have done the suspension, it's done bodywork, it's done a tyre, and the time lost getting into the pit lane. That car's history.
It's not going to finish in 3rd place, not going to finish in 2nd place. No. It's going to have a longish pit stop.
It might finish in the pits, depending on how bad the damage is. So just when you think you know what's going to happen, out of the blue, something else crops up, contacts. There is number 3, Stefan Rochelmi, to give way now to Stefan Ortelli.
Always exciting.
Absolutely, yes. That car had inherited the lead on pit stops, and it glides out of the pit lane. WRT yet again has got itself at pit out, but there is Alex Buncombe taking over number 23 from Katsumasa Chio. This is the race that got away for that car, isn't it?
Very much so. Just one little mistake, and you could say, was it the mistake of the leading car, or was it the mistake of the car being lapped? It's always two different versions of the same story. Laurens van Thor has got a lot of work to do. There's Kevin Estre, who is currently in 4th place, but having made their 2nd pit stop.
I understand that 23, the Buncombe Chio Wright Nissan, there it is going to be given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So was that going back in time to when it tagged the Ferrari. Wolfgang Reip up at the loop.
I can't imagine the penalty would be served so late.
That's how long it took the stewards to agree. Here's the Perez versus Suchek.
That's just rude. I mean, there's no question there. And Suchek will suffer for that. That was an avoidable incident. He just literally stuck the Bentley up the inside when he wasn't anywhere near alongside sufficiently to say, I've got some right to the corner.
And there is what's left of McLaren tyre all down. That could be a safety car to get the debris out of the way.
Absolutely, because there's now so much debris in the track, principally of the shredded Pirelli rubber, but bits of carbon fibre bodywork. The shards will be all over the main, well, down the Wellington straight, bits still falling off as he comes back to the pits, driving pretty quickly to get the car back in, but in doing so, just causing further damage to the rear, the right rear of the McLaren. So I wonder will we see either a full course yellow or will we see a safety car, because that debris will need to be cleared away.
The incident is under investigation, the Suchek-Perret battle that you just seen the replay of, but Alvaro Perret, I think he's pretty peeved to say the least. He's come back at such a speed that he's actually not really helped that car very much. There's more damage done now. He's not exactly limped back.
No.
And potentially he could cost the sister car a good result if a safety car is deployed, because they'll all bunch up. Anyway,
I have to think there's going to be something done to clear away, because debris all in the middle to the left-hand side of the racetrack, and there we see now everybody's slowed down.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
Yeah, it's not a safety car, it's a full course yellow. So the gaps don't come down. That's what the opposition wanted.
I'm not sure that's the right decision, because how are the marshals going to be able to run on track when there's cars all around the racetrack, rather than if you had a safety car intervention, they would all be actually lined up behind. Yeah. And that would give the marshals, the corner workers, an opportunity, briefly as it may be, to get on track and do as much clearing as possible.
I agree with you. I agree, because there's always
there's more bodywork lying there. And,
I mean, it's around the whole lap, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So at least if they're in a line, there is some clear track time for the marshals. I totally agree, John. Absolutely.
Surprising.
Yeah, it puzzles me, that one. So it might be that the race director changes his mind in a moment, but we shall see. For the moment, it could be quite a lengthy full course yellow, this. But the full course yellow for the debris on track. So we've got the cars currently, there you can see the marshals are hard at work. So there they are, down on Wellington Straight. Okay, the plan is working. As long as they can just use one side of the road. And they've got quite a long run up to Aintree, haven't they? To
they
get
do.
Big chunks out of the way.
The rubber is the obvious thing. It's more to do with the very fine bits of carbon fibre that will also be lying on the surface. That's what cuts tires down quicker than anything else. More debris coming out. You can see there's the McLaren coming back and shredding. A big bit of bodywork will fly off. So there it is. And as you pointed out, Alvaro Perret coming back and decides to take a shortcut to avoid laying any more debris in the racetrack. But coming back at a pace which is probably quicker than you would anticipate if you were expecting to go back out again.
The class results you can see on screen at the moment. Pro-Am has now, the lead there, been taken by Paul Wilson in the Stuart Leonard-Michael Meadows shared Aston Martin. So we could be on for a British win. And Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin out of nowhere are up to second in Pro-Am. So another ripper effort by those two. Tremendous, they can get results out of nowhere. And then third in Pro-Am at the moment is the Max Cobalt, Sascha Botterman, Peter Schotthorst Audi. So one or two concerned faces at Bentley and other garages as well. The track's virtually clear now, Wellington Straight. Look.
Done a good job.
I have.
Good decision, was the right decision in the end. Looked much worse than it was. There still will be bits of carbon fibre on the track, but they've got the principles out of the way, and that was large chunks of rubber. And on the straight on the exit of Club Corner, substantial pot of carbon fibre bodywork.
All around the track, you can see it there at Copse. Rubber from the tyres that have been junked, but that's less of a drama.
Yeah, that's offline. I mean, if you get in there, you're in trouble anyway.
Yes, yes.
So that rubber will be well off the apex and the entry into the corner.
So the teams are given a 10-second countdown as to when it will be green flag conditions once more. What we need to see is what the gap is going to be after all of this between Kevin Est and Lawrence Vanthoor. We've still got a couple of cars that are ahead, out of sequence, that haven't pitted. There is the race leader, and 10 seconds to our restart. So there is the leading car, It's third on the road, but in real terms, it's the race leader. And here they come, down towards Stowe Corner. The green flags will be shown any second. Now, we go racing again. And Kevin S does what a pro driver does, puts his foot to the floor, disappears up the road.
Yeah, and again, the team will be on the radio telling him the countdown, so as he hears one go, then he's on it. He's in the correct gear to get maximum acceleration.
Number 2 Audi there, which is the Pro-Am car, out of sequence. So it's number 1, just going through Beckett's, that is the real opposition. And there is Stefan Ortelli, who's got caught up behind 73. We're going to have Martin Plowman in it for the last stint. So a WRT battle possible for second place before the end. And have a look in the background, 63 also there, which is Adrian Zaug, turning his way now through the right-hander of Stowe Corner. Down through Vale they go. So Kevin Est looking strong in the McLaren. Now 73 Nissan has done both its pit stops. It is on lap 59 and it's pitted under the full course yellow. I'm just trying to place whether that car has kept track position ahead. It's about to lose out anyway to number 3 Audi. It's 54 McLaren slows. Martin Plowman is about to be monstered by Stefan Ortelli, who has a look at the inside there.
Confusion coming out of Club Corner, and the McLaren just about got away from being tagged as it came out of Club Corner. So Martin Plowman behind the wheel for the final stint of the Nissan with 50 minutes remaining. That car got itself, and we see coming out of Luffield.
Yes, that's a pit in.
Yes, it is.
Block the pit entry, so that car needs to get going. It has done. It's an Audi. It's a WRT Pro-Am Audi, I think I'm right in saying. Right, so we're about to have the cars through. The race leader is Kevin Est. That's the easy part of all of this. And then the order behind is about to be confirmed. The one that's really benefited, you know, is number 75. The ISR Audi, Marco Bononomi at the wheel, has got up into second place by pitting under full course yellow. And it is now only 15 seconds back from Kevin Est. Lawrence Vantor is third and he's 34 seconds back, so the gaps are a bit less. Fourth is this car, the Martin Plowman Nissan. Fifth is Ortelli and sixth is Adrian Zaug.
Well, to get Martin Plowman up to fourth place, again, the benefit of pitting into that full course yellow has definitely shown dividends, and it was, in a sense, it was the pit stop for Lawrence Vantor, the car, when he took it over. And that was done before the pit stop, before the full course yellow. Another Audi stopped out on the track. That's coming out of the whole Beckett's complex.
Yeah, I think that's 74, the sister car to the Bononomi one I've just been getting excited about because it was slow going past the pits a lap ago. It's the Fabio Anidi, Andrea Roda, Anders Fjordback car. It should be Fabio Anidi at the wheel, Onidi at the wheel of it now. But let's hear from Adrian Quaife-Hobbs, because his car is out of the race. It wasn't him driving it, but his car out of the race, sadly, now.
So it looks like you've had a close encounter with a Bentley.
Yeah, it's a shame we were up to third on our stint, and the pace was good in the car. I'd done a lot of fuel saving in the run, and we were still able to run fast. So we were hoping Alvaro could just go for less fuel saving and really push on to try to catch the Audi. But obviously, it's a shame what's happened. Hopefully the stewards will look at it and take action, but it doesn't affect our race now. Unfortunately, it's over. Alvaro's in 20 seconds, so hopefully he might be able to get back to some points. And just see what happens. All he can do is push on now.
Did you actually see what happened?
Not properly to make a comment, no.
Well, thank you very much. Unlucky.
Thank you.
That's a good teammate, isn't it?
Yeah, very diplomatic.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty clear the Bentley made a lunge and there was no space. And responsibility lies with Andy Suchek, a very, very capable driver, but that was his mistake.
The lead gap has come down a fraction, you know. Marco Bononomi smells a win here, and he's hunting down Kevin Est. The gap came down a little last time, 14.8 seconds, but another team there taking full advantage of the full course yellow. So this is the second place car. Marco Bononomi up into second spot. So second spot is the number 75 car. So he heads down towards Stowe Corner, with 14 seconds being the advantage that Kevin Estre has. And Marco Bononomi, who is on the Audi factory payroll, and he's not there just for fun, is he? He's there because he's a very good driver. He's hunting down the McLaren.
Yes, and his last lap times are about, well, just under a second quicker than we're seeing from Kevin Estre. Again, have to refer back to the situation with traffic, but this car currently running quickly, and that 14.6 second gap when it comes across the start-finish line, it's not going to be any less than that, and it might even be reduced from the 14.6 down to just under 14.
Now, Laurens Vanthoor in third place. We still don't know from the pit lane why that car slowed at Club Corner, but Laurens Vanthoor is lapping quicker than the two ahead of it. So I know OJ's got a lot to get through in the pit lane, but Laurens Vanthoor is not out of the hump yet because he's lapping quicker than the two ahead, isn't he?
He is. When he's on his own, he can make those lap times, because we know how quick he is behind the wheel of an Audi. The difficulty he's got is he's never going to get clear track for the remaining 40 minutes or 46 minutes of this race. He's going to be compromised at some part, at some stage, before we reach the end. Drive through car 8 causing a collision. Well, there's a surprise.
Yeah, quite. The surprise is it took so long, I think. This is another car that's done a great job. The guys in the pit lane today have earned their money in one or two cases, haven't they? And here, the MRS GT team, the Monitor Racing System squad, have got this car up into 4th place.
Albeit you've got Stefano Telli just waiting to pounce, and he needs one little glitch with traffic just being maybe a bit ambitious to try and find a way through. Ortelli knows precisely what motor racing is all about.
But in the Inter-Nissan battle, this is quite a sweet result, isn't it, for the other team?
I can believe me, believe me, this is as sweet as it can get. It's almost as sweet as actually winning outright.
The Team Russia BMW, by the way, has got a 5-second penalty for track limit abuse. And we told you about Andy Soucek and his penalty, so 45 minutes remain. What else has the race got in store? Well, the lead gap has gone up now, having told you that Bononomi was catching Kevin Est, and Bononomi's car having arrived out of nowhere with the full course yellow, of course, so the gap has widened again. Kevin Estre has not hung about.
Yes, and equally on the last lap, Laurens Vanthoor in third place got that gap between second and third down to 14.5 seconds, because somewhere on that last lap Bononomi was actually delayed, held up by the traffic, or most likely traffic. So the seesaw between second and third position is going to be more, I think, the focal point of the outcome of this race. I think Kevin Estre, unless he is attacked savagely, as we saw the sister car Alvaro Parent, then all he has to do is just maintain his pace, and he should be very comfortable indeed.
Now the next question is whether or not Laurens Vanthoor can get second place away from Bononomi. I reckon he can. He's got 37 seconds to make up in 44 minutes, and he's lapping nearly 3 seconds a lap quicker. So second place is up for grabs.
Yeah, second place is for me the focal point now, with the remaining just under 45 minutes. Every lap's not going to be a 3-second gain. I think that obviously Bononomi had issues on the track, and he will be back running within a few tenths or so of the pace of Laurens Vanthoor. But you know, you've got to use that opportunity, and Vanthoor has done so. The gap is 14.5 seconds. The last time across the line, a car, another Audi going slowly up at the loop. And there is the third place car, just got ahead of the Mercedes. So the gap may not have reduced very much. We'll see very shortly, as Bononomi will be just coming across the start-finish line any second now. Just gone across the line, some 19 seconds behind the leader, so he's dropping quickly behind the lead car. But it's the third place car of Laurens Vanthoor that his focus will be on. 10 seconds. I'll say it again, 10 seconds.
So a 2:07 for Bononomi, a 2:03 for Laurens Vanthoor. Blimey, he is absolutely storming, isn't he now? So that gap is coming down and down and down. More people being given penalties, but they're out of the Am and Pro-Am Cups, not to be concerned with just at the moment. Andy Soucek has just pitted to do his drive-through.
And this battle again, Stefano Telli less than a second now behind Martin Plowman in the Nissan. And one thing about Stefano Telli, he doesn't know what giving up means.
No, he doesn't. Sometimes that gets him in a bit of strife, as happened in Blancpain 2 or 3 years ago, but
frequently. But he always smiles.
And he's a great enthusiast, and he's a nice bloke, and nobody has a bad word for Stefano Telli, really. Martin Plowman out of Stowe. He is British, but he's done very little racing in the UK because his karting was done on the continent. He went into international single-seater racing, then to America. So racing at Silverstone doesn't actually give him the advantage that you might expect. Track knowledge is not really something he's blessed with here.
Well, he's been lapping in the 2:04s, which is a good pace, being matched by Ortelli and Zarg running behind in 6th place. Just a little bit slower than the pace of the two cars ahead. Nevertheless, that's you can't relax anytime Adrian Zarg is around. He's potentially somebody who can take a podium position.
In 8th place, incidentally, Norbert Siedler trying to recover for the time lost early on. And there's the very, very slow number 74 ISR Audi that's just limped into the pit lane. If anybody else wants a pit stop, they're going to have to dodge around a crippled car in the pit lane now. Now, Philippe Salaquada, his number 75 Audi up into 2nd place. He must be well chuffed with that. Let's hear what's the mood in the ISR camp with OJ.
Philip, some people would call it luck, some would call it great tactics. Whichever way it was amazing timing for that pit stop.
Yeah, we were a little bit late. We wanted to go late in the pit stop to be longest on the track because the pace was quite okay on the end. And we were a little bit lucky with the yellow. We saw some cars, so it could be maybe yellow. So we call it in. It was just great timing. So it was just a bit luck for us.
Sometimes though you make your own luck, don't you?
Yeah, we needed that luck. So I hope we do well and we all pass the traffic, which we are stuck behind now.
2nd at the moment, but a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, it's a bit of pressure. Yeah? We need to keep going and overtake the traffic and just go fast.
Philip, thank you.
Thank you.
So that car's 2nd then, Marco Bononomi at the wheel at the moment. Stephen Kane has just done the best middle sector of anybody in the race, incidentally. He's 12, he's not pitching for a win this year, but Stephen is still trying as hard as ever, as there is Martin Plowman trying to come up on the inside of the 54 McLaren. That's quite a long way down, that car, with Ollie Webb, one of the drivers, going wide there at Stowe.
Yeah, he gets through, and again, Stefano Telli uses the benefit of the McLaren getting slightly out of position down the hill into Vale, and he gets through cleanly as well. And the gap between these two cars has been around about half a second, 3/4 of a second. And Otelli keeping Martin Plowman absolutely honest all the way through.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he can never relax, can he, Plowman? There he is going to Abbey, and Stefano Otelli in 5th spot, hunting him down. Quicker by 3/10, just over 3/10 in the 1st sector alone on this lap. Now, how are we doing for the top 3? They're all concertinaing up, because it's 30.4 seconds across the top 3. It is 8.3 seconds Bononomi to Vantor. And Kevin Esch has just gone over the timing line. His last lap was a 2 minutes 5.1.
And you know, Martin Plowman is only 6.6 seconds behind Lawrence Vantor, so he's not being dropped. I mean, this is a battle we'd think for 4th place between Plowman and Otelli, but in fact it could easily be a battle with just under 40 minutes to go for the final podium step, and these two cars are not out of that option of being in that final podium stop.
I agree with that. Now, just looking at yet more team managers being summoned to race control. WRT's number 2 team manager, the Pro-Am car to race control, and for Grasser Racing Team, both team managers, in other words, for both cars, 19 and 63, both also having to go to race control immediately. So there's another judicial incident to be resolved here. And also, number 74 Audi that spent about 10 minutes crawling back to the pit lane has just been given a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. So it seems a little unfair because it was so slow. Not sure when it did abuse the track limits, but anyway, that car way out of contention now, even if it can rejoin. So we've got 38 minutes on the clock still. Kevin Estre is the race leader, and this time around in the 1st sector he is much quicker than Bononomi and Lawrence Vantor.
Yeah, Lawrence Vantor used the traffic very well, and sometimes, you know, you can actually make drivers get out of your way by putting your car literally right in their mirrors, hoping that when they are coming into that is not ideal, but one might say was it force majeure. He tried to use the very long way around the racetrack, not to get past on the left-hand side, but the Ferrari runs out of sympathy off the track. So you don't need to be doing that, because it could be seen to be gaining an advantage, and that could easily be another little 5-second penalty should the stewards so decide.
Car 41, Gilles Vannelet, Enzo Gibert and Arnaud Santamato, they've just been given a 30-second penalty for track limits abuse.
I mean, just imagine, if Vantor got a penalty, 5-second penalty for track abuse, that would put the Nissan probably very close to 3rd place, if not in 3rd place.
Yeah, so they have now, when the racing is this close, they've got to behave themselves. This is the scene looking from the approach to Woodcote all the way through the stadium. That long right is Luffield. You see how people run up onto the curbs, but as long as you've got 2 wheels on the track, that's okay. Now let's hear from Jean-Carl Vernet next. Remember, number 1 had that time lost a little while ago. Well, OJ's managed to get himself a WRT. Let's find out what the drama was. OJ.
Our commentators got very overexcited with that loss of power. What happened?
I think it's an electronical problem where Robin were not able to shift up or shift down anymore, so we lost 15-20 seconds, and then it worked again. We don't know, it's electronics, you know, sometimes you have some bug and it restarts and it's good again, so that's a shame because we lost a little bit of time and I think we were able to fight for the win, but let's see how it goes until the end of the race. We are P3 now. We're a little bit surprised to see the other Audi in front after the pit stop, so we're going to try to catch up and overtaking it.
Well, you said you lost a little bit of time, but you are chasing down second pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the car is amazing. The team did an awesome job. The Leopard car is really, really quick, and pit stop were quick. I think both drivers did a good job. Lawrence is right now catching up to P2, so let's see. Let's stay focused on our race until the end, and I'm sure we will be looking good, I hope, on the podium.
Well, here we go. Here's the question. Is the win still possible?
No, I don't think. We were not thinking that the McLaren were able to do only three pit stops. They stopped early for refueling, but they did it, and congrats to them. And now, yeah, we have focused to finish P2.
There's cheering around you. There's been a pass behind you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The pass is Stefan Ortelli, who's got ahead of Martin Plowman. What a move, John.
Absolutely scintillating. I mean, that was a move. Now the battle's coming back as the Nissans got the momentum back down Wellington Straight. But Stefan Ortelli was absolutely unbelievable coming into Village Corner and just I mean, I want to see it again to really enjoy it. And Martin Plowman came back coming down Wellington Straight. And look, Sean Walkinshaw, he can't believe it. He's got to admire the old man in the Audi. Nevertheless, I mean, audacious is not the best way to describe it.
But it was a wonderful move, and that's put Stefan Ortelli up into 4th place. I was thinking as I looked at Sean Walkinshaw there, he doesn't have like his dad used to, Tom, but he's also, like you say, able to admire a great driver in Stefan Ortelli. Yeah, and the fact that their car's even in 5th place is a mega result in itself.
Yeah, absolutely, but of course you're disappointed now. You're in 4th place, if you've dropped a place, it's all, you know, everything's working against you. Yeah. But I mean, that was the most outrageous overtake we've seen here all day, and it's what you expect from Stefan Ortelli. Just something completely creative, off the wall, and he used the traffic so cleverly to make it work for himself.
Stefan has been racing at Silverstone for getting on for over 20 years, I would think now. He was certainly here 20 years ago in the BPR GT days, the forerunner to the SRO championships. He may have even been here in single-seaters before that. I'll have to dredge the memory bank, but a very experienced driver is Stefan Ortelli, and as quick pretty much as ever he was. Now there's Laurens Vanthoor, who is 5.8 seconds back from Marco Bononomi,
but not making progress.
No, not enough.
They're both lapping at the same time on their last lap. So is it going to be a 3rd place for the car that is not the favourite car within the WRT Audi team? Let's have a look and see. Now look at the speed, Ortelli. He's going right deep all the way around the outside of Hard Blank in the Ferrari. And frankly, I don't think Sean Walkinshaw even had a clue that Ortelli had to bump up the curb at the inside. Eventually he realised the Audi was there, gave him working room, but in the process of doing so lost the initiative. This is Martin Plowman behind the wheel. So he had to come back. He did come back down Wellington Straight, but Ortelli had the advantage into Brooklands.
What a move. Great bit of driving that. We've got more people under investigation for the full course yellow. Alex Buncombe is one of them, and that car sadly is a long way down anyway in 14th place. Stephen Kane keeps doing purple sectors, so the little Ulsterman ain't given up.
No surprise.
Well, no, he's not. No.
There's no. Stephen Kane is just blindingly quick in the Bentley, and unfortunately, and compared to last year when they were in a position and they did win the race, not so this weekend. He could maybe make a top 10 position. Currently in 11th, but lapping considerably quicker by the best part of almost 2 seconds on the 10th place car.
Now, Pro-Am, the class is currently being led by this car. And this, in a sense, is a surprise, with all due deference, because Paul Wilson, Michael Meadows and Stuart Leonard, who's now driving it, are not normally front runners. Michael Meadows is very much the quicker of the 3, but this car has just done very well all day. It's been a good friendly Aston Martin circuit, Silverstone, over a number of years, of course. Here in Aston had an outright win. And a great job has been done by this team. They've been learning how to go about Blancpain over the last season and a bit. And so Stuart Leonard, in his eponymous team car, is up front in class. Second in the class is Duncan Cameron, bringing it home to the end after Matt Griffin's heroics. And then third, Jan Mardenborough now in the 22 Nissan. But for this true amateur team to be ahead of some of those squads, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good effort indeed. Mitigate errors. You know, don't make manoeuvres on the racetrack that you haven't got control of. When you come in for your pit stops, we've rehearsed the pit stops. Do everything. It's sort of not rocket science, but it's so easy sometimes to get lost under the stress or other factors that arise during a race.
Now, number one, Laurens Vanthoor, is a fraction closer to 75 Audi. There is Duncan Cameron, who is still second in Pro-Am. Now, has he got a chance of catching Stuart Leonard before the end?
He's 12 odd seconds behind.
I'm sure he can.
With 30 minutes remaining. Well, technically he could do, but I suspect that the pace of the Aston vis-a-vis the pace of the Ferrari here it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, indeed. But Duncan Cameron, second at Monza, second at Silverstone, potentially. He and Matt Griffin doing this as normal as just the two of them. So an hour and 50 minutes has to be driven by Duncan Cameron, therefore. And there's the third place car in Pro-Am, Jan Mardenborough in the 22 car, which ultimately looks like it's going to be the one to give the team something to cheer about. It'll be a podium finish, seemingly, for that car. He's up behind Frank Schmickler in the blue Porsche there. Good to have Jan Mardenborough back in Blancpain.
It'd be nice to see him in a fully pro car. His out-and-out speed clearly is not in question.
It'd be good to have him in that for the Spa 24 Hours, but I fear there might be a clashing single-seater race that day. Or that weekend. But it would be good to have him in the pro car on occasions. Out of club he comes. Pit stop of the two Lamborghinis under investigation, incidentally. And here is Pierre Arret, who is up front in the AM category at the moment. Pierre Arret, it says Matt Shaw, but it's Arret driving, going down to Village. He's ahead of Frank Schmickler in the blue Porsche we caught a glimpse of a little while ago. Pierre Arret, for a long, long time, has been found driving Ferraris. He was part of Chris Niakos's CRS team for a while, if you remember, in the GT3 European Challenge. But he's now switched to Mercedes for this year. And the car making its way down towards the left-hander at Brooklands. There is the second-placed Audi in the hands of Ian Logie and Julian Westwood. It is Ian Logie behind the wheel of that car at the moment.
Martin Plowman makes his way through, but of course the escaping Audi of Stefano Otelli is the car that really, and it's escaping by the best part of 3 to 4 seconds as it makes its way now down the straight. Otelli really reveling in that, I mean, most entertaining overtake we've seen so far in the race.
There's the Stephen Parov Pierre Caffer Ferrari that's hardly got a mention today. It's been rather anonymous compared to its heroics at Monza. So that car soldiers on. Martin Plowman coming under attack as well. But it's the Lamborghini of Adrian Zaug that is the car he needs to worry about when that gets into his mirrors. All the others around him are traffic, really.
And the Zaug just literally was coming out of Luffield as the camera cut to go through Woodcut, so it's probably about 6 seconds or so behind with 28 minutes remaining. And there is the green Lamborghini, and Adrian Zaug just get a little look at his lap times 2 of 5.2 against Plowman's 207 that last lap. So Zaug has got momentum again because Martin Plowman's caught in this group of cars. He's lost that natural pace in Logie in the Audi, not intentionally holding him up, but he is a lap car and he should be allowing the Nissan to get through more cleanly.
Agree with that. 25 there, another of the AMs. This is the car that has now got Fabio Mancini driving it. Fabio Mancini, the winner here in 1987 of the Tourist Trophy in the WEC World Touring Car Championship race that year, when he drove with Enzo Calderari, who went on to be a Spa 24 Hours winner in the FIA GT days. So the Ferrari turns through Stowe. Up the inside goes Norbert Siedler, who gets his nose chopped and squeezed up onto the curbs.
Well, he's chasing down the other lime green car ahead of him, which is the Lamborghini of Adrian Zaug. And he's just under 7 seconds behind and still not finding a way through. So again, just have to be a little bit patient, not be too forceful, otherwise you'll put yourself into that area where you'll get the nose clipped. having to brake and go down a gear into Abbey, which in a high downforce race car is flat. But look how quickly he catches up, just suddenly running all over the back, and then has to pull over to the right, gets the position into village, and slightly concerning that there was a rather abrupt lift off. Now he's clear. He's got an opportunity to get back to his normal pace.
Powering his way then now onto Wellington Straight. There's number 1, Laurens Vanthoor. How is he doing relative to Bononomi? The gap is down to 6. No, he's ahead indeed, so he's gone through up into second spot. So he's made the move. So number 1, Laurens Vanthoor now up into second spot, and he's 31 seconds behind Kevin Est.
And that was a big bunch of time that Laurens Vanthoor has taken out. It was 8-9 seconds not so long ago, and suddenly he's not only caught him up, but he's taken the position away. So the Vanthoor car into second place, but 31 seconds behind a very comfortable Kevin Estre, who really all he has to do is just bring it home.
McLaren victories in Blancpain have not been that common. We had the Hex's team winning at Navarra at the end of 2013, but sorry, 2012 I should say, but we've got the potential of a 650S victory here with Kevin Est at the wheel. And look at the traffic ahead of Laurens Vanthoor. He doesn't know which way to go. He's not got much choice either. Up the inside of the Ferrari, and tries to squirt past the Jaguar now.
Yeah, he had to be careful with the Ferrari because it was liable to drive down on top of him, so he had to be sure that it wasn't going to do that before he made the commitment. But he managed to get clear now. The Jaguar, a pretty rare sight for Laurens Vanthoor to see the Jaguar running, and well, we're all very happy about it.
And it's in 19th place, the Jag.
And it'll be interesting to see just where, well, the Jaguar of course now getting slightly held up by the pace of the Mercedes just ahead, so Vanthoor will be again thinking forward and working out where he can get past not one of these two cars but both cars as they battle, and sort of Laurens Vanthoor, is he going to split the pair of them? Well, he's certainly got past the Mercedes but can't get past the Jaguar. It's got good straight line speed.
This will be a really good result if that Jaguar can make it home in the top 20, because they'll have learned a huge amount from this and find something to touch that's wooden. But it looks like the reliability is less of a drama for that car than has been the case previously. But as I say, fingers crossed that is going to be the case. Here comes Vanthoor then. 25 minutes on the clock still. But he really now needs something external to happen to the McLaren, doesn't he, to have a chance of a win?
Well, would you have imagined that the third place McLaren would be sideswiped by a Bentley and taken out of the race?
No.
None of us imagined that.
No.
That's what we've got remaining 24 minutes and just over 30 seconds. Anything can happen.
Kevin Est, an experienced driver, but it's the traffic around you that you can't always legislate for, as Alvaro Parent will vouchsafe. And here is Vanthoor, still stuck behind the big cat that gets sideways. It's Freddie Barth at the wheel of it, and as they come onto Hanger Straight now, the Audi wants to get past, but can't get past.
No, it can't. It hasn't got any more advantage in the straight line, even with the slipstream. But there was the opportunity, just waited behind the rear wing, then pulled out. The Jaguar, in effect, didn't challenge this because, again, it's a position, not so it's a lapped car rather than a change of position. So you have to work with your competitors, because someday the situations will be reversed.
True enough. Now, OJ has now caught up with Shane van Gisbergen after his Ripper stint. Is he a bit nervous now about what's going to happen to the end? Let's find out.
Shane, it was an excellent second stint from you with that fuel saving. Do you think that's what's put you in this position right now?
Oh, definitely, it's a bit of a masterstroke there by the team to pit under that full course yellow. Much too early, but I did the full stint, low engine map, halfway down the straight, backing off, and made up some pretty good time. But Kevin's into the finish now. This is the worst part. I hate watching, but yeah, pretty awesome. We've still got 20 minutes to go. It's a long way, but we'll see.
Well, yeah, you've got the hot breath of Laurens Vanthoor's breathing down next. 33 seconds, is that enough?
I don't know. He's pretty quick. The Audi's been really fast, but yeah, fingers crossed, push on to the end. But I just want to say hello to my father in New Zealand. It's 4 o'clock there in the morning, but he's up and watching, so hi, Dad.
There you go. That's dadly love for you to stay up at that time. Just quickly, as a racing driver, how difficult is it to back off when you really want to push on?
Oh, that's the job you got to do. I knew when we pitted it was 40-something minutes into the race. It's way too early, so, but it gave us a 40-second lead, so I just did what I could to save the fuel and try and push on for a lap time too.
And just on your dad, it might be 4 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand. Do you think he'll pop a bottle of champagne if you win?
Appleton's rum is what he likes, so probably.
good on you, mate. You know, Shane van Gisbergen's telling us what you've got to do when you're saving fuel. When you do that, you change the engine map, the engine becomes much more lethargic, the car feels much more lethargic, and it just becomes you're just doing your duty as a driver to go through your stint. I had to do it a few occasions in endurance racing, and the car just feels like a wet sponge.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the responsibility, and Shane van Gisbergen has done a brilliant job to do so, save so much fuel. I mean, lift off and coast into a corner. You think you'd lose yourself bunches of time. Actually, it doesn't make that much difference. It's all about the rhythm. You can get a really good rhythm when you're doing those fuel-saving tricks, and he did a superb stint.
Now, car 75 here, you can see the caption on the screen. It's running third, but a 5-second penalty has been given to Marco Bononomi for exceeding track limits. So he was being caught anyway by Stefan Ortelli, and it's of course now going to help even more for Stefan to get himself up into the top 3. So even at this late stage, some drivers are still transgressing, and I'm surprised at Bononomi because, you know, he's a proper factory professional driver, and he's been here in other races as well.
You know, sometimes you get that rush of blood, the red mist, and you make a manoeuvre out of frustration frequently, and you try to save time, and in doing so the consequence is you might get a penalty, as we see the number 2 car into the pits, and that is a problem at the front of the car, is it, or is it just a tire wheel change? Well, anyway, great effort by Shane van Gisbergen, and undoubtedly the old man back in New Zealand will have had the old rum bottle cracked already.
And I know that other people from the V8 Supercar paddock are watching. Top broadcaster Aaron Noonan's watching on the live stream. I think he's getting quite excited about one of his near fellow countrymen being in the box seat here. So Kevin Est at the wheel of the car at the moment. There's number 2 in the pit lane, and you've got the Philippe Gaillard, David Hallyday, James Nash Audi about to go back into the race, but it's a problem for it to be pitting with 20 minutes to go. Now there, number 19, the car that was doing strong stuff at Monza, looking good at the moment in 18th spot, but time lost early on, I'm afraid, has gone against it. This car has never looked as good in the race as 63 did, the sister car.
Don't know why. I mean, other than just they've gone slightly different ways, different directions in their car setup. Certainly when we saw the car run on Saturday morning, it did not look a comfortable car. It was very nervy, very twitchy, the kind of thing that a driver would not be comfortable with driving, but they seem to have got it slightly better sorted out. But if you miss your slot in qualifying, if you're out of position, you're never ever, with a 62 car grid, you're never going to get back up through it. There's just so much traffic all around the racetrack. It's just damage limitation, I would say.
Now the Bentley is currently 8th and 9th, with Andy Soucek 8th, despite the drive-through for the contact. So he got away lightly from that, didn't he? And Stephen Kane in 9th spot at the moment. What else is interesting lower down the order? Klaus Graf, 99, Mercedes in the top 10, and that car looking strong. But Stephen Kane's lap times are better than most up the road ahead of him. Norbert Siedler is the other quick man, and here's Lawrence Vanthorpe, who last time was in the 2-minute 3s as well, but he's too far back.
Yeah, Lawrence Vanthorpe, but he's still pushing on in the 2-minute 3 as is Stephen Kane. So the quickest 2 driver-car combinations. In fact, we're seeing also the Siedler and the Ferrari in the middle 2-3s. A lot of drivers out there still feeling there's opportunities to make them. They're not now into cruise mode with less than 20 minutes remaining. And Lawrence Vanthorpe, the gap is too great to run down. It would take something beyond the driver's control to see him in a position to challenge for the lead. And Bononomi is falling away from that second place. Lawrence Vanthorpe, Stefan Ortelli still 5 seconds behind third place, so it's not out of the question that the Ortelli car could be onto the podium as well.
As Vanthorpe then through Beckett's second place. Of course, they inherited a win in the Pro Cup at Monza with the exclusion of the Lamborghini. Here's 3-3-3 Norbert Siedler. Now, he is 1.2 seconds back from Adrian Zaug. They're just up the road, 2 back markers, and then ahead of them is the Lamborghini. This is for 6th place then. Zaug has it at the moment. Siedler is quicker. He's hunting him down, but he's got to get through the traffic quickly, hasn't he? And those 2 back markers having their own battle.
Yeah, and it's not going to be very easy. There's the McLaren back out on track. That's the Alvaro Parent car. It's being repaired and it's back on track. That'll be a difficult car to pass unless there's cooperation. This is where, you know, the use of blue flags, wave blue flags, should indicate that there's a car coming. Alvaro Parent involved in his own little battle and that's a big frustration indeed.
Marchie Lee in the Audi. He loses out to Parent. Seidler will get past him down through Vale, look.
Well, he may not give it up all that easily, but I think he has decided that that's the right thing to do. Now it's Alvaro Parent's opportunity to really get out of the way.
Now, Stefan Ortelli's car is currently in 4th place, and the man that did the opening stint in that, Frank Stippler, they could be on the podium now.
Frank, with all your years of racing, you still get excited at this point?
Yes, very much. I mean, if you fight for the podium and it's the last 15 minutes of the race, you're always excited, and it's pretty tight. So I hope that Stefan can keep a good pace, and maybe we finish on the podium. But we need to keep the fingers crossed.
Well, lots of cars using all of Silverstone and more. It looks like you're going to move up because of the car ahead using too much of the circuit.
Yeah, it's very difficult, you know, with the modern circuits. You've got plenty of room behind the curbs, and sometimes you're forced to use it because of understeer, oversteer. You're in trouble, and if you're behind, it might get tight with the race director. But anyway, we were catching Marco Bonanomi a lot, and I think we would have caught him anyway. But still, it's tight, and I hope that we can finish on the podium. But Stefan has to push now.
Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
Stefan will push, no argument about that. Have no fear.
Yeah, it's interesting, Frank explaining why these things happen. But, you know, that's the problem with many, particularly Grade 1 circuits, Formula 1 circuits. They're designed now to have all these wide open spaces. And to me, part of the skill of being a racing driver is driving within the limits of the circuit. As we look at this battle now, really, really getting intense.
Seidler has caught Zag. Then remember, this is 4th, 6th place. They're both on the comparable pace to Martin Plowman, but he's a little bit too far up the road to be an immediate factor. But here comes Seidler. He might well make the move at the end of the hanger straight. Here he goes to the outside.
Yeah, it looks a pretty easy manoeuvre. The Ferrari just outgunning the Lamborghini down the straight. Zag's going to be late on the brakes, doesn't concede the position. Seidler's got to pull back in. He's going to try and make the undercut on the exit of Stowe, and not very much opportunity there. Then the next shot will be down the outside, and Zag's got traffic ahead of him. He's thinking about how am I getting through these 3 much slower cars. I'm not really worried about the Ferrari behind me at this point.
But they're both being caught by Andy Soucek, look, in the Bentley, because they got caught in the traffic. All of a sudden, Andy's up there.
Watch out for Andy! Here comes Andy!
Well, and not far up the road, as there is Seidler to the inside of Zaug. Before long, Soucek's going to be lapping Parent again.
But the BMW just cut straight across. Oh! And there we go! The punch. That wasn't an intentional one. The Bentley slapped the Ferrari, which was trying to sort itself out.
Did he get a puncture out of all of that?
I can't tell, but I mean, suddenly it got spat off to the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, and Soucek's gone by.
Yeah, absolutely.
So instead of Seidler getting past Zaug, Soucek's up into 7th place.
That's raised people's interest down in the pit lane.
And look, there's damage on one car.
Indeed, the Bentley's got smoked on the left front of the car, so the contact is, and you can see the Ferrari now trying to recover, and the damage done to Soucek. In this case, that was an incident caused by too many cars in the one place at the wrong time.
But Andy Soucek's 2nd scrape of the stint. And is he going to have to come in and sort out the damage, or can he live with it? He is going to soldier on.
Well, I don't know how long that tyre will last.
No.
Bodywork rubbing against the tyre is never a happy scene. And if it does cut through the tyre, cut the tyre down, then that would be a bigger penalty than making the quick pit stop. It's a decision the driver makes. He may not be able to see the smoke coming off the tyre. He should be able to see that, where there's a load on the car with a little bit of lock.
But the team would tell him, surely. They'll be on the radio.
They will do, but maybe there wasn't quite sufficient time to get him in.
True.
But it's not just the tyre that needs to be changed, it's the bodywork needs to be pulled back. So Andy Soucek having a memorable Silverstone Blancpain event.
So, we had Zaug 6th, we still have Zaug 6th. 7th is Smokey Soucek, and down to 8th is Norbert Seidler. And if his car took a whack at all of that, he might lose out to Stephen Kane. He was 11 seconds back, but Stephen Kane has been hustling on. Seidler through Stowe. Soucek down through Vale. 13 more minutes of the race remaining. This is Soucek lapping Lee Mole in the 888 BMW that's now fallen to 25th place, unfortunately.
Yes, after a great start.
Yeah.
Brilliant job by Joe Osborne on the opening stint.
And this is the incident. It's under investigation, you won't be surprised to know. So Seidler goes to the inside of Zaug.
But as the BMW, that really causes the problem. And then the Bentley comes round the outside as the Ferrari's about to turn in. And then suddenly there's contact, and that was momentum lost by the Ferrari. So we This is the replay again. Let's have a look and see if we can.
No, this is after
further, yes.
further on the lap.
Yeah.
It's been nice to see the onboard, I think, of the actual touch between them. The two lines kind of crossed, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean,
What
in
Seidler
this
on and
case, it
Suchek.
was, everybody was doing their own thing, and it was the BMW really that shut the door so aggressively on the Ferrari that caused them and the whole episode to get into place.
So here is Andy Suchek coming up through Luffield, turning his way around the right, and the smoke has gone, which is encouraging. So hopefully we'll be able to carry on for the remaining 12 minutes. That incident is under investigation, but I suspect it'll be put down to a racing incident, really, as over the timing line now comes the Bentley. Frustrating day, really, for M Sport. They've got both cars in the top 10, but it's not quite the fairy tale result that we had last year for them.
No, again, very much a case of track position at the start of the race and then having to work their way through the traffic. And they've also suffered a little bit of, in the BOP area, they're not as quick in a straight line. We saw that at Monza, and we're seeing it again here at Silverstone, and this is the sort of the ebb and flow of trying to balance the relative performances of all these different and varied manufacturers. And it's not just the BOP itself, there's a factor, each circuit has got a sort of a grade factor in terms of where are the strengths of the circuit. Silverstone is more about aerodynamic, Monza is more about straight line speed.
There is Seidler, who rather than up into 6th is down to 8th as a result of that little incident. He's still pressing on, and so is Stephen Kane. Now the gap Seidler to Kane from 11 down to 8 seconds. Could that change by the end? Need a proper lap time out of Seidler, really, next time, or this time around, don't we? There's number 6 out of the gravel. It was a car that Sean Fong had gone off in earlier on. Marchie Lee at the wheel of it now, and Stephen Kane with his bug-splattered screen turns out of club corner. Past the wing. I'm not convinced he's got another place to be gained out of this race.
But one thing about Stephen Kane, he's an extremely effective racer. Much quicker through Abbey the Bentley is than the Audi. Okay, that's a slower Pro-Am car, but nevertheless, it's that momentum that the Bentley driven by Stephen Kane has been capable of generating every time he gets into the car.
Lead gap's down to 27 seconds, but I think that's Kevin Est just measuring his pace, isn't it, rather than needing to worry about Lawrence Vanthoor at all behind him. They might be mates, but Kevin still wants to win this one. He's not going to make life easy for Lawrence Vanthoor behind him. 10 more minutes of the race to go, but it looks as though we're going to be having, for the first time in Blancpain, a Von Ryan Racing win.
Happy days.
Thought I'd cheer you up, I say that.
David Brown is synonymous with McLaren
Absolutely.
for, 40 years now? Yeah. But now independent operator running his own team of 2 cars.
But when he first came into the series, he was running cars for Pro-Am teams or fully Am teams and didn't get the results for a number of reasons. The MP412C, as we've said in the past, wasn't an easy car either. But now this is a very different package altogether, isn't it? It's a different car and it's 2 pro lineups, and it all helps.
Yeah, I mean, it's the evolution of the MP412C, and you know, the homologation of the car is much more beneficial to the race car version than there was on the 12C.
So through Beckett's they run, number 99 there, which is Klaus Graf running in 10th spot, and that car's had a steady run all through the race. We've seen good performances by Nico Bastien and Steph Dusseldorf. It's the best place of the Mercedes, making its way then now down towards Stoke Corner, and no further action between Seidler and Suchek, say the stewards. That's fair. I think after what we'd seen in the replay, just one of those things catalysed really by lots of cars all going through the same piece of road at the same time. 8.5 minutes to run. Kevin Est looking so good up front as their 34 Pierre Eret gets out of the way. As you have there in the loop, Andy Suchek on the tail now of Adrian Zaug. So the top 6 could yet have a change, as there off the road is Alvaro Parent. So this is the car having all the strife today, whereas the sister car is seamlessly heading for the flag, but Alvaro Parent has stopped. Hard luck this for the Von Ryan team that have been working on that car, because they've had to do a repair job even to keep it in the race, and now Alvaro Parent is stationary. There's Adrian Zaug, 6th. There's got Andy Suchek crawling all over the back of him now up at the right-hander of Luffield. The two of them nose to tail. Through they come. This is the run up towards Woodcote Corner. Adrian Zaug, for the moment at least, being able to hang on to the place, but Andy Suchek is a-coming. He's getting closer and closer and closer all the while. There's a yellow flag out because of the incident we just spotted, but a lot of curb taken on the approach to Copse Corner by Suchek. hurls it into the right-hander. 7.5 minutes to go. He's going to give us, depending on the track place of Kevin Estre at the moment, about 4 more laps through Beckett's, but it's game on still for 6th place here. Souček is catching, but now you see the difference in the shape of the cars, and you'll see the difference in the strengths of the cars. Is it going to be speed, or is it going to be aero that does now for Adrian Zaug? Because he's been caught by Andy Souček. It's looking inevitable that he will go through, and it's going to be on the brakes at Stowe, is it? No, Souček comes out, has a look, and then slots back in behind. Gets the inside at the exit of Stowe, levels with him all the way through Vale. This for 6th place with 6 3/4 minutes to go of a 3-hour race. Absolutely together, and Zaug makes a mistake, brakes too late, goes deep, goes wide. Souček goes through, and Adrian Zaug, in all of that, has been caught by Norbert Siedler all over again as well. So Andy Souček for Bentley goes up into 6th spot, past the stricken Parent McLaren, and we might yet get the change behind, because don't forget Siedler right on the back here of Adrian Zaug. This is Siedler's view. Goes up through Farm now, heading towards Village. And Adrian Zaug in the Lamborghini is going to be under attack very, very shortly, because the Ferrari 458 has arrived on the back of the Lamborghini Huracan. And Siedler wants the tighter line out of the loop into Aintree. If he can get past the Lamborghini, he might just be able to fight back against Souček before the end. But if he's stuck here for much longer, the chance will ebb away. Down they head towards Brooklands. Lap 80 for these cars. Into the braking zone. Under braking, Zaug pulls away. Siedler gets a tighter line. And where's he going to be able to stick his nose up the inside? Is it at Luffield? Not this time, it's not. They're being caught also by a back marker Mercedes that they could do without getting involved in this battle. We saw in the context of Wolfgang Reip earlier what happens when the back markers get involved. But here they come, up over the timing line. Siedler to make a move at Copse would be the prediction, except for the fact that Adrian Zaug knows exactly what's going to come, and so positions the car in the way. Through they go, out of Copse. Look at the way that Souček is escaping, though, because Siedler is stuck behind Zaug. Through Beckett's. The 2 green cars squabbled long and hard at Monza in the early stages. They're doing it again here. 63 Lamborghini onto the Hangar Straight now. There is 333 Norbert Siedler. You're riding with him onto the Hangar Straight. Here they come, nose to tail. The Ferrari looking quicker. Siedler tries to pull out of the draft. Ideally, he'd like to sell Zaug a dummy, wide in, tight out, and get up the inside, coming through Stowe. Is it going to work? Here he comes, tries the manoeuvre, almost skims the back of the Lambo. Down through Vale they run, nose to tail. Behind them, the Mercedes staying on the back. It's a lap down, so that car not part of the leading gaggle, not on the lead lap. But it's a distraction Norbert Siedler could do without here, as the cars now sprint their way up towards Abbey once again. Through they go. 4 more minutes on the clock. Zaug pulls away a little bit through that section at Abbey and Farm. Andy Souček up the road still, pulling away now. So his 6th place looking secure. But what about 7th? Siedler versus Zaug. And he's not given up yet, that is for sure. The lead gap, incidentally, between Kevin Estre and Laurens Vanthoor still hovering around the 27-second mark. Down comes Siedler to Brooklands. Does he commit? Tries to make the move. Can't do it there. By the time he made the move, it was really time to brake, but Zaug's a little bit squirrely as he heads up towards Luffield, and he's going to go out wide. Siedler's chance on the inside at Luffield. There's just about room, is there? He's up the curb. Zaug is going to have to give way shortly as they come to Woodcote, because Norbert Siedler has his nose in front on the tighter inside line, and through he goes. Norbert Siedler's Ferrari up into 7th place. Down to 8th goes Zaug. 9th behind them is Stephen Kane. Top 10 rounded out by the Mercedes of Klaus Graf. Ahead it's Kevin Estre still leading the way from Vanthoor, from Bononomi, and Stefan Ortelli is almost with him now. 3rd could yet change before the end as well. There's that penalty to be given to Bononomi, but Stefan Ortelli not close enough yet to take advantage of it. It's everything crossed at Von Rahn Racing, though. Is it going to be a first victory for Davy Ryan's team? It looks like the answer is yes, and it's going to be 1 more lap at the end of this, isn't it? As Kevin Estre comes down now into Brooklands. It'll be Kevin's first Blancpain Endurance Series win as well, I think I'm right in saying, as he comes now up through Brooklands, heading towards the timing line out of Luffield. So he's going to get 1 No, possibly 2 more laps out of the race. In fact, 2:28 on the clock as he goes through, and a flying lap at the moment is 2 minutes 4. It's going to be 2 more laps for him. So Kevin Estre turns his way through Copse Corner. Shane van Gisbergen set for a debut win at Silverstone. Will be a very, very good result, that. The V8 Supercar ace, but he's got GT aces, Rob Bell and Kevin Estre to thank for this. Kevin Estre comes now through Beckett's, heading for the Hanger Straight once more. The 650S GT3 new into the championship this year, and it's certainly proved its worth, hasn't it? Because this has been a very good run. The MP412C really was only made to work very well by ART and by Hexis before that, but looks as though it is going to be a good win for the 650S. There is Davy Ryan, Rob Bell with him on the pit wall. Davy Ryan, I think, still holding his breath. Rob Bell possibly likewise. And a spin, Ian Logie, Julian Westwood's Audi, by the look of it, off the road down at the end of Vale. There it is. Now, can that car get going again? There'll be 1 more lap to run at the end of this for Kevin Estre, who's managed to keep a gap over Lawrence Vanthoor of 25 seconds. And there is the second-placed Audi powering its way now up towards Abbey, coming out of Club Corner. Jean-Carl Vernet looks on. And he sees the car working its way up through Abbey, heading to Farm this time. It's been an impressive display by WRT as ever to be so competitive, despite having lost the time early on under that full course yellow. Some teams gambled to stay out, others gambled to pit, and pitting was the right answer. There in 3rd place is Marco Bononomi. So despite the penalty, for the moment, he's still good for 3rd place. And where is Stefano Telli? Getting closer and closer and closer all the time. The gap last time was 0.8 of a second. This is on track, of course. By the time you apply the penalty, the Audi should be ahead. But 75 for the moment, hangs on to that place. The leader has gone on to his last lap. So Kevin Estre makes his way now up towards the end of the Hanger Straight, heading now towards Stoke Corner, and the checkered flag will be ready this time around. The flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line once the 3 hours are up, and Davy Ryan, the old-fashioned way with his stopwatch in hand, is there ready to see his car come across the line. A bittersweet race in a sense with the other car, the Valhalla Parent, Adrian Quaife-Hobbs and Nicolas Lapierre not making it to the end, but it is going to be a win for number 58 in the McLaren Orange as well. Kind of the works car in a sense, isn't it, as it works its way now up towards the right-hander of Abbey, Kevin Estre, the fast Frenchman, who was picked up by McLaren after a mega performance at Baku 2 seasons ago. Ferrari parked in the background out of the AM category, but here comes Kevin Estre then working his way into the loop for the last time, and as he turns his way through the long left into Aintree and then onto Wellington Straight, the gap that he has over Lawrence Vanthoor is 22 seconds. There is the car that's on target to win Pro-Am, number 32 Aston of Stuart Leonard, Paul Wilson and Michael Meadows. So you've got the 2 class winners running together. That Ferrari that stopped, incidentally, in the background on a previous shot was the Hedman Kennemanata Elton Julian car. But worry about it not, focus on this. The McLaren 650S is going to score its first Blancpain Endurance Series win, and a win for the Von Raan Racing Team, for Shane van Gisbergen, for Rob Bell and for Kevin Estre, who will bring it across the line. McLaren wins at Silverstone, a British brand wins at the home of British motor racing. McLaren victorious. Aston Martin wins Pro-Am to the delight of Le Patron, Stuart Leonard, the team owner, who brings the car home to the finish. And big celebrations on the pit wall at Von Raan Racing, and hopefully David Ryan himself will have a lot to say post-race. So it's a win for the McLaren, but this is the second place car, the Audi of Lawrence Vanthoor, Jean-Carl Vernet and Robin Frins, that comes home second. And what about third? Is it going to be Stefano Telli when we apply the penalty? Cars come over the timing line. There's Duncan Cameron, ending up third, in fact, in Pro-Am with Matt Griffin. Second already home is Jan Mardenborough. There's number 15, which is going to be the AM winning car of Oliver Grutz and Karim Auger, that comes across the line to score a class win. And Marco Bononomi comes across the line third ahead of Stefano Telli. I'm not entirely sure that the penalty has been applied on the timing screen, so provisionally third is Bononomi. But Stefano Telli in the end 1.3 seconds back, but if you apply the penalty, you should get ahead. But we'll double check how that's being applied. So we've got the top 9 through, we've got the top 3 home in Pro-Am. Now we need second and third in the AM category. Well, third of the AMs has come home. And there for 10th place overall is Klaus Graf in the Mercedes. There's number 20, set for a finish. That was the car that was penalised early on when Morgan Moulin-Trafford was driving it, but it's brought home as 58 Kevin Est celebrates his win. And a great team effort that by everybody at Von Ryan Racing. Still they come pouring over the line. Look, checkered flag being waved. And the battered Nissan 23, Alex Buncombe 13th in the end. Ferrari 66 of Stephen Parov and Pierre Caffa goes over the timing line, not having anything like the pace it did at Monza, 36th in the end. And so they're picking up rubber on the tyres as they run wide around the corners, all adding to the post-race weight of the cars. 58 Kevin Est, race winner, along with Shane van Gisbergen. What a Silverstone debut he's had. And Rob Bell, really chuffed for Rob to see him have a victory as well, because although his reputation as a good GT racer is never in doubt, sometimes he gets put into cars where slower co-drivers don't help his case, but no such dramas here. And 3 top-class drivers come home victorious. Really good result as well for this car, the Boutson-Gignon racing car of Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz. Karim Auger was in the gravel in the bronze test at the start of the weekend, but he's battled through as a class winner, and Oliver Grutz, who began his Blancpain career in the Pro Cup, and it really wasn't for him, but as a rookie driver being in the AMs, much better, and he's been able to learn and just get on with life away from the spotlight, and a class win here is a very good result indeed. There's been an incident, we are told, between the 2 BMWs of Lee Mole 888 and also Zero, which was the car driven at the end by Felipe Fraga, and it's under investigation, that incident. So Fraga was 26th and Lee Mole was 27th in the end, so they came across the line together, but there was an incident and it's being investigated. So McLaren may not be having much luck in Formula 1 at the moment, but a great result in GT3 racing as the 650S arrives in Parc Fermé. And with the New Zealand flash on the side of the car, of course, Bruce McLaren himself was a Kiwi, killed at Goodwood, but the name lived on through Formula 1 and more recently in sports cars. And of course, it's 20 years since McLaren won at Le Mans, so it's a good year to be celebrating McLaren's success in sports car racing this. Good anniversary year. Rob Bell, the bearded Shane van Gisbergen, well chuffed with that, or whatever you say, Kiwi for being well chuffed. And Kevin Est, Félicitations, the man who's brought the car home. So Davy Ryan it is, whose team has scored victory. Time we heard from Davy Ryan with his old mate, John Watson.
Davy Ryan, congratulations. The first victory for Von Ryan Racing.
Thanks very much, John. It's been a long time coming and just a fantastic moment.
Now, we've known each other a long time. Where does this rate in all your pantheon of victories and success? How high does this come?
John, second only to when we won races together, mate, when you were driving for it.
Were you still in the team at that time, or had you left?
No, I hadn't left quite then, John. It was a while ago.
Anyway, fantastic, David. Wonderful. Shame about the other car, but great victory for the... Let's go and get the 2 drivers over here. 1 second. Rob Bell, you started. Great stint. I did, but yes. That very early pit stop, that really seems to be almost the key to your victory here this afternoon.
Yeah, we were in the mix from the start, and I think we could have been, potentially here anyway. But I have to say, the call from the guys, James Carter, the engineer, made the call to me on the radio, and it was fantastic. strategy. We boxed early and effectively gained 30, 35 seconds, I'm not sure what, but it gave us a cushion as long as we could make it to the end on fuel. So we had to save a bit of fuel, actually. So that was a little bit of a worry initially, but we did it. These guys did a great job. We stayed clean, and we're here now. We'll be on the podium in a minute. It's fantastic.
Well done, Rob. Well, Mr. Fuel Economy, Shane van Gisbergen, what about you New Zealanders? How did you save so much fuel?
Yeah, I don't know, we had to do it back home a bit, but yeah, such a long stint there. James did a big call there, pitting us so early under the full course yellow, but it was a masterstroke really, put us 40 seconds in front, and then we just managed the race to the end. And great job, stoked for Dave and Von Ryan and all the team. It's such a big improvement from Monza, and yeah, fantastic, really excited.
And first victory for you in Europe.
Yeah, it's awesome. Hopefully more to come.
Well, enjoy it. Kevin Estre, you're almost the easiest of the tasks. All you had to do was bring the car home.
Yeah, I went in and after everybody boxed, there was like about 30 seconds, so they kept me updated on what was the gap, and I was just trying to bring it back home without doing any mistakes and being careful in the traffic. So it was pretty easy race for me. I'm not used to be honest. I was kind of lost in the car. I was not pushing. Normally, it's not my style though.
Well, the traffic today was pretty bad all round. I mean, you had no major incidents we could see.
No, for our car, I mean, the car is really good. There was no scratches. We didn't touch anybody, so it was good. But for sure, at some point, it was tough though.
Well, congratulations, and Van Gisbergen, get that rum out, will you?
Well, no doubt Shane's dad is pretty chuffed back home, and deservedly so, because a great stint by Shane van Gisbergen, and likewise for Rob Bell and for Kevin Est. So a truly cosmopolitan lineup of a Brit, a Kiwi and a Frenchman in a British car run by a British team at a British circuit, coming home victorious. Great job done. Now let's hear from the second place team, WRT, coming home in the number 1 Audi. In second spot, Robin Frins, Jean-Carl Vernet and Laurens Vanthoor, the drivers. John's with them now.
Second place Audi, Laurens Vanthoor, Robin Frins and Jean-Carl Vernet. I'll start with you, Robin. We got really worried because we saw your car slow down so much. We thought actually you're out of fuel, but obviously it wasn't that.
No, it wasn't a fuel issue. I braked and I shift down, and suddenly I got an alarm on the dash saying I was in neutral. So I was in between gears and I couldn't get it in the gear, so I had to switch off the car and put it back on again, and it was fine, so I lost a lot of time.
And then you handed it over to your teammate here, Mr. Audi, expecting to go out and do more than he did.
No, he did a wonderful job. I mean, put it back to P2. Not more I can ask for.
Excellent. Well, what do you say about old Laurens? I mean, a tough race for you, really.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy race. We had to fight quite a lot, but yeah, in the end, we finished P2, and I think we extended the championship lead with that. So that's more than we can ask for. So it's we want the championship. We will not want to have the most race victories, and this is the way to do it.
The McLaren team took an opportunistic, very early pit stop. Do you think that was the reason they won, or just simply they had more pace?
But I don't know how much I pushed in the end, but I think that played a very big role. We were not able to do that. If we would have pitted then, we would have to do a splash and dash in the end. So we were not able to do that strategy. They were. I think it made a big difference for them. If they were quick or not, I don't know, because they had quite a lead. So obviously I don't know how much Kevin was pushing in the end.
Jean-Carl Vernet, you started the race. For any stories at all? We didn't see an awful lot. You just seemed to have a very smooth run.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I think some guys on the front were starting with new tire. We weren't, so I had to wait a little bit before pushing hard and coming back on the lead. And yeah, the car was good. I mean, the lap time were pretty good compared to the other cars, and yeah, I mean, we really thought we were able to go for the win. After, unfortunately, racing, in racing you have some problem like Robin had with the gearbox, it is a shame, but Laurens said everything. I mean, we are here to fight for the championship, and it's good points for the championship, and that's the most important. Everybody did a great job. The team mechanics at the pit stop were just excellent, and my teammates also did great. So we just need to continue this way, and I'm sure at the end of the season we're going to be happy.
Well done, all of you. Congratulations.
And then the third place car, again once more an Audi, and the drivers will be very shortly making their way up to the podium. Frank Stippler, I think, is within sight to have a word with from third place. John.
Frank, all your teammates are run off and hid. Where are they?
I don't know, they hide away. But we had a nice result, and we were a little bit unlucky with the second full course yellow, where we lost the leading position. My start was a little bit careful, but we came back to sixth position, and yeah, we had a good and clean race, I think.
The whole thing seemed to hinge for us on that safety car about 40 minutes in, when the McLaren used that opportunity. A great call for them. Do you think if you had done that, would have made any difference to your situations overall?
Maybe second, but the McLaren was quite fast, so I think they deserved the win. And yeah, I think today they were pretty quick, and we couldn't compete against them. But they did a nice strategy as well, so they did a brilliant weekend job. So congratulations to them.
Well done, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Frank Stibler goes to join his teammates at the podium. So confirmation that the penalty does drop Bononomi behind Stefan Ortelli, even though the timing screen hasn't yet had that penalty applied. Manually you can do it. You put the number 3 Audi up into third spot. So the foot of the podium, the cars in Parc Fermé, fans as well as team personnel, they're ready for the celebrations. We've got the Pro-Am podium as well as the Am as well. And hopefully there'll be a good reception for Stuart Leonard and his guys, Paul Wilson, Michael Meadows. Great effort that between them all to take over the Pro-Am class honours. We'll check the results out in a moment, and then we'll go to the podium. We might be able to grab a word with 1 or 2 more drivers as well before the podium ceremonies are underway. But indeed, the team personnel are ready, and we are now good, I think. So it's going to be in reverse order. So out for the Am Trophy podium, first of all, comes Christophe Amon, Tony Semel and Luc Paillard for third in the Am category. Second will go the way of Fabio Mancini, Andre Berzin and Rino Mastronardi. It's been a long time since Fabio Mancini was on the Silverstone podium. As I say, Tourist Trophy winner here back in 1987 in a BMW M3 when it poured with rain for the World Touring Car race. But the top step goes to a delighted Carrie Mauger and to Oliver Grutz as well. And they are about to stand on the top step for the Boutsen Gignon Racing team. The team's representative is there as well. And the Belgian team takes victory at Silverstone. So for Carrie Mauger and Oliver Grutz for the Boutsen Gignon Racing team, the Belgian national anthem for the winning team, and as the drivers put back on their Pirelli caps. So the trophies are about to be presented, again in reverse order. So the third place team goes first, Christophe Amon, Tony Semel and Luc Paillard, who used to be very competitive in the UK and Caterham racing when he first started racing a long time ago, the French banker. The second place team of Fabio Mancini, along with Andre Berzin and Rino Mastronardi. They were third at Monza, second here, so a win at Paul Ricard potentially next time out, although that's 1,000 kilometres this year, not the 3-hour format, in order to give the teams more long-distance preparation time for Spa. And Carrie Mauger has gone all street, look, with his cap the other way round. The winners of the Am class at Silverstone, Carrie Mauger and Oliver Grutz. The trophies presented them, and they, I suspect, will all be asked to huddle together in a moment for photographs. There is the winning BMW at the foot of the podium, and there's the Blancpain clock as well given to the class winners. That's mine, say the team. Carrie Mauger probably has a Blancpain. He's a man of means, but he's trying to strap it to his wrist. It's a bit bling doing it that way, I think. Look good on the office wall, Carrie. But a very happy man is Carrie Mauger. He's been a Blancpain regular for a number of years, and indeed in other sports car championships, but it's great to have him as a class winner. And 5,000 euros as well from Laurent Gaudin, the man who looks after the championship. So that's put the biggest smile, I think, of all on Carrie Mauger's face. A check for 5,000 euros, can't be bad. So after 3 hours of racing, as competitive a class as any, the AMs, may not be as at the front of the field, but the racing still very, very competitive. And honours then to Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz for the Butson-Gignon racing team here at Silverstone. Now, is there some champagne to be sprayed as well? There's photographs yet. Right, trophies in the air. They've still got just about enough energy. The drivers, I think they're also trying to cover up rogue patches on their overalls that they shouldn't really be advertising on the podium, if you're wondering why there's the strange positioning of hands at the other end of the podium. So, trophies can be put to the floor and champagne bottles are presented. The AM used to be known as the Gentleman Trophy. How gentlemanly they're going to be with the champagne, I suspect we're going to get the answer to, and it will be not very. So everybody is ready. Luc Paillard there in the Hexus overalls at the far end of the podium. Christophe Amont, Tony Semel soak each other, and two happy winners, Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz, who's got it all in his eyes, and it doesn't half sting that. Down his back as well. But he's a lot shorter than Karim Auger, so he doesn't have much of a chance in this fight, does he? Hat off, a soaked little Belgian driver, Oliver Grutz. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from Karim Auger. Auger is there on the podium, so let's hear from our class winners, Auger.
Karim, I believe that's your first win in Blancpain. How does it feel?
Oh, awesome. We had a really quiet start at the beginning. Fantastic strategy. We did a fantastic strategy, you know, coming in with when there was the first full course yellow. My teammate did a fantastic stint. We just kept it up, no pressure, and then I went out and there was no pressure and we were able to win, so that feels really good.
What are you going to spend the 5,000 euros on?
I don't know. I'll give it to the team.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's the right answer, isn't it, for a gentleman racer? The team has worked very hard to get that car into a winning position. Karim himself used to race McLarens, in fact, in Blancpain, but the MP412C was not really a customer-friendly team, but he's managed to convert his enthusiasm to BMWs, which is perhaps a more customer-friendly car and less trick than a McLaren. It's certainly been the right thing, but given his tag connection, it's money going to the team, not on a new watch. He's just got a Blancpain clock after all, I suppose. So a BMW win in the AM Cup, the Butson-Gignon car of Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz, victorious ahead of the Glorax racing car of Fabio Mancini, Andre Berzin and Rino Mastronardi, and then third in class, the Sport Garage entry of Christophe Amont, Tony Semel and Luc Paillard. As we go to Pro-Am, and out come the drivers then, with third already in situ, namely Duncan Cameron and sorry, I tell you a lie. The third place to Laurence Fry, Gabriele Gardel and Freddie Barth, who've made their way out onto the podium because they took the place right at the very end of the race. Second place goes the way of Jan Mardenborough, along with Gaetan Palatou and Ricardo Sanchez, and the class winners for the first time, Stuart Leonard, Paul Wilson and Michael Meadows. We have the Aston Martin drivers on the top step of the podium. And so a British team celebrates at Silverstone. Great job done by Stuart Leonard and Paul Wilson, who've come out of Caterham Racing. Michael Meadows, the gun for hire, double Carrera Cup GB champion. But they combine in Aston Martins and they win at Silverstone. Stuart Leonard, whose team it is, will be absolutely overjoyed, no doubt. But what about this? We'd overlooked it right at the very end of the race. The Emile Frey Jaguar doesn't just finish, it gets its first ever podium. Fantastic job done for the trio of Laurence Fray, Gabriele Gardel and Freddie Barth. For second place, Jan Mardenborough, Ricardo Sanchez now, and Gaetan Palatou there in the middle receive their trophies for Bob Neville's Nissan team. But the top step and a first win in Blancpain. Wonderful effort. Stuart Leonard's team. Paul Wilson to his right, Michael Meadows there receiving his trophy to the left. And a wonderful result that for a team taking on more experienced teams, but on home soil, coming out on top. Well done to Paul Wilson, to Stuart Leonard and to Michael Meadows, winners in Pro-Am. And there's the Blancpain clock surreptitiously snaffled, I think that was, by the team's rep. And there's a cheque as well for the winning team of €10,000 to the Pro-Am winners. The Jaguar team thinks they ought to have that for itself, but no. Now there's the champagne as well. And things could get messy on the podium here. Victory at Silverstone in Pro-Am for Stuart Leonard, Paul Wilson and Michael Meadows. The champagne is sprayed. Delighted drivers all round, because in the Nissan's case, it's salvaging a good result for the team. In the case of the Aston Martins, a class win is just fantastic, even if Stuart Leonard can't open the champagne. And for the Jaguar team, after all the grief that car's given them, to get onto the podium is just fantastic. Stuart Leonard may not be able to open a bottle of champagne, OJ, but he can drive a race car pretty well.
Stuart Leonard, Aston wins at Silverstone, your first win, a fantastic moment.
Yeah, no, unbelievable. It's really great. It's fantastic. Family are here, friends are here, team works. I mean, it's just, everything just was bang on. It was really good. Really good.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful job done that by Stuart Leonard and the team. So let's confirm how things were in Pro-Am then come the end of the race. A win for the Leonard Motorsport Aston Martin from the Nissan, and then the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar that got ahead on the last lap of the 51 Ferrari because of the time penalty effectively applied to that car. So that was how it all happened. It got within 5 seconds. Remember, it was track limits that had been the undoing. I think it was when Matt Griffin drove the car mid-race. And that 5-second penalty applied right at the very end, so it put the Jaguar up onto the podium in Pro-Am. They'll be delighted with that result. It means, though, that a second successive podium result for Cameron and Griffin is gone. So 2 podiums down, 1 to go. Here come, then, the drivers for 3rd place overall and 3rd in the Pro Cup. It is, first of all, Stefan Ortelli, Stefan Rochelmi and Frank Stippler for Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. For 2nd place, their teammates Jean-Carl Vernet, Robin Frins and Laurens Vanthoor. But last year it was a British Bentley. This year a British McLaren that wins at Silverstone. We've had British Aston Martins in the past as well outright. And this year's winning drivers, Kevin Est, Shane van Gisbergen and Rob Bell, victorious at Silverstone. And all 3 of them absolutely delighted, and you can understand why. And Davy Ryan on the podium as well for Von Ryan Racing, and he'll be chuffed to bits as well. After all the toil, his team comes out on top. So the Kiwi national anthem is the one you've heard played because it is entered as a New Zealand team. Of course, Bruce McLaren himself was a New Zealander. You've got a New Zealand driver there. I think the last Kiwi to win at Silverstone was Mitch Evans at the Grand Prix a couple of years ago when he won in GP3. But it's good to have a British car winning. And the trophy is given there to 3rd and to 2nd. So near and yet so far for Laurens Vanthoor, Robin Frins and Jean-Carl Vernet. But the biggest trophies of all go to the winning McLaren drivers. Rob Bell, Kevin Est, Shane van Gisbergen. That's going to ruin Shane's excess baggage, isn't it, on the flight home? But now he needs a few more from V8 Supercars to match that, because that's pretty impressive. I think they have a Blancpain trophy. And Davy Ryan modestly stands at the edge of the podium. He's been up there for Formula 1 success. Gets his Blancpain clock. That's not too bad, I think, for Davy Ryan. That looked good on the office wall for sure. And Laurent Gourdin steps forward as the championship manager, has the cheque snaffled, and that is for €10,000 for 3rd, 15,000, no, sorry, 20,000 rather for 2nd, and then the winners of the Pro Cup receive their cheque for 15,000. Not entirely sure how the maths has worked there. Everybody scampers away as the champagne is sprayed. The reason that the 2nd place team get more is because they're entered for both championships, the sprint and the endurance, whereas the McLaren is only in the endurance series. So that's why the numbers are slightly different. You are a bit like sometimes you get fewer points. Sometimes it's the same with prize money, and so if you do both series, that's rewarded in what's given. Davy Ryan does venture forward eventually to soak anybody you can find. Stefano Telli thinks it's a good old wheeze to get Davey as well with the champagne. Great job done all round here at Silverstone. So the drivers in a moment, I think, will make their way from the podium itself, and the next stop for the Blancpain Endurance Series, of course, is Paul Ricard, where this year it is going to be a 1,000-kilometre race. Nürburgring has carried that in the past, but that will now happen at the end of the season. So we go Paul Ricard for 1,000 Ks, then the Total 24 Hours of Spa, and then the Nürburgring event in September this year. So let's just quickly confirm the Pro Cup results. A win for the Von Ryan Racing McLaren of Kevin S, Shane van Gisbergen and Rob Bell, ahead of the Audi of Laurens Vanthoor, Robin Frins and Jean-Carl Vernet, with third going to Frank Stippler, Stefano Telli and Stefan Richelmy. A penalised fourth, Marco Bononomi from Philippe Salaquada and Frederic Verviche. Then fifth, Sean Walkinshaw, Martin Plowman and Craig Dolby, Max Buch, Maxim Soule and Andy Soucek rounding out the top six. Well, it's been a fantastic race as ever at Silverstone, with an awful lot going on right the way through the field. And Paul Ricard is going to be just as good. You can guarantee that for 1,000 kilometres of racing. But from here, for OJ Borg and John Watson, from me, David Addison, thanks for your company. We'll see you next time in France at Paul Ricard. But from Blancpain Endurance Series at Silverstone, bye for now. Let's look back at the highlights of a very eventful 3-hour race. A packed grid, everybody entering into the spirit of being truly British on the track as the race got underway. Looking back for the pole car, Wolfgang Reip at the wheel, and he took the fastest lap of the race in his first stint as he led for the first 40 minutes or so. Early yellow flags, though, as number 11, Michael Brogniewski, was punted off the road. A spinning BMW collected by its Brazilian teammate, the sister car. Working his way up the order early on was Nicolas Lapierre in the second of the Von Ryan Racing McLarens. He got himself up past Daniel Lloyd, but a full course yellow early on slowed down the pace, and it brought Rob Bell into the pit lane. It was an inspired call because he lost less time under the safety car situation like that. Then drama for Wolfgang Reip, who punted into the back of a Ferrari that closed the door. He was delayed and he lost the lead, as swooping round the outside of him was Marco Seifried to take over the race lead. On the hour mark, the first proper round of pit stops came, if you like, but those drivers were compromised against this car that had pitted under the full course yellow. Effectively, it gained the McLaren 40 seconds, and that was impossible to make up for the remainder of the day. The 59 McLaren, Adrian Quaife-Hobbs at the wheel, was working its way into contention as well. As ready for the last hour of the race, Kevin Estre took over. Robin Frins had a problem, slowed, got the car reset, restarted and gave way to Laurens Vanthoor for the last stint, as Alvaro Parent was unceremoniously punted out of the race by Andy Soucek. There was debris all over the road as he pitted. Full course yellow once more, and on the restart, Stefano Telli worked his way audaciously past Martin Plowman in a really good move. There was another incident involving Andy Soucek, this time with Norbert Siedler, whose car was speared off the road up the escape road, heading for Pro-Am honours, 32 Aston Martin of Wilson, Leonard and Meadows. And Davy Ryan, no timing screen, just a good old-fashioned stopwatch, was looking at how his leading car was getting on. Soucek up past Adrian Zaug, a race win for Kevin Est, Rob Bell and Shane van Gisbergen, a Pro-Am victory for the Aston Martin behind. It's been a great race here at Silverstone. Next stop is Paul Ricard in Blancpain Endurance Series.